Chapter 44, Facing Conflicts. Reina refused to back down as she obstinately followed Akira, but she found it strange that Akira was moving slowly even for someone who was exploring an extremely dangerous underground city. Shiori, why is he moving so slowly? Every person has a different speed, principle and judgment during a ruin exploration. I believe that he's the kind of person who prefers to make a full check even if it slows him down. But even so, he's still way too slow, isn't he? There are 3 people monitoring the area here, you know? Reina actually understood the importance of scanning the area. The underground city hallway was filled with wreckages and rubbles, places where monsters might hide. Not to mention, Urata scorpions could camouflage itself and blend with the wreckages. Thus, she could understand why Akira would want to proceed very carefully. But even with that in mind, if Akira's skill was the same as what she heard, there should be no problem even if he moved faster. Or at least, with 3 people here keeping watch, Akira was moving way too slow and she found it vexing. Shiori hesitated to answer that question. After all, she knew that the real reason was something which might annoy Reina. But again, keeping that as secret would be against her duty, thus she tried to explain the reason to Reina in her own way. It's not 3 people, but 1 person. There are 3 of us here, right? He doesn't expect nor rely for our support, and that's also the case for scanning the area too. He always rescans the places that we've scanned. Not to mention, he always proceeds carefully while taking positions where he will be able to deal with the enemies using his own firepower in case we are ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpions. In short, he's exploring the area as if he's still alone. Shiori's guess was correct. Akira was doing that as his training and he did it with the assumption that Shiori and Reina would leave him as a decoy in case they were overrun by monsters. Reina's face twitched in anger, she thought that Akira was looking down at her. It was as if she was just a total amateur hunter and a dead weight to him. She was about to yell but was somehow able to hold herself back. After all, if she yelled, that would not only be her admitting that she had forced herself onto Akira, she would also be attracting the monsters. It would just be her admitting she was nothing other than dead weight. Reina was trying to hold herself back. Although she whispered in a calm voice, it was obvious that she was angry and was even trembling slightly out of said anger. "God, are we really that bad, to the point that he doesn't even trust us?" Shiori answered back with a soft voice in order to calm Reina down. "He just doesn't know our ability yet." For someone who does not judge another hunter's ability by his or her rank, his actions are understandable. Just think of it as he's trying to remove the risk coming from trusting his life to someone that he doesn't know well. It's very difficult to judge someone's abilities. Even someone as strong as Katsuya-sama is still looked down upon as a young hunter. Thus, it's doubly true for us. That might be true, but still. The hunter rank is supposed to show the ability of a hunter. But it is rated using accomplishments, thus it cannot be used as proof of one's ability when it came to fighting against monsters. There were hunters who got high rank because of their combat skills despite being terrible when it came to collecting relics or exploring ruins. And of course, it was also true for the opposite case. In the end, those 2 types of hunters would have the same hunter rank as if they produced the same result. After Shiori's explanation, Reina calmed down for a bit and thought that if what she heard back in the station about Akira was true, that would mean he might be a hunter who focused on hunting monsters. He might also have seen other hunters with higher rank despite being weaker than him. If that was the case, then it was only to be expected for him to treat her and Shiori like he did. Reina was able to calm down after she thought about it, but it was not like it could completely erase her displeasure. "Milady, as I thought, we should return back. Even if we're to accompany him, I don't think it would bring any benefit for us. No, I refuse." Reina felt that if she turned back here, it would only mean that she came all the way there just to bother Akira before turning back and returning without producing any results. She simply could not stand the thought of that, so she refused Shiori's suggestion. But more than that, Reina was hoping to find something that could make her proud of her own skill, something like a trigger, a chance, anything. Shiori reassessed the situation. Even if Reina persistently wanted to stay here, it did not seem like Akira would count her as his ally. If they got ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpions, in the worst-case scenario, Akira might even see her as his enemy. He might even shoot her and use her as a diversion in order to save himself. Shirori understood that if Reina would not change her mind, then she must try to change Akira's mind. At the very least, she needed to make sure that he would help them if they were in a pinch. As Shirori decided on that option, she started thinking about how to approach Akira. Akira suddenly stopped and made a long He had ventured quite far while keeping watch for any traces from the Urata scorpions that just attacked the defensive point number 15, but even so, he could not find any noticeable traces. At this rate, he would reach the defensive point number 15 without finding anything. He wondered if he missed anything on his way here, so he asked Alpha to confirm it. Alpha, I know that I'm in the middle of training to look for signs and traces. That's why I'm trying my best to be careful and not to miss anything, but in case if there's something that I miss, be sure to tell me, okay? We're here for a job, after all. Don't worry, I'll properly inform you. After all, it would be really bad for me too if you get ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpions because of that. As Alpha smiled at Akira, he returned back with a bitter smile. Well, thank you for that. But that would mean that there were really no traces that I missed, huh? If I don't find anything worth noting, I feel like the HQ would complain again about me taking too long. Akira frowned a bit. Alpha, who saw that, understood that he did not say that to whine about the HQ, but he was actually complaining about his own lack of ability. She then smiled gently at him. When that happens, just let them say everything they want to say. If they wanted to make a proper search of the area, they should have dispatched an exploration team instead. So it's only to be expected for someone from the defense team to take longer when exploring the area. There's nothing for you to worry about, so let's not rush ourselves and continue exploring the area carefully. In a sense, Alpha was also Akira's employer. She was really happy that he took his job very seriously, but it would be bad if he got killed by that virtue even before he could finish her request. Thus she really wished that he would not take this job too seriously, for her sake. Well, that's true. Alright then, I understand. After saying that, Akira renewed his resolve and was about to continue the exploration. But Shirori suddenly called him. Akira-sama, I have something I want to talk about, could you please listen for a moment? Akira was thinking of ignoring her, but her next words made him inadvertently turn around. I want to make a request for Akira-sama to act as Milady's bodyguard. I want to negotiate about the details and the rewards for the request. It was really out of the blue and Akira could not immediately process what Shirori just said. It took some time before he came back to his senses. He was totally dumbfounded and looked confused as he instinctively said, huh? Shirori knew that at least Akira was not ignoring her, so she immediately proceeded to explain what she just said to clear up his confusion. Please let me explain the details of the request. The period of the request is until we're finished with this Urata Scorpion's extermination request. During this time, I want you to stay in the range where you can protect Milady. The reward will be 5 million orum that will be paid once you've finished the request. This reward will not be reduced if the HQ assigns you with a job that would make it impossible for you to stay around Milady, but if you ask for such a job by your own volition or lead Milady into danger, we'll have to negotiate the amount of the reward deduction. Reina was also shocked and frozen, just like Akira when she heard that sudden suggestion from Shirori. But when she was back to her senses, she immediately protested. Wait for SEC. What the heck are you saying out of the blue? I'm requesting for Milady's bodyguard. If Milady has no wish of returning back to defensive point 14, I have to look for another way to guarantee Milady's safety. But if Milady decides to return back, then I shall take back my request. But, even if you want to employ an outsider, there's no way Drankum would let us pay him 5 million orum. Please don't worry, I'll pay him with my own money. It might be a huge sum, but Milady's safety takes the utmost importance. Reina understood from Shiori's serious expression that she was really planning to pay that using her own money. Reina also understood well that it would be futile even if she told Shiori to rethink about it. After all, it would be the same as telling Shiori to rethink about her own safety, which obviously, she would not take any chances on. Of course, even for Reina, she felt bad making Shiori go that far for her own selfishness. She knew that everything would be resolved if she decided to go back, but she really wanted to stay there until she could leave a notable achievement, and not to mention, she had a stubborn personality. Because of that, Reina was confused and did not know what to do. An unwavering heart in a wavering heart, Reina and Shiori looked at each other with gazes full of meaning, their respective wills contradicted with the available options. Akira was unconsciously sucked into the mood while still being stunned, but Alpha suddenly spoke to him. Akira, if you leave them alone, you would not be able to rectify whether you are going to take that request or not, you know? Akira quickly snapped back and said in a panic. Wait for a sec. Reina could not understand what Shiori was trying to convey as she was making a puzzled face, but Shiori returned it with a gentle gaze as if she was trying to calm her down. It was like a gaze from an older sister who was worried because of her troublesome little sister. I'll retract that request if Milady decides to return back, but Milady has no wish of doing so, right? Reina stubbornly followed Akira thinking that he was a very skilled hunter. It would be pathetic if she immediately decided to go back the moment she knew that her assumption was not true. She would go back if she was told to, but she really did not want to say that herself. Shiori understood Reina's thoughts and decided to make a new suggestion to Akira instead. If Akira refused that request, Shiori was planning to use that as an excuse to return back. And if Akira took that request, she would pay him some money for roping him into this awkward situation and build a good relationship with him. Both outcomes were not bad, so Shiori decided to make that request. Shiori looked back at Akira and waited for his answer. Akira was at loss on what to do, but Alpha suddenly said to him. It would be troublesome if it caused another fight if you refuse it, so how about you accept their request instead? This request can also be used as an excuse so that we won't be fighting against each other while we're exploring the ruin together, and it was not like you have to proactively protect them. So let's just accept the request and end this argument here. But of course, you can say no too, if you want. You're right, I guess I'll do that. Akira thought that it was not like Shiori and Reina were expecting something from his ability, he could just provide them with some help while still focusing on his exploration. He thought that if it was only that much, then it might be okay to take their request. Alright, I'll take that request. My name is Akira. I'm Shiori. Over here please. Shiori handed out 10 sheets of 10,000 orum notes to Akira. With this, their negotiation had come into a conclusion. Akira put that money into his pocket and turned to Reina. So then, what do you want to do? What to do? I'm asking what you are planning to do from now on. The request is to provide you with my support. I want to hear what you want to do so that I can give you proper support. You should decide what we are going to do. Well, Reina had no idea what to say. After all, when she chased Akira, she only thought that she would try to be useful if anything happened, so it was not like she had any concrete ideas on what to do. Moreover, she usually only followed Katsuya's order, so she was not used to thinking about strategy. Because of that, she could not come up with an answer when Akira suddenly asked her that question. Shiori then answered that question in Reina's place. At the moment, let's continue exploring the area just like what Akira-sama was doing until now. Of course, that is if Milady is okay with that. There's no need to unnecessarily make any changes when it's not required. Will that be okay? Why, you're right, let's do that. Okay then. They continued exploring the area. Reina was watching the flank while glancing at Akira from time to time. The scan area was divided among 3 people this time, thus they moved faster than before. But even so, Reina thought that it was still relatively slow. The biggest reason as to why they were moving that slow was because Akira, who was in the front, took too long scanning for monsters. There was no mistaking that it was Akira who was slowing them down. It was only to be expected since they were assigning a young inexperienced hunter like Akira to lead in the front. But Reina found that very strange. If Akira's ability really only amounted for this much, then his battle record did not make any sense at all. And it was unthinkable for him to go exploring the ruin alone just because the HQ told him to. It's also an important skill for a hunter to be able to judge others' abilities only by looking at them. Just think of it as training. So Akira, squeeze your brain and answer that question yourself, okay? Alpha was giggling when she said that. She told Akira to do that himself so that he would be more careful before picking a fight against people that he did not know well. She hoped Akira would calmly evaluate other people's strength before deciding to pick a fight or to avoid conflict in case if it was someone that he could not handle. Back then, when Akira killed someone from a gang in the slum city, or when he saved Elena and Sarah in the ruin, he quickly registered those people as his enemies from the start and then asked for Alpha's support to take care of the rest. As for her, in order to avoid any needless fighting, she hoped that he would ask for her support first before deciding on fighting. She wanted him to calmly evaluate his opponent's strength first before deciding whether to fight them or not. Though, this also proved that Alpha still did not understand the moral principles behind his actions. Akira, who was at a loss since Alpha would not help him, asked Shirori instead. Even if you ask me, what are the indicators to judge someone's ability? I'm sure it's not like you can judge hunters who focus on hunting monsters with the same standard used for judging hunters who focus on hunting relics. And there are also many different methods that can be used to judge a hunter too. That's indeed true. In that case, if you're going to ask Milady to help you in doing a hunter job, how much would you be willing to pay? If you need to know her battle record or any other information, I'll answer as far as I'm allowed to. How much a hunter would be willing to pay other hunters to help him or her doing a hunter job, that was the easiest form of evaluation. It was a clean-cut evaluation where hunter rank was nothing but one of the many things that affected it. Reina was also interested in the evaluation of her real ability. But she did not want to make her evaluation worse by giving any unneeded remarks, thus she was planning to answer honestly while trying not to look too pretentious in case if Akira asked her something. But Akira quickly concluded. Oh, I see, in that case, I won't ask for her help. Reina was so surprised by that unexpected answer, she was more surprised rather than furious. That answer was basically saying that Akira would not want her help even if Reina would help him for free. That evaluation was very close to the worst possible evaluation. Akira said it so casually that he did not sound like he was joking or teasing Reina. There was no particular intonation in his words. But that only made it much more shocking for Reina. She even felt a bit dizzy after hearing his answer. Shirori could not hide her displeasure as she voiced it out. Akira-sama, I think you went too far there. Let me rephrase it, please give me an explanation so that I can accept your answer. Although Shirori said that with a calm tone, it clearly projected out her feelings. Reina immediately snapped back to her senses when she heard Shirori. Akira did not even flinch when he heard that, he just answered back with a casual tone. It's just that it would be a huge pain in the ass. Hypothetically speaking, if you were to get ambushed by a swarm of Urata Scorpion, let's say 50 of them, and you can easily defeat that swarm plus the rest of the hunters in the defensive point 15, I would change my mind. Reina looked bewildered as she answered back. Well, of course, I can't say I'm that strong, but still. That guy, number 147, was it again? When you picked a fight against him, how much did you think about its possible consequences? Did you think that you can easily handle any possible dangerous situation in that place so much that you would be okay if you guys started shooting at each other? Or did you have any proof that they would not start shooting at you no matter what? Akira silently waited for Reina's answer. But Reina could not answer back. Although she decided that she would answer any question without putting up air, she already got stuck and could not answer back right from the first question. Reina and her friends were only irritated by Mamata when they picked a fight with his group. She did not think any deeper than that. But she could not say that to Akira. So instead of answering his question, she tried to bury the shock from his bad evaluation of her by yelling back in anger. In that case then, what should we do instead? Are you saying that we should have let them say everything they wanted to say and just stayed quiet when they were mocking us? Not really. It's up to you, you can just let them be, or you can also kill them if you can't take being mocked like that. There are cases where it would be fatal if you look down on your opponents, and there are cases where it's better if you point your gun at your opponents and threaten them. Basically, you can do whatever you want as long as you can accurately calculate the consequences and you're sure that you can handle them. So, what kind of outcome did you imagine back then? Akira answered back casually before throwing another question. He then stared at Reina and waited for her answer. But Reina could not answer back. After all, she did not think about the consequences at all and she could not say that to Akira. Shiori, who was just listening to them in silence, interjected. She was already regretting her decision of asking that question to Akira. Akira-sama. If the situation worsened up until that point, I would do everything that I could to calm the situation. As such, I don't think that you can use that assumption as an evaluation. If you did that knowing that Shiori would handle the rest no matter what would happen, then that is okay too. But it means that I need to rectify my answer. I misunderstood and thought that you were asking an individual evaluation instead of an evaluation of your team of two. But, why does it have anything to do with the other hunters and that 50 Urata scorpions? I was just wondering if you thought that even after having that fight and completely antagonizing the other group, would you be able to handle both the swarm and the other hunters too in case if they start attacking you simultaneously. Aren't you just being too paranoid? That might be true. It was obvious that Shiori was getting angrier every time Akira answered back so casually, but he did not falter as he was locking gaze with her. That was indeed a little bit too paranoid. After all, it is highly unlikely for something like that to happen. Normally, there's no need to go that far. In short, I just want to know how you handle different situations. From how you were behaving back in the defensive point number 14 and how you talked with me or that number 147, I just thought that I would not want to use my own money just to bring someone who tends to pick a fight needlessly. That's all. It's not like I'm going to say that my evaluation is correct. If you don't like it, just ignore it as a trivial opinion from a stupid brat. Shiori and Reina did not retort. Although both of them stayed silent, they were silent because of different reasons. Reina was dejected. While on the other hand, Shiori, who obviously angry, had something darker and more sinister welling up inside her, replacing her anger. Leaving the fact whether that explanation convinced me or not, I already listened to your explanation for that evaluation. But then, may I ask you one more thing? Shiori paused for a bit and sent a cold gaze to Akira. Do you not think that you would anger me with that answer? Akira should have known that Shiori was there in order to support Reina. If he told Reina to think about the consequences before doing anything, then he should have also thought of the same before he said that answer. Shiori signaled that to Akira and used it to threaten him. Shiori was basically already threatening Akira there, but she then immediately dropped it. Akira resolved himself before answering back. You told me to answer it as a form of support. Since I took your request, I thought that I should give my best to answer your question. So I thought that it would be better if I answer it honestly rather than lying, even if it might anger you. Basically, Shiori was asking Akira if he fully understood that it might cause a fight between them when he replied with his answers. And Akira basically answered that with a yes. Both of them were ready to jump into a fight. If any of them made the slightest move, it could be the trigger for a fight. They stood still while watching each other, looking for an opening. They were already assuming that it would definitely turn into a fight. Both of them were not even thinking of pointing their gun at the other person and asking the other person to drop their gun. Both of them were thinking of immediately pulling the trigger to at least render the other person unable to fight. They would decide later whether to kill the other person or not after judging from the situation after that, but it was highly unlikely for them to have that leeway, and both of them understood that very well. Was it because Akira accepted Shiori's threat, or was it because Shiori took Akira's provocation? But as long as none of them would take a step back, the situation there would not change. The mood tensed up. It was only a matter of time before both of them started shooting at each other. Shiori. Stop there. Reina suddenly stopped Shiori. Milady. It's fine. Just stop there. Please. Reina said with a meek voice while still hanging her head low. After that, Shiori lowered her guard and Akira followed suit. They just avoided a fight here. Akira eased himself and sighed. While Alpha, who was floating beside him, let out a bigger sigh while locking her gaze at Akira. Although you said all of that while ignoring a lot of things, in terms of causing trouble, I don't think you're losing out at all, you know. It's not like I was the one picking the fight, you know. Akira himself thought that it was a bad excuse as he slightly frowned. Alpha kept staring at him and smiled. It's true that I suggested that you take her request, but I also told you to think well about it, right? But you know, there's no need for you to try so hard to overturn my prediction calculated using my advanced calculation ability. It's okay, I understand what you're trying to prove. I am sorry. Akira tried to run away from that subject by apologizing, and Alpha just smiled back at him. If Alpha had told Akira to give a good evaluation, although it was just an empty compliment, they would have been able to avoid this conflict without causing any trouble. Chapter 45, The Power of Special Ammo. After a short argument with Reina and Shiori about his evaluation of Reina, Akira quickly turned back to continue exploring the underground city. He thought that Shiori and Reina would leave him alone after that fight, but unlike what he expected, they both decided to stay there rather than returning back to the defensive point 14. Reina was extremely dejected, but she did not allow her feelings to affect her current work. As a matter of fact, she was performing better than before their argument. It might be because she was no longer bothered by any unnecessary thinking. Shiori, who noticed that, felt hurt. Akira could feel the mood behind him and felt rather uncomfortable. I know that it might be too late for this, but is it better if I say something to them, since cheering them up might be included as my duty in the request that I accepted? To be honest, this mood was the result of Akira trying to take his job, which was to give Reina his support, too seriously that it caused a fight instead. So looking at the outcome, Akira wondered if he had actually done a bad job back then. Alpha smiled bitterly. If you think that you should have prioritized avoiding a fight from the beginning, then your actions were wrong. Or at least, you should have told them your opinion using gentler words. So in short, that fight was basically because of your lack of skill. Well, that's true. But putting that aside, I think it was more important that you're taking your request very seriously. To be honest, I was happy to be able to confirm that you're someone who takes requests very seriously, since I'm also someone who made a request to you. And also by doing that, they'll be more careful when they want to get involved with you next time. So looking from this point of view, what you did back there was not entirely bad. So, there's no need for you to be this much bothered. People in the slum city were forced to beg with all they had if they did not want to die. Although it was not like he had to go that far, Akira lived a difficult life for years. The reason why he became a hunter was to gain power so he could escape from living in such an environment. And then Akira became a hunter, gained a small amount of power, and finally was able to struggle against the environment he was in. That was exactly why he refused to do the same thing that he always did if he was faced with the same situation as before. He was actually scared if he did the same thing as before, it would mean he returned back to his previous self. He was so afraid of that happening, that he would rather risk his life than beg for it. Akira himself did not realize it, that was why he was troubled with the way he was acting. And in order to take advantage of it, Alpha smiled gently to Akira and encouraged him. There was a dead corpse of Urata Scorpion scattered in the underground hallway. It had bullet holes in its torso and some of its legs were blasted to pieces. Bloods flowed from its wounds and left traces that formed a straight line. Akira checked that corpse and its location in the underground city map. Looking at the direction of the traces left by this corpse, it seems that this is one of the Urata scorpions that attacked defensive point number 15, Assuming that it was dead on its way back to its nest, I might be able to find more dead scorpions which died the same way around here. If I track their traces, I might be able to find their nest, but... Alpha, do you notice any other Urata scorpions around the area? I can't find any alive or dead Urata scorpions around the area. I see. It's not like I can finish the exploration just because I found one dead Urata scorpion. I guess I have no other choice but to keep looking for more, Of course I can even help you find traces that normally would be very hard to notice, but they might think it is unnatural if you discover traces that are extremely hard to find. If they ask you how you found them, you'll need to come up with some logical excuses, you know. So, what do you want? Want me to look for any traces? Akira thought for a bit before answering back, let's see. Please do that. With all the things that have happened, I want to finish the search as soon as possible. If they ask me how I found the traces, I'll just tell them that it was just pure luck. Although I told you to come up with an excuse, that's a lame excuse. It'll be fine. Not to mention that the HQ told me to do this because they evaluated my skill when I had your support. If they ask me to explain all of my previous achievements, I can't say anything more other than just being lucky. So it's too late to complain about that now. Akira already made up his mind. Alpha, who was watching how he behaved, smiled at him. Alright, I found it. That was fast. Well, that's just how good I am. As Akira looked surprised and instinctively turned to Alpha, she replied by smiling mischievously and pointed her finger towards a different direction than where the defensive point 15 was located. And at the same time, she enhanced Akira's vision so that he could see faint traces that he would normally have missed. He could even see an indicator on the floor showing the route that he should take. Akira started walking following the indicator in his vision. Reina and Shiori found it strange that he suddenly changed route although they were heading towards the defensive point number 15 up until now. But since Reina still had not recovered from her dejection and with Shiori's hesitation in asking him, they just followed Akira without knowing the reason why he suddenly changed direction. Although the hallway looked exactly the same even after Akira changed direction, he could see small traces had started popping out in his enhanced vision as he followed the route that Alpha indicated. Small scratches on the floors. Marks of wreckages and rubbles shoved aside to make way. Tiny blood marks scattered around the place. Putting everything together, it was obvious that a huge number of Urata scorpions passed through this place. As Akira could see those small traces thanks to Alpha support, he started to unconsciously move following those traces. Shiori, who noticed it, started to feel that it was strange how Akira was moving. He was moving as if he knew exactly where he was heading, or at least, he was moving as if he was following a guide. When Shiori felt that, she just had to ask him about that sudden change of his movements. Akira, who was leading the team, suddenly stopped. He was standing in front of a big hole in the middle of the hallway. The hole was big enough for multiple people to pass through at the same time.
The inner part of the hole looked completely dark since there was no illumination installed inside it. And the biggest problem of all was that hole was not present in the underground city map. When Akira shone his torchlight into the hole, he could see a man-made floor about 20 meters below. It was obvious that it connected the underground city to a different area. But the map also had no information about the area that hole was connected to. Akira quickly picked up his terminal and contacted the HQ. This is number 27. HQ, you there? This is HQ. What's wrong? I found a hole that is not on the map. It seems that it's connected to the other underground area. It might be the place where the Urata scorpions that attacked defensive point 15 came from. Wait for a sec. Can you turn the rental terminal towards that hole? Akira then turned the rental terminal's camera towards the hole just like he was told to. The terminal then sent the image and the other data to the HQ. We've confirmed it, that hole leads to an uncharted area. I bet there are Urata scorpions down there. So there is more than one Urata scorpion nest down here. Yes. There are countless Urata scorpions breeding grounds located in the underground city. At the moment, we already took out 17 nests. I'm sure there are still other nests out there. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that the whole underground city itself is their nest. Akira remembered the building he was in when he was ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpion. He frowned as it looked similar, just that this was inside the underground city. Did I see? With this, my job to search the area is finished. I'll be heading back to the defensive point 14. No. We have to build another defensive point there. Stand by over there and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Stop any monsters that try to come out from that hole. Wait for a sec. Only with the three of us. Isn't that a bit impossible? Whoa there, you decided to go out alone, so it means that you have enough confidence in your own ability, right? Not to mention that among the two people that came with you, one of them is a skilled hunter among the other hunters in the defensive point 14. I think you have enough firepower there. Securing the safety of the area is also the defense team's job. So just do it. This is number 27, roger that. Of course, Akira could not tell the HQ that he was so close to killing the other two hunters who were with him, so he just obediently accepted that order from HQ. They started installing temporal illumination around the hallway. Although it was not that bright, it was still better than the total darkness that wrapped the underground city. The big hole on the hallway peered into the darkness. The dim light that illuminated the area around its entrance seemed as if it was showing the people who looked at it about the danger it housed. Compared to when you were in an explored area, the possibility of meeting monsters in an uncharted area was far higher. In the middle of the current scene, Akira was seen sitting in front of the big hole staring into the darkness. Normally, one would only be able to see total darkness inside that tunnel, but due to alpha support, he could see shapes and distances within his monochromatic vision. This vision is really useful. You did this when we were in the Higuraka residence ruin too, right? Yep. It's better than total darkness, right? Yeah, it is. With this vision, I wonder if I can recognize a Urata scorpion from afar if one of them decides to crawl out from this hole. When that happens, I'll let you know before you can see them, so don't worry. Then I'll be relying on you. Akira chatted with Alpha and did some studying too while waiting for the arrival of people who would properly secure the area. Reina and Shiori were watching Akira's flank. They stood facing the opposite direction while watching the hallways.
There was no guarantee that monsters would only come attacking from that hole. As Akira was monitoring the hole, Shiori and Reina were monitoring other places. While keeping watch on her side, Shiori occasionally glanced at Akira. Now that she was calm, she tried to reassess the person who she was about to fight not too long ago. Shiori had been sharpening her skill to judge other people's real ability in order to protect Reina. On the basis of that skill which she developed through her devotion, she could only see Akira as nothing more than a common young hunter, just like the other young hunters who she had met. Or at least, Akira did not look like someone who could accomplish the achievements listed in his battle record. But Shiori somehow was still doubting her own judgment and tried to observe Akira more closely. At least for now, she admitted that his resolve was not something to scoff at. But she did not expect that he would even go as far as to risk a fight where he might get killed just to stick to his principles. While on the other hand, she also had a feeling that it was not just a foolish action taken by an amateur who did not know the real power of his opponent. So, was Akira really the skilled hunter given his battle record? Was he just only acting in order to hide his real ability? Did he do what he did back there because he knew for sure that he would have won if they really tried to kill each other? So many questions were floating inside Shiori's mind as she kept glancing back at him. But she immediately rejected those possibilities and cleared up her mind. After going around in circles, she tried to wrap up a conclusion. It was still not clear whether he was a strong or a weak hunter. Although so many things about him did not make sense at all, one thing for sure was that he was not someone who would step back when threatened. Something unexpected or even unwanted might happen if he fought beside Reina, thus she thought that she had to be cautious not to do anything careless. It was a big blunder that I unconsciously looked down on him and threatened him thinking that he would back down. I bet it would have gone really wrong if Milady didn't stop me. I should have been more careful. Shiori reevaluated her loyalty and reflected on how she should act, while on the other hand, she also became more cautious toward Akira. Reina was extremely dejected, but as the time passed by and with Shiori trying to cheer her up, she started to calm down. She was in a place that had a low risk of getting ambushed, there were 2 good hunters with her, the area around her was very silent, and there were some illuminations installed in the area. It was a perfect place to calm herself down. The leeway created after she calmed down made her think back.
I couldn't answer back there whether I properly thought about the consequences before picking a fight, or did I pick a fight knowing that it might turn into a shootout. She just saw one of the possible consequences not too long ago when Shiori and Akira were so close on trying to kill each other. If Momada's group did not laugh it off when she picked a fight with them, something similar or maybe even worse would have happened. He wouldn't want to employ someone who picks needless fights even if it's for free, huh? Well, that's to be expected though. Reina calmly looked back to what she did until now. This was not the first time she picked a fight against someone else. There must have been so many instances in the past where she crossed through dangerous bridges, she might have trod all the way here through landmines without realizing it. Nothing went horribly wrong up until now, but it was not like everything went smoothly either. There were cases where she mistakenly crossed the limit when she got into an argument with someone else just to force her opinion on that person and stepped on each other's feet, although no one wanted for that to happen. Reina thought that Shiori must have done all the work to make sure that she did not mistakenly step on any landmines. But today, Shiori herself almost stepped on one. Although they were able to barely avoid it, Reina imagined what would have happened if Shiori had completely stepped on that landmine. Just thinking of that possibility made her dejected again. Shiori noticed Reina's expression and gently said to her, "Milady, please don't let it bother you too much. It's important to be able to let it go and move on. Moreover, that was because I made a mistake of provoking Akira-sama. Let's use the experience that we got today to be more careful next time." Reina thought that Shiori provoked Akira because she was angry on Reina's place. She felt both grateful and apologetic for it. Now that I think about it, I haven't properly said my thanks to you lately. I'm sorry that I always put you in trouble, and thank you very much for always helping me out. I'm sure I'll be giving you more trouble in the future, so, is it okay if I keep relying on you? Oh, of course. Just leave it to me. Shiori was so moved and surprised when Reina said that, but she quickly pulled herself together with willpower and was somehow able to hold back her tears. She understood well that she was in the middle of a battlefield, and there was no way she would be able to perform well in a battle if she did not pull herself together. Thank you, Shiori. I'll be in your care. Looking at Reina, who got cheered up, Shiori tried her best to make a smile to let Reina feel at ease. Akira was watching his surroundings with his information-gathering device. While doing so, he was also watching Reina and Shiori, who were behind him. He knew that he had a big fight with them not too long ago, so he was watching them in case they suddenly shoot him from behind. What are they doing? As Akira mumbled that question with a puzzled face, Alpha just smiled and answered. I think they're deepening their friendship. I wasn't asking about that. Well, never mind. Akira quickly lost interest in what was transpiring behind him, thinking that it did not matter what they were doing so long as it would not cause him any trouble. Alpha kept her smile as always while watching Akira closely. She was always observing, watching and trying to understand the main principles behind his actions. Her ideal beautiful body generated by advanced calculation was giving a calculated perfect smile, but her smile did not reflect the meaning behind it. That big hole looked perfectly quiet from the outside, but Akira, who was keeping his eyes on it, suddenly looked grim. He quickly stood up and kicked the rucksack beside him, scattering the ammo that was inside it onto the ground. He then pointed his CWH anti-material rifle into that hole.
Sounds echoed from deep inside the hole as if a lot of big living things were coming closer towards them. The rumble grew louder and louder. Multiple big objects that blocked the light charged towards Akira. They did not even need to check their information-gathering device to know what it was. Alpha kept her smiled as she counted down. They're coming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, all the light from the rest of the flares suddenly died out. 0. Akira pulled the trigger of his CWH anti-material rifle. Muzzle flash flashed from his rifle, the light from that flash temporarily illuminated and revealed what was inside the hole. Akira and others caught a glance of a swarm of Urata scorpions gushing out from the hole. The bullet flew out from Akira's rifle and hit the scorpion that was leading the swarm. It blasted that scorpion to pieces thanks to the bullet's overwhelming destructive power. It even pierced through that scorpion and turned other scorpions near it into minced meat. Akira was able to literally destroy a dozen scorpions with just one shot. It was because Akira was using specially designated ammo for CWH anti-material rifle. Normally, people would not use such a bullet to hunt Urata scorpions since it was too powerful and too expensive for that. But Akira did not hesitate to use this ammo. Of course, it was also because the requester paid for his ammo, but more than that, he was not in a situation where he could hesitate using that bullet. Whoa, amazing. As expected of designated ammo. No wonder they're so expensive. It's also great that it has a long effective range. Let's defeat as many scorpions as we can before they can get close. Roger that. Akira's body shifted backwards every time he pulled the trigger. The kickback from the designated ammo was actually relatively small considering its firepower. It was thanks to its complex design made using advanced technologies. But even so, it had enough kickback to blow one's body all the way back to the wall. Akira was only able to maintain his shooting stance thanks to his augmented suit and Alpha's support. All the scorpions that were blasted to pieces by that shot looked like paper sheets scattered by the wind. Akira was amazed by that scene, but he did not think even for a bit that it was because of his skill as he kept shooting while making a grim face. The Urata scorpions just ignored the pieces of their dead brethren that showered down at them as they continued marching toward Akira. They trampled on the corpses of their dead friends, and the same thing also happened to the scorpions that were badly wounded and could not move. There was no sign that they were slowing down at all, but still, it doesn't seem like they're withdrawing back at all. Don't they feel fear or something? They're biological monsters, right? Maybe they don't. But the scorpions that attacked the defensive point 15 withdrew, right? That is. Maybe they returned back to report their enemies' locations and firepower to the rest of the swarm. I don't think they withdrew out of fear. They might have been just scouts after all. And so this is the main swarm. Its possibility is not zero. If it's really the main swarm, there should be a limit on how bad my luck can be, you know. Stop the silly talk and get back to shooting, more of them are coming. Damn it. Akira kept on shooting at the scorpions desperately. Thanks to his high ground and specially designated ammo, he was one-sidedly laying waste on the scorpions that were gushing out from the hole. When he ran out of ammo and reloaded a new magazine, the swarm would quickly close their distance, so he would immediately start shooting again in panic and push them back until he ran out of ammo again. This cycle continued as he held the swarm back all by himself. Reina and Shiori readied their gun and were watching the other angles just like Akira told them to. They were ready in case they were ambushed by more monsters from the hallway. Of course, they would jump to help if Akira requested their help. But he did not request for any assistance. Although he looked a bit desperate, he was able to properly hold off the scorpions all by himself. Reina and Shiori were taken aback by Akira, who was desperately holding back the scorpions on his own. This scene was the very proof that his skills and his battle record were genuine. Chapter 46, Calculating the Reward. Reina noticed that Akira was using CWH anti-material rifles' specially designated ammo. All the magazines scattered on the ground were of the same type too. Reina was surprised since she knew how powerful and just how expensive those bullets were. Why are you even using CWH anti-material rifle special ammo? It's overkill to use that ammo against a Yarada scorpion, isn't it? Are you here planning to hunt a tank or something? I'm just using them to complement my lack of skill. Like hell, I would fight a tank. How in the world did you get this many ammo? You would have had to pay a huge amount of money for all of these bullets. Or like, have you been earning that much money? The requester paid for them and they approved it when I told them I'll be using loads of specially designated ammo for CWH rifle. If you have any complaints, you can go ahead and say that to the requester. I thought that they would refuse when I made that demand, you know. It's exactly because they accepted my demands that I'm here right now. Now that I think about it, those people in the HQ must have predicted that something like this would happen, huh, damn it. Akira was lamenting his situation. He vowed to himself that he would make good use of this experience. Reina turned to Shiori. She was wondering if Shiori also predicted this situation. By the way, Reina did not expect it at all, that I thought that something like this might happen, but the possibility was too small. I believe that the swarm would not be this dangerous if we faced it using all the facilities installed in the defensive point and with the help of all the hunters stationed there. Reina's eyes started getting watery when Shiori pointed out that hurtful fact. After all, Reina had nothing else to blame other than her own selfishness now that she was in this place. If only she had stayed together with Katsuya's group, she would not be in this situation now. Shiori suddenly turned her gun towards the center of the hallway in a swift motion and started shooting. Reina inadvertently turned toward that direction and saw countless scorpions creeping out from the hallway showered under the flying bullets. There was not even a single scorpion that passed through Akira. So Reina was taken aback when she saw those scorpions. Where are those scorpions coming from? Are there more holes other than this one? Milady. More are coming. Although their number was not too many, the new scorpions closing in from the left and the right sides surrounded Akira and the girls. Reina and Shiori started shooting at those scorpions coming from the direction that they were facing. Akira shouted. Their number is too small for them to come out from another hole. They might be the scorpions that are coming back after exploring the area other than the defensive point 15. Both hands tied right now. So you girls need to deal with them yourself, okay? Okay. After Reina answered back, Akira sounded really desperate when he continued. I'm leaving those scorpions to you, alright? I'm really counting on you girls, okay? I'm really leaving those scorpions to you girls. Akira was obviously so desperate as he yelled that. At the moment, he had to deal with the swarm gushing out from the hole in front of him, so it was impossible for him to deal with the scorpions coming from his flank. He really needed Reina and Shiori's help in this situation. Reina looked amazed, but she quickly pulled herself back together and smiled confidently, just leave them to us. Since Akira was a hunter who was skilled enough to quickly spot that swarm of Yarada scorpions and hold back that swarm all by himself, Reina was so excited that someone like him asked for her help. After all, Reina was dejected and felt inferior when Akira told her about his evaluation of her. But now, Akira relied on her. Let's do that only if we really have no other choice, okay? Of course. Let's hope that you can take out all the scorpions or the reinforcement from the HQ arrives here before we run out of reserve ammo. That's right. The reinforcements. They're coming, right? Are they already somewhere close? I still can't find their signals within my scanning range. Damn it. Even Akira did not want to get both of his legs torn off. He continued to fight back the scorpions while also trying to retain his fighting spirit. Their hard work was not for naught, the swarm finally stopped coming. They squeezed their leftover energy to clean up the rest of the scorpions. Alpha smiled and cheered the tired Akira for his hard work. Good job there. It's finished. That was rather lucky, wasn't it? It's done, huh? Akira dropped on the floor right where he was standing. He let out a long sigh as if he was expelling all the tiredness that had built up inside him. But Akira, in the end, the reinforcements didn't come at all. I wonder if something happened to them. Akira quickly reached for his terminal and contacted the HQ. This is number 27. HQ. You there? This is HQ. What's the matter? Where are my reinforcements? They're not coming at all, you know. We've told them to go to your location. They're not there yet. I don't see anyone else here. Thanks to that, we had to deal with a swarm of scorpions just with the three of us, you know. Tell them to hurry up. Roger that. Before that, I'll need to access the record from that battle, so wait for a bit. The monitor of Akira's rental terminal changed. It seemed that it was sending some kind of information. But once it was done, the HQ did not immediately answer back. He was about to say something to the HQ, but suddenly the HQ staff gasped. What the heck is this? Wait for a sec. Right after that, Reina and Shiori's terminal rang. Those were calls from the HQ. Reina answered the call and yelled. This is number 17, what's going on with the reinforcement? This is HQ. Can you tell us what's happening there? We just finished fighting against a swarm of Urata scorpions. Shiori then interjected. This is number 18. Let me give a more detailed explanation. We just encountered a huge swarm of Urata scorpions. Most of the scorpions came from the hole. It can be assumed that there's a big scale nest down that hole. With that in mind, please dispatch a search team and an extermination team this way. I see, we're just wondering if number 27's terminal is malfunctioning. Wait for a bit while we access the record of that fight. We've contacted the reinforcement, so just wait there until they arrive. Please wait, what do you mean by malfunctioning? It's the record from number 27's terminal. The number of scorpions that he took out doesn't make sense. So we need to check the record from both of your terminals to confirm it. I believe that his terminal is not malfunctioning. We saw it by ourselves how he took out the scorpions that were gushing out from that hole all by himself. Seriously? Once you confirm the safety of that area, can you snap a picture of the hole and send it over? And also, it would be great if you could put some illuminations too. I'm not happy to do it, but I guess I have to, huh? Well then, that's all. The HQ ended the call after that. Akira was picking up the magazines that were scattered on the ground and putting them back in his rucksack. CWH anti-material rifle special ammo was expensive already, and it was even more expensive to buy them in the form of a magazine rather than as individual bullets. Akira had used dozens of those magazines and the empty magazines were scattered on the ground. While Akira was picking up the magazines that were still loaded with bullets back into his rucksack, he imagined the money that he would have spent on those ammo if he had to pay them by himself. It did not take much time for him to figure out that there was no way he would be able to pay for it as he looked all gloomy. Akira then turned to Alpha. He sounded worried as he asked. With all of these ammo that I used, it's not like they would tell me to pay them myself, right? It will be okay, right? Alpha smiled bitterly as she said. Don't worry, it will be okay. Maybe. And maybe. I'm not a staff member of Kagamayama City's long-term strategic division after all. So I can't say for sure. But don't worry, it will be okay, I think, maybe, probably, I hope so. You should have stopped at, it will be okay. Alpha was only teasing Akira and he too knew that, but his face twitched as he imagined what would happen if the unlikely case turned real. As for Shiori, she started scanning the inner side of the hole just like the HQ told her to. She first installed some illuminations near the entrance of the hole. When she finished, the illumination shone brightly and showed the scene inside of that hole. Reina could not help but express repugnance as she caught a glance of that scene. Ugh! Due to the powerful bullet that Akira used, he blew the scorpions into tiny bits. Those tiny bits mixed together with the dead corpse of the scorpions as both of those things were trampled by the countless scorpions that were gushing out from the hole. They were mixed together and kneaded into a single humongous pile of meat. Limbs and other parts of Urata scorpion were sticking out and formed a huge pile of flesh. It made anyone who looked at that pile of flesh wondered how the heck that terrifying thing ended up there. Looking at that pile of flesh, there was no way they could count the number of Urata scorpions that Akira had taken out. They could only approximate the number by calculating the time Akira spent fighting those scorpions, the number of bullets that he shot, and the width and height of that pile of meat. Both Shirori and Reina did not have the leeway of checking Akira in the middle of that battle, but still, they did not expect it to be this intense. Shirori regretted that she accepted that order from HQ. Shirori stopped Reina, who was about to come with her. "Milady, please wait in the hallway. This is not a place for Milady to step into." Reina winced as she replied back. "I am okay. I can handle this. I believe there's no need for Milady to push yourself too hard. I was the one who accepted that job from the HQ, so please wait in the hallway." "It's okay. I'll help too. Since I also took this request, I might get to see this kind of thing more often from now on. So I might as well get myself used to it while I have the chance." Reina still looked scared as she squeezed out a smile and stepped forward to look into that hole. All the pile of meat that covered the ground from the dead Urata scorpions felt so squishy as it absorbed the impact from Reina's step. Reina could not help but to twitch when she felt that, but she did not step back and kept pushing forward. Reina and Shirori proceeded deeper into the hole while installing the illuminations. There were Urata scorpions' meats scattered on the walls of the tunnel too. Every time they took a step, they could feel the soft squishy meat on the floor. They tried their best to endure the situation while continuing to install the illuminations. After Akira finished picking up all his magazines, he peeked into the hallway. It was the place that he trusted Reina and Shirori to defend. It was filled with Urata scorpion corpses. It showed the fierce fight that Reina and Shirori had while defending the place. Although there were corpses scattered not too far from him, the area around him had no corpses at all, as if it was deliberately cleaned beforehand. It was not like Reina and Shirori had Akira's extra powerful ammo. Because of that, more than half of the scorpions that they killed retained their shapes. The hallway was pretty wide, so unlike a narrow hole, they could not just randomly shoot at these scorpions just like what he did. The scene in that hallway was proof of Reina and Shiori's skill. Akira was a bit surprised when he saw it. Although he could not make an accurate prediction of their skill from that scene, he at least knew that it was amazing. Alpha then explained to Akira what he was seeing. There are not that many traces of meat or blood splattered on the wall and the floor. It shows that they did not just randomly shoot at these scorpions, they properly aimed and shot at the scorpions' weak points. Moreover, to think that both of them could defeat these many scorpions, it seems that they are pretty skilled. Is it possible for me to do something similar? It's perfectly possible as long as you have my support. You can even just run around freely without a care while carrying piercing ammo-loaded AAH rifles on both of your hands with my support. So in short, I can't do that myself, huh? After all, if I do that, it just means that you'll be controlling both of my arms, and I'm sure it will leave both of my arms broken too, won't it? I'm glad that you're a smart boy. It's a good thing that you can accurately evaluate your own ability. You're mostly correct, although it might break both of your arms, it'll at least save your life. But don't worry, it's not like your arms will be completely torn off from your body. It will only cause some lacerations and you should be able to recover with some medicines. Akira sighed, as I thought, it's too soon for me to take this request. This is a big mistake. Akira was actually asking if he could perform just like Shirori or Reina. Basically, he was trying to compare himself with one of them. But Alpha answered back assuming if he had to face all of those scorpions that the girls faced all alone. Because of that, he was actually misunderstanding Alpha's answer. Of course Alpha knew that when she gave Akira that answer. Not too long after that, the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. It was the rest of the hunters in the defensive point 14 and some hunters from defensive point 15. When Akira saw Katsuya, he turned to Shirori and said, "Although this is a little bit different to what we agreed to, would it be okay if I assume that I already finished your request here?" The request that Akira accepted from Shirori was to provide support to Reina until they returned back to the defensive point. Although it was not like they returned back to the defensive point, their current situation was more or less the same as if they returned back. "Of course, thank you for your hard work." Shirori lightly bowed to Akira and told him that he had officially finished the request from her. Akira lightly bowed back to Shirori and left the group as the girls went to join Katsuya again. Katsuya and the other hunters who did not understand what was going on looked puzzled. Watching Akira step away, Reina looked a bit disappointed. Shirori noticed that, but she felt like it would only cause unnecessary trouble if she asked her the reason, thus she decided to just ignore it. Shirori finally looked relieved. "That was really dangerous, but I guess it's alright now. After this, I just need to warn Milady not to move separately from Katsuya's group again. Moreover, since Katsuya-sama is the group leader, he should have properly stopped Milady." "Ah, no, that would be me just venting at someone else, it was me who should have properly stopped Milady. Yes, that's it, I should properly evaluate my own action rather than blaming it on someone else." And so Shirori reflected on her actions once more. Akira and the other hunters were keeping watch on that place for not too long before more reinforcements came. It was the exploration team and the extermination team. The place then turned into a proper defensive point and the chain of command shifted to the leaders from both teams and the HQ. The area suddenly became busy with hunters as the exploration and the extermination team were preparing themselves to explore the hole. Akira was told to clean the dead scorpions around the area. After all, those corpses were obstructing the hunters there. Not to mention that some new scorpions might conceal themselves among the corpses. But it was not like they could carry those scorpions to the surface, so these corpses were only gathered in a safe place in the underground city. Akira was carrying the scorpions one by one, although they looked heavy, the scorpions were pretty light for their size. "These scorpions are lighter than I thought, is it because of my augmented suit?" Akira thought that Alpha increased the power output of his augmented suit while he was carrying the scorpions. But Alpha shook her head and denied his guess. "Nope, they're actually pretty light. They'll grow lighter if you leave them for a while." "That's weird, why is that?" There are various theories, but it's not like there is any definite proof which confirms any one of them as correct. So just take it as it is and don't think too much about it. One of the theories says that the nanomachines that were spread during the Old World era accelerated their decomposition process. Some of the theories even say that it has something to do with the colorless mist. Just think about it, although the hunters regularly kill a lot of monsters, you don't find that many corpses in the ruins, right? But with the number of the monsters that the hunters kill every day, it should be normal to find some rotten corpses from time to time, right? Now that you mention it, that's indeed weird. I sometimes find bones and skeletons, but I don't find rotten corpses at all. I see, so they were decomposed at an accelerated rate, huh? Wait, then how about that greedy crocodile corpse that we found not too long ago? Isn't it weird that we found it still retained its shape when it should be quickly decomposed? The outer skin does not get decomposed, so instead, it might be empty under its skin. Or maybe its skin has some kind of preserving function that makes it decompose slower. Different species of monsters decompose at a different rate after all. Not to mention that the location also affects the decomposition rate. But then again, like I said, there are many theories trying to explain it. Well, this underground city is basically the old world territory too, so the cleaning nanomachines density might be higher than usual down here. That might also be the reason why this place is so clean even though it's a huge amalgamation of monsters' nests. Had these monsters created a stench from their natural processes, then this underground city that's filled with those monsters would have created a stench, right? You're right. Well, it's good that this place is kept clean. It's just that I can't help but get curious about it, you know. There were a lot of weird things in the Eastern District. Most of the people in the Eastern District blamed the old world technology for those weird things. And it was true that most of it was because of the old world technology. For better or worse, Akira and the other people of the Eastern District had already gotten used to it. But if you look at it from another perspective, it meant that there were a lot of old world relics in the Eastern District. These relics contain knowledge and technology that might cause irreversible damage and chaos or maybe even destroy the world if they were misused. The people who were alive in the previous era could not fight back the destruction that these relics brought and became ruins. It could be expected that the civilization of this era would also be wiped out and become one with the ruins if the old world technology was mismanaged. As he continued talking with Alpha about the strange things in the Eastern District while cleaning the monsters, Akira thought that the meat pile that he just created would also not stay for long, as it should be quickly decomposed into dust particles and vanish. After he finished his job, Akira took out his reserve ammo to confirm how many magazines he had left. Akira frowned as he noticed that he did not have much reserve ammo left. He would not be able to fight another swarm of monsters with the amount of reserve ammo that he had now. He would have no other choice but to run away if he encountered another swarm. He would have to let Alpha take over his augmented suit to help him run away, which, of course, would cause him to go through excruciating pain on both of his legs. But that was only half the reason why he frowned. Akira's rental terminal suddenly rang. It was from the HQ. Akira hesitated a bit when he answered the call. This is number 27. This is HQ. We've finished examining your battle record. We have some questions regarding the same. I won't pay for the ammo, okay? I just won't. Akira quickly said that first. He sounded desperate when he yelled at his terminal. Akira used a lot of CWH anti-material rifle special ammo to fight the scorpions. It could even be said that he was wasting more ammo than needed, and Akira himself knew that fact. It would not be strange if Akira was told by the HQ to pay for the ammo that he wasted with his own money, but unfortunately, he did not have the ability to pay for them. The HQ staff understood what Akira was worrying about. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry about that. The requester will pay for those bullets, there's no change regarding that. Even if they thought that the amount of the bullets you used don't fit the result, they would only cancel their contract and reduce your reward." Akira let out a sigh of relief. He calmed himself and asked again. "I see, so then, what do you want to ask me?" "There are no information relay stations around where you are, and you took out those scorpions when they were far away from the terminal. Because of that, we could not accurately calculate the number of monsters that you took out. And so we will only calculate your reward based on the approximated number of monsters that you killed. Do you have any request as to how we should calculate your reward? As long as you don't count it as 0, since you can't calculate the number of the scorpions that I took out, you can just use whatever calculation you want for the reward and then just divide it equally among 3 people. Are you sure you're okay with that?" Akira believed that he did not say anything weird. So he was confused when the HQ asked for his confirmation and decided to ask the HQ, "Did I say something bad?" The HQ staff was so surprised that he went silent for a moment. He then replied back, "Nope, there's no problem. It's just that most hunters would usually complain that they should have gotten more reward the moment they see the amount of the reward distributed to them in their terminal. That's why I just wanted to make sure. So let me get this straight, we will do the calculation and the result will be divided equally between 3 people, okay? I already got your confirmation from this conversation, so don't complain afterwards, alright?" After saying that HQ staff ended the call. Chapter 47, Katsuya's Complaint. Akira looked like he was in a good mood as he was stuffing his magazines back into his rucksack. He was happy that the HQ said the requester would still pay for the bullets that he used. Reina awkwardly approached Akira, Shiori, and Katsuya's group followed behind her. Akira only glanced at Reina before returning back to stuffing his magazines. Although Shiori looked calm from the outside, she was actually pretty shaken up inside. Reina hesitated, she looked like she wanted to say something to Akira. But she went silent to think about it. Once she had thought enough, she said. I heard about your call with HQ regarding the reward distribution, and if I'm not mistaken, it seems like you told them to divide the reward equally for 3 people, is that correct? Yeah, they asked me what to do and I did say that. Reina looked a bit troubled. Looking at her made Akira uneasy too. Both of them were staring at each other, trying to understand why the other person said what they just said. But since their way of thinking was totally different from each other, neither could not catch the meaning behind their short conversation. But before they could clear up the misunderstanding, Akira quickly drew a conclusion and looked annoyed as he said to Reina. Are you thinking of telling me to give you all the reward from that battle since I was in the middle of your support request and what I did was just a form of support for you? Just to let you know, I won't do that, okay? Seeing how Akira's mood worsened, Shiori quickly put her guard up. The same happened with Katsuya and his team. Reina could not immediately understand why Akira said that, but the moment she did, she shook her head in panic. Ah, no. That's not what I meant. It's the opposite. The opposite? You took out more than half of the scorpions that we defeated, right? So if the reward is divided equally, it would mean that my reward will be way bigger than it should. Are you okay with that? We stopped them together, so it's only to be expected to divide the reward equally, right? Well, if I had to pay for my own ammo, I would like to divide it equally after covering for my ammo expense. But since the requester paid that for me, so I'll just divide it equally with 3 people. To be honest, I don't want to argue too much about that, or is that you have any complaints about it? WL, not really, but... Then you have no problem dividing it equally with 3 people, right? If the reward from the extermination request is only divided according to the number of monsters that you take out, won't the hunters who focus on scanning enemies only get a small amount of reward? It'll definitely cause a fight, you know. If not for Reina and Shiori, Akira would have found himself surrounded by scorpions back there. Reina and Shiori did work well. Akira seriously thought so. Moreover, it was not like Akira had discussed with them beforehand as to how to divide the reward. He could not think of any better way to share the reward other than dividing it equally among the members of the team that was formed on the spot. Although Reina understood what Akira was saying, it was not like that was enough to convince her. It was true that she did not want to be a deadweight for him, but she also understood that she could not produce the same result as him. Milady, since he is okay with it and it doesn't reduce the amount of reward that we receive, I believe we should just accept it. Arguing might only cause a needless fight. Shiori was signaling Reina that continuing it might cause another fight with Akira. Thus Reina quickly decided to stop arguing and said in a panic. Why, you're right. It's not something worth fighting about. So, is that all? Reina was about to answer that question, but Shiori suddenly interjected. That would be all, we're sorry to have troubled you. Milady, let's return now. Shiori immediately suggested Reina to consider withdrawing from the conversation. Reina looked a bit troubled with her sudden request before awkwardly leaving that place together with Shiori. After they walked away from Akira, Reina asked Shiori. I was trying to be careful back there. Did I do something wrong? Reina was actually trying to be careful not to cause a fight, but then Shiori suddenly pulled her away from that conversation. So she thought that she did something that she should not have done. Shiori frowned as she answered. Well, it's true that you caused a misunderstanding which worsened Akira-sama's mood, but I believe it was because of Milady's clumsiness. But again, with that being said, you can't blame your clumsiness. It's wrong to assume that the other person will always understand what you're trying to say. There's always a possibility where the other person misunderstands and their misunderstanding might not get cleared up or even become worse. But I just wanted to talk with him, you know. Milady, you yelled at him once that he can just die alone somewhere. So, I believe that you should not rush into a conversation so quickly, you should give him some time to cool himself before talking to him again. He's not like Katsuya-sama, he would not just laugh it off if you make a spicy remark about him. Why, you're right. I understand. Reina wanted to know how well she performed, she wanted to know Akira's opinion about her performance, that was why she wanted to talk more with Akira. But it seemed that she had to postpone that for now. Reina looked depressed since she understood that it was all because of her own action. Reina and Shiori had left Akira to his own devices, but Katsuya and the other two girls were still there. Katsuya looked hesitant as he asked Akira. There's something I want to ask you, what do you mean with that support request? Akira answered back apathetically. Just ask Reina. Katsuya was a bit annoyed by Akira's behavior, but he held himself back and asked Akira once more. We're hunters from Drankum and she's one of my team members. Well, I'm basically the leader of our team, so I wanted to know what she did when she was away from the team. I need to give a full report to the gang, you see. It has something to do with the reward, so, can you please tell me? Just ask her. Akira answered back again, apathetically. It was as if he did not care at all. Katsuya raised his voice and pressed for an answer again. Is it something that you can't tell or is there anything that you're trying to hide? You can get all the details from her, can't you? Or is it like you're someone who doesn't mind leaking the request that you took from others without asking for approval? Akira was someone who took his request very seriously. Although he was not told to keep it secret, it was not like he was told that he could freely tell other people either. Not to mention, he got so close to trying to kill them. Thus he thought that it was for Reina and Shiori to decide what to tell and what to hide. Akira thought that Katsuya could just go ahead and ask Reina instead. If Reina and Shiori told Katsuya everything, then it must be something okay to tell others, but if they refused to tell Katsuya, then it was indeed something that he should not share with others. Akira concluded it as such and that was why he told Katsuya to just ask Reina and Shiori instead of him. Akira's behavior was rubbing Katsuya the wrong way. He just went silent and continued packing his magazines as Katsuya was glaring at him. Yamaina looked worriedly at Katsuya. Katsuya had a bad habit of taking actions thinking that he was correct. He was simply worried for his teammates and he was only thinking of doing his duty as the team leader. One thing for sure was that Reina and Shiori fought with some monsters when he was not around, he just wanted to know what happened. That was all. But the person who knew what happened would not tell him anything, rising Katsuya's anger. But, even so, Yamaina thought that it was not enough of a reason to cause a fight. At this rate, Katsuya might start yelling at Akira or even use force to make him talk. Yamaina decided to calm him down before that happened. Katsuya, let's just go back. It's faster if we ask Reina. Yamaina. Katsuya was shocked, believing that Yamaina took Akira's side rather than his own. Looking at how Katsuya reacted, Yamaina was able to immediately predict what he was thinking, so she quickly tried to explain it to him. It's not like you can fully trust an explanation from a random stranger, right? So I think it's much faster and more reliable if we ask Reina, who's in our team. Yamaina smiled gently at Katsuya when she said that. Yamaina worded it out as if she was mocking Akira. This was something that she would never do normally. This was done not only to calm Katsuya down but also so that Akira would blame her instead if anything bad was to happen. I agree. It'll only cause you more trouble if he gave vague or even fake answers. Eri stated that straightforwardly. Katsuya finally calmed down after hearing Eri and Yamaina. You're right. I guess it's true that it's meaningless to ask him, huh? Let's head back then. After saying that, Katsuya turned and left that place. Eri did not say anything and followed behind him. Yamaina, who was the only person remaining, stood there looking at Akira. Akira did not seem like he was bothered by how they treated him, as a matter of fact, he did not even look at them. But even so, Yamaina bowed politely to him as if she was saying sorry before following Katsuya. Alpha smiled intrepidly and said, "Although 3 of the 4 people here were prone to causing a fight, it ended peacefully. That girl is pretty good." "You're exaggerating." "Is that so?" "Katsuya and Yamaina. Those 2 seem to be in good terms and have been together for a long time. I'm sure this is not the first time," she interjected to defuse the situation. "If that's true, I guess she's having it hard, huh? I bet she's doing that happily on her own volition, but Katsuya might have become like that because he's been unconsciously relying too much on her." "Well, it has nothing to do with us though." "You're right." Although he felt sorry for Yamaina, it was not like he wanted to get involved in troubles that Katsuya and his team caused. He wished good luck for Yamaina in case she was really doing that on her own volition. Akira was talking with Alpha while watching his surroundings. Although he looked like he was seriously keeping watch from the outside, he was actually supporting his posture with his augmented suit while relaxing his body. Akira, Shiori and Reina were able to deal with a swarm of scorpions with only the 3 of them. It gave them an amazing accomplishment but left them dead tired. Because of that, Alpha decided not to tell Akira to watch his surroundings as a part of his training. One of the staff who had a good intuition noticed that Akira was relaxing and not watching his surroundings properly, so he yelled at Akira and asked him a question that he would not be able to answer if he did not properly keep watch of his surroundings. But Akira was able to answer him just fine. Of course, it was all thanks to Alpha. That staff looked surprised and said to Akira, "Oh, so you're properly keeping watch, huh? Sorry I doubted you." "It's okay. It's true that I might look like just daydreaming, and it's also true that I'm very tired, so I might be in a bit of a daze right now." Akira answered back straightforwardly. Although that staff could not see her, Alpha was floating beside him while smiling. "Ah, I see, you're the one who found that hole connected to the uncharted area, huh? I also heard that you went through a fierce battle too. I'm sorry, but it seems that you need to work for a little longer." "I understand." The staff then went back to continue his work. Alpha turned and smiled at Akira. "You did well dodging him." Akira smiled smugly. "Well, it's fine, isn't it? Since I can do all of these things only because I have your support, it's all thanks to you. Not to mention that I would not be able to do this request if I don't have your support, so if that much of lying is not allowed, then I shouldn't be here in the first place. I'm 100% relying on your support after all." "You're not wrong there." If Alpha stopped her support, Akira would just turn into a deadweight. So he was planning to keep on relying on her so as not to slow the other hunters down. Although in the end, it caused a staff to doubt his own intuition when he noticed Akira relaxing, it was an acceptable sacrifice looking at the bigger picture. It was way better than getting ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpions. After the small conversation, Akira kept watch of his surroundings as time passed by without anything interesting happening. The Kuzusuhara underground ruin exploration and Urata scorpion nests extermination went on for 24 hours. After all, the monsters in the underground city kept active regardless of whether it was night or day. Thus the hunters had to stand watch 24 hours to secure the area. Akira's shift lasted for 8 hours. It was the shortest working shift available. The hunters who wanted to earn more money could stay in the underground city for 24 hours. But of course, Akira was planning to immediately return back home after 8 hours. The last remark that was from Eri caused Reina's face to twitch, but that was all. Reina sighed while trying to calm herself down. It did not take long before she returned back to her usual mood. Akira judged that he would not employ Reina even if it was for free, which was the second worst possible evaluation. He did not take back that evaluation even after he was about to get into a fight with Shiori. Then Akira asked the HQ to divide the reward from that battle equally among the 3 of them. It showed that he judged she deserved to get the same amount of reward as him. Reina thought that he made that evaluation after seeing her skill, that was why she was in such a good mood. Shiori looked at Reina with a conflicted gaze. It was obvious that Reina's skill had grown, but the trigger of that sudden growth was because she met with Akira. Shiori actually hoped that trigger was her. After all, she stayed beside Reina in order to help and support her. Katsuya looked at Reina, who was talking with Shiori. The usual fiery Reina was no longer there. He thought that might also be the reason why she was able to hold herself back from yelling. Katsuya knew well when Reina changed, it was after she followed Akira. Back then, Reina broke off from his team and chased after Akira. And when they met again after that, she had already transformed. When Katsuya asked her what happened after she left the group, Reina proudly told him that she fought against a swarm of Urata scorpions. She told him how she fought valiantly, and Shiori, who was with her, confirmed that it was true. By the way, both Reina and Shiori decided to hide the fact that they were so close to getting into a fight with Akira. Even for someone like Reina, she knew well that it would only cause needless trouble if she told Katsuya about that. Reina was mostly in a good mood after she met up with Katsuya's team. Many would think she was in a good mood because she went through a good battle, but Katsuya did not believe that was the only reason. Although he did not realize it himself, he actually found it rather displeasing that one of his friends went together with someone who he hated only to come back later with better skill and better mood than before. Chapter 48, Exploration Team 9. On the next day, Akira went to the first floor of the building that was connected to the Kuzusuhara ruins underground city. That building was the forward HQ for the hunters who went to the underground city. Akira already fully refilled his ammo in Shizuka's shop yesterday. Shizuka looked worried when he came to her shop and bought all the CWH anti-material rifles special ammo, although he already did that the day before too. In order to reassure Shizuka, Akira said that he always kept his distance and shot the monsters from afar. It was exactly because he was thinking of keeping his safety that he bought all of the special ammo. He was somehow able to convince her after explaining it to her as such. Akira was not lying. To be more precise, he knew that he was doing such a dangerous thing, which left him with no other choice but to do this to ensure his safety. Shizuka's intuition picked up something suspicious, but she just told Akira to be careful and to be sure to return back alive while smiling gently at him. She did not say anything more than that. After all, it was not like she could tell him not to go. As Akira entered a room inside the HQ staff inside the room immediately noticed him. He was the same staff who assigned Akira to defensive point 14. Number 27, you're finally here. Exploration team or extermination team, pick one. Akira looked puzzled. Yesterday, he was given the choice to either join the defense team or the exploration team, but this time, he was not given an option to join the defense team. Can I join the defense team again? If it's possible, I want to join the defense team again just like yesterday. No, can do. Exploration team or extermination team. You can't pick the defense team. It's because of the skill that you showed yesterday, the HQ thinks that it would be a waste to assign you to the defense team. Aren't you glad that we think highly of your skill? Wait for a sec, if you're going to evaluate me from my performance yesterday, you should evaluate it as a part of the defense team. Well, it's not like I can do anything about it anyway. It was the people on the top who decided that. There's nothing I can do about it no matter how much you complain. So just give up and choose either of the two. Well, although the level of danger varies, I believe that there is not much difference. Akira hesitated. If he did not want to travel around an uncharted area, he should join the extermination team. But if he hated the idea of fighting Urata scorpion swarms or charging into their nest, then he should join the exploration team. Since it seemed that Akira would not be able to decide on anything soon, Alpha made a suggestion to him. You might be able to avoid fighting monsters if you join the exploration team, but on the other hand, you might be thrown into unexpected battles. As for the extermination team, they should have better firepower to fight the monsters, but there's no mistaking it that you would have to fight monsters. After all, that's the main job of the extermination team. If you want to make sure you have enough support in case you get to face something like yesterday again, I recommend you join the extermination team. Akira made his decision and said to the HQ staff. I'll join the exploration team. All right. That's it, it's done. Follow the instructions on your terminal and go to the defensive point 19. Then follow your next order there. Roger that. As Akira turned around and headed to the defensive point 19. That staff looked at Akira's back while making a puzzled face. The terminal on that staff's hand was showing the data about Akira. This the boy who Kobayashi endorsed. He is also the one who signed the ammo waiver. Lastly, the one who's assigning this boy's post is also him. This must be the same Kobayashi, huh? In short, it's him who sent that boy here. To think that reckless guy really took a liking to this boy. I'm not sure if this boy is actually lucky or not. Kobayashi was affiliated with both Hunter Office and Kagami City. He was in a position where he had the veto right in this underground city exploration joint operation. This Kobayashi guy who had met Akira in the past was pretty infamous. To go out in the world and return back alive, or to go out in the world and die, Kobayashi loved such lifestyle and he believed that the hunters who considered this as their way of life shone the brightest. He was famous among his peers for proactively pushing the hunters who he was interested in and helping them live such a way of life. There were hunters who had the skill but not the opportunities. These hunters wished for a chance to overturn their lives. When Kobayashi found these hunters, he would gleefully offer them high-risk high-return requests. To these hunters, his offer was very attractive. There were only two possible outcomes for those hunters, either win big or lose big. Most of the hunters who took such offer from Kobayashi ended up dead. Even those hunters who had the potential to grow successful if they were given more time. Some of them went out searching for glory and returned triumphantly, while some of them died in pursuit of greater glory. I don't know if he should be happy with this chance or should he hate it. He might still be alive if he did not take this request. After all, when it comes to gambling, it's easier for him to lose his bet the more he gambles. That staff looked like he felt sorry for Akira as he mumbled. On his way to the underground city, Alpha asked Akira. Akira, is it okay if I ask you why you chose the exploration team? If you want to avoid unexpected fights like yesterday, it's better if you join the extermination team, right? But in exchange, I would have to use a lot of CWH special ammo. I want to retain as much ammo as possible, you see. Moreover, if I join the extermination team and something like yesterday happened, they might think that I'm a very skilled hunter and force me to fight monsters that I can't fight without special ammo. I want to avoid that no matter what. Akira and Alpha stared at each other. Akira's answer somehow sounded like an excuse to her. What? It's true that I can get more experience if I join the extermination team, but it would be meaningless if I die, am I wrong? You'll be contributing to her revenue if you buy a lot of CWH special ammo from Shizuka's shop, but on the other hand, it'll make her worried every time you do that. You prioritized the latter, didn't you? Akira could not answer back. Alpha then continued. It's not like I'm blaming you for picking that option. But if you ask me, I would rather you get yourself better equipment and get strong enough as soon as possible so that you can take out Urata Scorpion's swarms like they're nothing. That way, you don't have to worry about anything. Well, you're right. Akira replied back swiftly and bluntly. Akira arrived at defensive point 19. The defensive point 19 was located in a big hall in the underground city. It was placed there in order to secure the uncharted area around it. There were multiple hunters stationed here in order to protect this important defensive point. It was also used as a place for the exploration and the extermination team to rest. Because of that, the hall was bustling with hunters. There were some staffs from the HQ in the middle of the hall giving orders to the hunters. Akira followed the instructions on his terminal and headed to the center of the hall. One of the staff noticed Akira and called him. You're number 27, right? The exploration team that you're going to join is in the midst of an exploration right now. Wait here for a bit until they're back. You can do anything you want as long as you stay in this hall. If you have nothing to do, you can at least help us watch the place and clean up any Urata scorpions that you see. Roger that. Akira looked for an empty space and moved there, leaving the staff alone. That staff took out his terminal and contacted the exploration team. This is Defensive Point 19. Exploration Team 9, answer me. A girl's voice was heard from the terminal. This is Exploration Team number 9. Isn't it a bit too soon for the regular report? Is there anything wrong? The extra hunter that you requested has arrived. Come back here if you want to pick him up. A guy's voice suddenly interjected it, inquiring about that new hunter. It better be someone useful, alright? We have enough people for scanning the area, what we need is more firepower, you know? Don't be picky. Well, he took out a whole load of Urata scorpions yesterday. I'm sure he'll be useful. If you don't like him, you can just choose the same guys that you chose before. Don't you realize that we went through all the hassle in picking him because you didn't want to go with those previous guys? That guy then replied back in annoyance. I would rather go alone than bringing those guys along. Then the voice returned back to the girl from before. We'll head back to the defensive point. Be ready to receive the data that we gathered. That's all. The staff ended the call. He then turned to another staff and said, Exploration Team 9 will return soon. Be ready to send the data to HQ. Even if the data conversion from the previous one is not over yet, be sure to at least properly receive the new data. Yes, sir. The other staff saluted him and left to make the preparations. That staff looked at his terminal and mumbled. Well, looking at that boy's battle record from yesterday, I'm sure it will be alright. His terminal was showing the hunter data for Akira. But the thing that worried him the most was Kobayashi's name there. Akira did not look that strong from the outside, but even so, he got recommended for this dangerous request, and the one who recommended him was the reckless lifestyle lover Kobayashi. His name made that staff doubt Akira's ability, but he then decided to trust Akira's battle record from yesterday. Akira looked around and checked the area around the defensive point. The route that he took to that place was very well illuminated, but the other areas around that place were still pitch black. The underground city was wrapped in darkness without any lighting. Akira did not know whether they did not install illuminations in the other places because they just ran out of illuminations or because those areas were not safe yet. Among all the hunters who were guarding or just resting in that hall, Akira found some familiar faces. It was Katsuya's group. So those guys are also assigned here, huh? It seems to be so. But Akira, now that we know they're here, let's put more distance from them. Why should I do that? It will only cause trouble if they approach you again. Alright. Akira could not refute Alpha's words, so he moved to the opposite side of the hall from Katsuya's group. He then just stayed there while watching his surroundings. As Akira was wondering if he could get lucky such that he would just have to stay in that place until he finished his shift, all of a sudden someone called him from behind. Akira. Akira turned to the source of that voice and saw Sarah walking towards him while lightly waving at him. Akira went to meet Sarah. He made a slight bow and asked. Sarah-san, are you taking this request too? Yep. Although to be more precise, we took the request to guard the temporary HQ, but we somehow got assigned to explore the underground city instead. But that aside, so you're the extra hunter, huh? That was a bit of a surprise. Me? Wait. That means the exploration team that I'll be joining is. Yep, you got that right. It's the team in which Elena and I are. The team leader is Elena, come with me. Sarah then took Akira to the center of the hall, where Elena, the HQ staff and other hunters were. Elena immediately noticed Akira and waved at him as he was walking toward her. Welcome to the exploration team number 9, I'm the leader of the team, Elena. I'm Akira, I'll be in your care for today. Elena jokingly introduced herself. Akira followed through with that joke and introduced himself politely. Then both of them giggled. But still, I didn't expect that the extra hunter would be you, Akira. Of course, I'll help you as much as possible, but it's still dangerous out there, so be careful, okay? We're going to explore an uncharted area, so we know nothing about the monster distribution in that area. It won't be strange to find something unexpected there. So be sure to be really careful, alright? I understand. I'll be careful not to drag Elena-san and Sarah-san down. Nice, you're a good boy. You can rely on us if things get dicey. After all, Shizuka too will be sad if anything happens to you. Okay, I'll be relying on you when that happens. Elena was happy with Akira's answer as she smiled at him. Akira did not show any excessive excitement nor nervousness, he was completely calm and composed. Elena, who saw that, thought that he should be fine. Elena then went to hand over the data that she gathered during her previous exploration. She operated her information terminal to send that data to the city staff. Although the rental terminal that Elena carried could also be used to gather data, Elena mostly used her own information gathering device. As the subject about Elena's augmented suit came up, Akira could not help but to remember the augmented suit that Elena used when he visited Shizuka's shop. Talking about the figure of Elena in her augmented suit, it reminded Akira about her beautiful curves highlighted by her augmented suit and also the image of flustered and blushing Elena in her seductive augmented suit. On top of that, it also reminded him of the highly accurate naked image of Elena that Alpha created using her advanced image reconstruction ability. The same thing also happened in Sarah's image. Both of them had a very attractive body. Those images left a strong impression on Akira. When Akira realized that he made a big blunder, he already remembered those images in his head. He frantically tried to distract his mind, but since he was so shocked, he was not able to completely forget those images. Seeing Akira's reaction, Elena immediately realized that he was recalling the time when she met him in Shizuka's shop. Watching how hard he was trying to keep calm, she also tried her best to do so. But it was not like she could completely calm down either. Akira and Elena's conversation stopped, both of them smiled at each other trying to gloss over the subject. Sarah smiled mischievously looking at both of them. She had heard what happened from Shizuka, so she knew what was going on now. Seeing how her best friend was acting so unlike herself, she felt pitiful but also found it interesting at the same time. Of course, there was no way Sarah could know that Akira also thought of her naked image. In order to change the mood, Akira also tried to come up with another subject. By the way, how many people are in Elena-san's group? Elena immediately hopped on to that subject and quickly answered back. With you included, it's 4 people. 4 people. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that smaller compared to a normal group? I think it's a good idea to get more people. Akira remembered that he had to face a swarm of Urata Scorpion only with Reina and Shiori. With 4 people including him, it would not be that much different from yesterday. With such a number of people, Akira felt like he would be brushing with death again. There were Urata Scorpion's nests located in the uncharted areas of the underground city. Although the exploration team's duty was to only scout those uncharted areas, Akira still thought that 4 people were too small. Of course, there was also a possibility that such a small number was not a problem with their abilities, but it was not a number that could reassure other hunters without any further explanation. Elena and Sarah raised their eyebrows when Akira asked them that question. They then looked at each other. It seemed that it was not a pleasant subject to talk about. Sarah answered Akira's question. Well, to be honest, we wanted to get more hunters, you see. But something happened. What happened? This time, Elena answered Akira's question. There was some compatibility problem with the other hunters who joined this team before, you see. Although such situations are not rare, I really hope they take care of things like that beforehand. Akira looked at both Sarah and Elena. Judging from their expression, he noticed that there was a slight difference between Sarah's expression and Elena's expression. He thought that Elena and Sarah had different kinds of problems. Elena's problem was with the group itself while Sarah's problem was more on a personal level. Suddenly, the last person in the team joined their conversation. "I'm really sorry. I'll be sure to tell them to take care of that problem beforehand next time." The last member of the team was Shikarabi, a hunter from Drankum just like Katsuya and his friends. He was the hunter who acted as Katsuya's guardian in the past. But right now, Shikarabi had been released from that position and Katsuya's group was already moving separately from him. Shikarabi turned to Akira and said, "I'm Shikarabi. I'm also on the exploration team number 9. Are you the hunter who will join this team?" "I'm Akira. I'll be in your care for today." Shikarabi looked at Akira as if he was evaluating him. "I do welcome an extra hunter, but I hate to get someone who would pull us down like the previous one. Are you sure you're not mistaking something?" Although Shikarabi sounded as if he was provoking him, Akira just answered back as if it was nothing. "If you think that I'm a dead weight, please tell that to HQ. I've tried. It's the HQ who assigned me here after all. So if you want to complain, then complain as much as you want to the HQ and get a replacement for me." To someone who was obviously telling him that he was doubting his ability, Akira replied back telling him to blame the people who sent him to that place instead. In the first place, Akira preferred to be assigned to the defense team. So he did not want to listen to the other hunters' complaints that should have been directed to the people who assigned him to the exploration team even though he did not have enough skill. His answer was the opposite of what Shikarabi expected. He thought that Akira would start boasting about his skill or snap back at him who doubted his skill. But looking at how he reacted, it seemed that Akira did not feel any displeasure towards other people who looked down on his skill, and that was rather surprising for Shikarabi. Shikarabi tried to hide his surprise as he intentionally mocked and provoked Akira. "That sounded really pathetic, don't you have confidence in your own skill?" But Akira replied back calmly. "I don't know what you're expecting in terms of my ability. But at least, I know for sure that I don't have enough ability to say things like everything will be okay since I'm here now, or like, don't worry, I'll do something about it. So if you're talking about that, then yes, I'm not confident enough with my skill to say things like that." After hearing Akira's answer, Shikarabi burst out in laughter. His mood turned better as he said, "It's all good, I'm sorry about that. I know a lot of foolish hunters who are so full of their abilities even though they have no proof to support their claim. At least, I know that you're not one of those fools. Well, I bet it'll be alright. The people in the HQ are not that stupid as to send someone with questionable skills here." Shikarabi said that as he grumbled and apologized to Akira. "I've already finished my preparation, I can go anytime you're ready." Elena checked her information terminal which was transferring data. Her terminal showed the estimated time needed to finish the data transfer. "We'll go once I'm finished with the data transfer, it'll still take about 5 more minutes. Are you okay with that, Akira?" "It's okay. I can go anytime." Alpha suddenly pointed her finger and Akira instinctively turned to that direction. Not too far from them, he could see Katsuya's group walking towards him with Katsuya leading in the front. He obviously looked displeased. Chapter 49, Elena's Judgment. As Akira turned his head, Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi instinctively followed him and saw Katsuya's team approaching them. Shikarabi's face turned sour. Elena put both of her hands on her face while Sarah just smiled bitterly. Alpha then warned Akira. "I don't think I even need to tell you this, but be a good boy and try not to cause a fight, okay?" "I know, Elena-san and the others are here too. I'm sure they're not here to pick a fight either." "Well, I wonder about that." Akira looked confident with his guess, but Alpha refuted him making a serious face. From how Alpha was acting, Akira thought that she was worried if he would cause a problem. So he reminded himself to act carefully. Elena let out a sigh and said to Shikarabi. If it's another problem among Drankum hunters, be sure to sort it out yourself, okay? Of course. You can just blame me for everything he says. Shikarabi stated that out flatly. Akira, who did not know what was going on, looked at Elena. Sarah noticed him and explained the situation to him. Just like Elena said, there was a compatibility problem earlier. Originally, we planned to go out with more people. But it seems that among the hunters that Drankum sent, there's a hunter that Shikarabi just can't get along with, and so Shikarabi vehemently said that he would not go with that hunter. Sarah and Elena then told everything to Akira. Sarah, Elena and Shikarabi were originally a part of the temporary base construction aid request. Sarah and Elena formed a team of 2 and were given the duty to patrol the area and take out any monsters they find. While Shikarabi was dispatched together with the other hunters from Drankum and had similar duties. In order to make a way to the deeper part of the ruin, there were a lot of people working around the temporary base in the construction site. Some of them were clearing the rubble and wreckages while some of them were paving the road. Normally, they would use tanks to clear up the wreckages, but bringing tanks inside a ruin was next to impossible. There were monsters living in the tall buildings around the area, and there were cases where humanoid weapons could not be used to deal with them because of their size. Because of that, hunters were dispatched to help in fighting against those monsters. As the road from the temporary base extended deeper into the ruin, the workers encountered more monsters, each seemingly stronger than the last. And in order to deal with those monsters, the hunters with enough skill to be stationed in the front line were dispatched. But on the outskirts of the ruins, where there should be only weak monsters, they encountered Urata scorpion swarms. Then a later investigation showed that there were multiple Urata scorpion nests in the underground city. Given the size of the underground city, it was perfectly possible for it to be connected to the deeper part of the Kuzusuhara ruin. Because of that, the commander in the temporal HQ on the surface had no other choice but to send some of the hunters from the surface to the underground. And that was the reason why Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi were here. The 3 of them were originally skilled hunters who were stationed in the front line. They only needed to pick up some hunters immediately to form an exploration team. Since Shikarabi was affiliated with Drankum, the original plan was to team up with some other hunters that Drankum had dispatched to form an exploration team. But there was a problem. The hunters that Drankum sent were Katsuya's team. Even in Drankum, Katsuya and Shikarabi just could not get along with each other. Especially Shikarabi, he really hated Katsuya's guts. Shikarabi was strongly against the idea of teaming up with Katsuya and his friends. He said that he would step out if they joined the team, or that he would do all their worth of work too, so there's no need to take Katsuya's team. He even said that if things got really bad, he did not mind if Elena and Sarah used him as a decoy to save themselves. This was an internal problem of Drankum. Thanks to Shikarabi's highly evaluated skill and his good connection with someone among the higher-ups in Drankum, in the end, his selfish appeal was accepted. After that, the HQ sent Akira to join their team. Shikarabi and Katsuya were arguing while Akira was listening to Sarah and Elena's explanation. Katsuya suddenly yelled while glaring at Shikarabi. "Give it a break already. I'm no longer working under you. I have no reason to listen to you. Don't you know that you're troubling Elena-san and Sarah-san just because of your selfishness?" Shikarabi replied back while posing as if he was picking a fight. He was not even trying to hide his hatred toward Katsuya. "Before spouting something like that, you should know how much trouble you'll be giving them if we let you join the group. Now get lost." They sounded like they would not come to a compromise anytime soon. At this rate, they would just continue arguing forever. Katsuya was so happy when he found out that he would be dispatched together with Elena and Sarah. He thought that it was the chance to show them his growth and redeem himself from their last evaluation of him. Although he also hated the idea of being in the same group with Shikarabi, he was planning to endure it. But Shikarabi cut short that opportunity just because of his selfishness. So it was understandable that Katsuya was angry at Shikarabi. Katsuya's face tensed up as he tried to convince Shikarabi. Are you seriously planning to go out with only the three of you? Drankum would not send another hunter here just because you hate me, you know. How long are you planning to be so stubborn? Katsuya did contact Drankum's management beforehand. He was hoping that the management side would give their absolute order to Shikarabe, who was so vehemently opposed to Katsuya joining the exploration team. But in the end, the management side told them to sort it out themselves. It was because Drankum's management wanted to avoid using its right to force Shikarabe, who was a veteran and skilled hunter, or Katsuya, who was like the representative of the young hunters in the gang. Although the Drankum's management sided with Shikarabe, they did not send another hunter from Drankum here. So Katsuya thought if Shikarabe met a monster strong enough to give him a hard time, he might let Katsuya join the exploration team. That was why he went to talk to Shikarabe, who just returned from an exploration. Shikarabe smiled lightly. Don't worry about that. The HQ already sent an extra hunter. It's Akira. He seems to be pretty strong, doesn't he? It seems that he took out a huge number of Urata scorpions yesterday. Even the HQ approved him, you know? Shikarabe said that and introduced Akira to Katsuya. Katsuya and his friends turned to Akira. They did notice Akira's presence, but they did not think that he would be the extra hunter for the exploration team. They thought that he was only talking to Sarah and Elena since they knew each other. He's not a hunter from Drankum, you know? So what? The HQ was the one who recommended him. I bet he'll do just fine. In the first place, Elena and Sarah are not from Drankum too, am I wrong? Our rule says that when we need a skilled hunter for a certain request, we'll be prioritizing hunters from Drankum. That doesn't mean that we have to take deadweight useless hunters with us and divide our hard-earned reward with them, you know. Are you misunderstanding everything that you've experienced up until now or something? Shikarabe was looking down at Katsuya, and Katsuya was glaring at Shikarabe with rage. They were totally against each other. The only reason why it did not break into a fight was because both of them knew that they should not fight in that place. If it was not for the hunters around them, it would have been a very dangerous situation. As it looked like it would not end anytime soon, Elena interrupted and put an end to their argument. It's time, let's go. Elena immediately turned and left the place after saying that. Akira and Sarah just silently followed behind her. Shikarabe smiled mockingly at Katsuya before following suit. Katsuya kept glaring at Shikarabe's back as he was leaving that place. His gaze then shifted to Akira. Got that boy again, huh? If Akira was not there, Shikarabe might back off and let Katsuya join their exploration team. Katsuya unconsciously thought so as he mumbled angrily. Akira, who just joined the exploration team headed by Elena, continued walking deeper into the underground ruin with a grim face. Every exploration team was given a certain job. The exploration team number 9, to which Akira was assigned to, got the duty to map an uncharted area of the underground city. In order to at least understand the rough layout of the uncharted area, they brought a survey device to map out their surrounding. But of course, they had no information about the area that they were exploring. They did not know what kind of monsters were living there nor its count. Moreover, the hallways in the underground city formed a system of a labyrinth. And on top of that, it was unlike the defensive point, where there were illuminations. The uncharted area was still wrapped in total darkness. It was the territory where those monsters which could live in dark conditions roamed around. To delve into the uncharted areas, to bring back information on the layout of the area and the monsters roaming that place, and to ensure a minimal level of safety for the extermination team that would go there later. These were the jobs of the exploration team. In other words, these were the jobs for Elena's team, which now included Akira. They continued exploring the uncharted area without a minimal level of safety like illuminations or information about the area. It was taxing Akira's physical and psychical stamina more than he thought. The team was moving with Elena in the center, Sarah on the left, Shikarabe at the front and Akira on the right. They, of course, brought with them some illuminations, but it was far from enough to illuminate the whole area. As such, the area around them was still pitch black. They were using their individual information-gathering devices to inspect their surroundings as they moved forward. The whole team was moving pretty fast, too fast for Akira. He did not know that Elena adjusted the whole team to move slower than usual in order to check Akira's skill. But even so, it took everything that he had to barely be able to match up with their speed. Akira was scanning the area using his own ability without any help from Alpha. It was a form of training for him. But because of the difference between Akira's ability and the other hunter's abilities, it quickly made him tired. Because of that, Alpha decided to stop the training temporarily. Alpha said to Akira, "Akira, let's stop the training here. I'll be watching out for any monsters, so you can relax for a bit. If we stay like this, you might get too tired to handle the situation in case if anything bad happens, that I'm sorry. To be honest, I'm already at my limit right now. So, is it okay if I leave it to you?" "Of course, just leave it to me and relax. Nervousness will only cause you to get tired faster. It'll be bad if the tiredness slows you down when you need it the most. I'm really sorry. I'll be leaving it to you then. Just leave it to me." Alpha replied back confidently. It gave Akira a sense of security as he obviously relaxed his guard. Akira did not know that Shikarabe was actually observing him. Shikarabe suddenly asked him, "Akira, how's the right side?" Akira was a bit surprised as he quickly replied back, that there are 3 Urata scorpions about 50 meters ahead. "They're not moving, so I think they're dead. But even if they're just playing dead, since they're not in our way and it doesn't seem like they're coming here either, I think it's fine to just ignore them." Shikarabe turned to Elena. He was asking for her confirmation, so Elena quickly responded, "He's right." Shikarabe looked a bit surprised when he heard Elena's answer. "Roger that. That's weird, here I thought that he lowered his guard, but it seems that he's doing his job properly, huh? I guess my intuition has dulled." Of course, Akira was only repeating what Alpha said to him. Although he tried his best to hide his shock and keep calm, there was still a trace of shock on his face. That was a close call. Shikarabe was able to accurately grasp the fact that Akira lowered his guard. As Akira caught a glimpse of the skill of a real veteran hunter, he gritted his teeth to stop himself from making a bitter smile. But on the other hand, his face turned stiff because of that. It was not like Shikarabe asked Akira that question in order to warn him. Akira was added to that team as extra firepower in the first place. So even if he lacked surveillance skills, Elena could cover him just fine. If it bothered him, Shikarabe could just watch his right side too. It was only a question to help him judge whether he should do that or not. Sarah and Elena were surprised by how proficient Akira was. After all, that level of area scan was close to Elena's level, who specialized in that skill. Sarah and Elena did not think that Akira's searching ability was that good, but of course, their prediction was correct. After all, in reality, it was Alpha who was scanning the area. Shikarabe suddenly said gleefully, "What a jackpot, to think that not only he's good with fighting, he's also good with surveillance too. I'm glad we decided to bring him rather than Katsuya." Elena jabbed. She sounded a bit annoyed. "But I really hope you stop roping us into your gang's problem, you know? Don't say that. I did volunteer myself to be in the front as an exchange for my selfishness, right? And in the end, you being the leader of the group also approved it, didn't you?" Akira turned to Elena in surprise, and that remark by Shikarabe meant that she decided to bring Shikarabe alone rather than bringing 5 people in Katsuya's team. Akira did not think that Katsuya was that weak, and he also did not think that Shikarabe was so strong. Elena could catch Akira's line of thinking from his expression. So she decided to explain it to Akira. "Well, it's not like I was taking Shikarabe's side. I decided that based on all the advantages and disadvantages that we would get if we replaced Shikarabe with Katsuya's team. For example, in a small narrow underground hallway or room, it'll diminish the advantage of bringing more people. In that case, it's better to bring one skilled person who can deal with various situations. Moreover, it's hard to move fast when you bring a big team. Then also, Elena hesitated, that I'm not sure if they would listen to my command in case if we're in a pinch, you see. It seemed that Elena knew that she made a difficult choice. Sarah smiled bitterly and joined their conversation. Well, Elena is a worrywart after all, but you decided to take that option thinking that it was the best option for our safety. This team was formed on the spot, so it might be a bad idea to suddenly form a big team. So please don't think bad of her, okay? Akira smiled as he answered back. Of course not, it's just that because of my inexperience, I thought that more people would definitely mean it would be safer, that was why I found it a little strange. It's not like I'm doubting Elena-san's decision. If Elena-san thinks so, I'm sure that it's the correct decision. Shikarabe then said in a good mood. I agree with that. I can assure you that it was the correct decision. I used to work together with them, you see. So I know a lot of things about them. Katsuya often takes action without approval thinking that he's absolutely correct. Yamaina and Eri are only there to support him, so they obey whatever he says. Reina is impulsive and hot-tempered. While Shirori is only there prioritizing Reina's safety. All of them are full of problems. Especially that Katsuya, if he finds something that he doesn't like, he'll always go with voting and take over the command. Since the other four are always backing him, his opinion will always come out on top. He would not even notice that and insist that it's a decision they made together. I can guarantee that. If they do something like that in the uncharted area of the underground city, it'll definitely break the team. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause the whole team to get wiped out. That's why it would be a big mistake to bring them here. Although he still did not know for sure whether that was correct or not, Akira at least knew that Shikarabe really hated Katsuya's guts after listening to what Shikarabe just said. Elena sighed, leaving aside whether that information is accurate or not, I wanted to cut off the need to worry for something like that, and that's the biggest reason why I decided not to bring them here. I'll be very careful not to give any bad orders, so Akira, be sure to obey my orders, okay? If you want to know why I give you a certain order, you can just ask me and I'll explain it to you. I understand, don't worry, even if you make a bad decision, I'm sure that it's still better than if I were to make the decision myself. Since we're not in a relatively dangerous area, we can handle the situation even if he misses something and gets ambushed by surprise. So what do you think? Well, I won't force it if Akira doesn't want to do it though. It was true that it was a good idea to confirm whether Akira would handle well during a real fight or would drag them down. Akira also thought so as he said to Elena. I don't mind. In the end, Elena had the final say in that team. Even if she judged that he did not have the skill to do that job, Akira did not mind at all. Elena looked at Akira's face, she planned to reject that suggestion if there was even the slightest annoyance or nervousness in his expression. There was no nervousness in Akira's expression even if he was about to be put in the lead position. But on the other hand, there was also no trace of excitement either. So Elena thought that he really did not mind whether he was put at the front or not. Elena also agreed with Shikarabe's suggestion, so she decided to rotate Akira's position to the front. Alright then. Akira, exchange position with Shikarabe and take the point. Be sure not to do anything reckless, okay? Also, Sarah and Shikarabe, if you think that Akira is in danger, there's no need to wait for my orders to help him, okay? Akira, I understand. Sarah, okay. Shikarabe, roger that. Akira was completely neutral. Sarah and Elena smiled gently to reassure him, while Shikarabe sounded as if he was looking forward to it. Alpha then asked Akira before he changed position. Let me ask you this while we still have the chance, how much support do you want from me? Akira did not understand why Alpha asked that question. He looked puzzled as he answered back, how much, you ask? Full support, please. This is just an idea, if you want, you can lower your performance so you might get assigned to the defense team next time. On the other hand, if you do too well, they might send you to a more dangerous place next time. So, with that in mind, what do you want? Akira finally understood why Alpha asked that question after listening to her explanation. He realized that he had such an option after he understood what Alpha actually meant. He then said, It's true that I can do that, but if I do that, I'll be causing more trouble for the others. So give me full support, just like usual. Well, I knew you would say that. Alright then, just leave it to me. Alpha smiled as she said. She now understood bit by bit how Akira's thought process worked. Chapter 50, Underground Exploration. Elena's team proceeded deeper into the underground city with Akira leading the front. With Akira leading the team, they moved more or less at the same speed as when Shikarabe was in the lead. Moving with that speed was completely above Akira's ability, so he relied fully on Alpha to watch for any monsters. Although Akira had limited visibility through the darkness thanks to his enhanced vision, it was not like he used that to spot monsters. It was Alpha who was using the information from that enhanced vision to detect monsters. From the other person's point of view, it looked like Akira was moving forward without even checking his surroundings. The only reason why the other hunters did not say anything about that was because Elena was also scanning the area and Akira was able to answer correctly when Shikarabe questioned him. And even if Akira missed something, the other hunters thought that it would not cause a fatal situation. That was why the other hunters let him take the lead. Alpha suddenly said to Akira. Akira, there are 3 scorpions up ahead. Take them out before they notice you. Akira's vision was enhanced by Alpha. Thanks to that, he was able to see clearly the scorpions up ahead amidst the total darkness. It also allowed him to spot rubbles and wreckages that would block his aim. His distance from the scorpions was considered a bit far. Akira had no confidence to be able to accurately shoot from such a distance, but he believed that it was not a problem with Alpha's support. Not to mention that since Alpha told him to shoot at those scorpions from such distance, he thought that it must be the best option to do it from here. Roger that. Akira readied his AAH rifle and aimed at those scorpions. He lined the TPL added into his vision by Alpha to the head of one of those scorpions and calmly pulled the trigger. Thanks to Alpha's support, the piercing bullet which flew out from its muzzle hit the scorpion right where Akira was aiming and blasted the scorpion's head to pieces. The other scorpions jumped into action as their friend was killed in an instant. They started looking around for enemies, but Akira quickly released the next volley of highly piercing bullets at them. Those bullets pierced through the scorpions' shells and slowed their movement. When those scorpions' movements had dulled significantly, Akira released the finishing shot at them. Those scorpions then fell down and twitched before they completely stopped moving. Akira lowered his rifle and sighed. It did take them out, so this is the power of the high piercing ammo, huh? It's on a different level compared to the normal bullet. Akira remembered the time when he had to fight a swarm of Urata scorpions using only normal ammo. At first, he was rather skeptical if he could fight Urata scorpions without CWH anti-material rifle. But after seeing the power of the piercing ammo, he understood that it should not be a problem. Alpha smiled at him and said, "It seems that the piercing ammo works well against the scorpions. Let's keep using it for the time being." "I understand." Seeing how Akira was acting, Alpha thought that his worry must have been cleared up. It was a good thing since unnecessary nervousness would only cause needless tiredness. Sarah relied mostly on Elena when it came to detecting monsters. After all, compared to the information-gathering device that she was using, Elena's information-gathering device was way better. In case if Elena noticed something, she would send that data to Sarah, and then Sarah would be able to accurately spot any monsters around her. But Sarah did not get any information about the scorpions that Akira just took out, so she turned to Elena and asked her. "Elena, can you send me the data about those scorpions?" "Sure." Elena then sent the data about the area ahead of them to Sarah. The new data that Sarah received was displayed on her visor. "Thank you." "Yep, I see it." 3 Urata scorpions. They're already dead. He's pretty good. Sarah looked at the dead scorpions and mumbled out her amazement. Shikarabi used his own information-gathering device to confirm the scorpions that Akira just took out. Is there any need to shoot them from such distance? If it was me, I would move closer first. Elena answered Shikarabi's question. We're in a one-way hallway. There are wreckages and rubbles blocking our way. Those monsters are also basically in our way. You can either move closer to them using those wreckages to hide and take them out when you have the chance, or you can also bait them to closer before finally killing them. It's up to you whichever you want to choose. Well, it's true that everyone has a different sense of distance. It's not like he missed his shots anyway, so I guess it's not a problem. Shikarabi thought that it was not like Akira's action caused a fight that could have been avoided, and it was true that they might have to fight those monsters later, so it was a good idea to take them out when they had the chance. Elena also agreed with Shikarabi's opinion. But there was one thing that bothered her: how was Akira able to spot those scorpions? The information-gathering device Akira was using was originally the device that she sold to him. So she knew well the ability of that information-gathering device. If Elena asked herself whether she could do the same thing with that information-gathering device, she could answer the question immediately with a resounding no. It should be very difficult to detect those scorpions from this distance using the device that I sold him. That information-gathering device is not so powerful. It might be possible to do that on the surface, but in this dark underground city where information-gathering devices' effectiveness is greatly reduced, it should be near impossible to do that. So how in the world? Elena actually had a guess as to how Akira detected those scorpions. There's a good chance that Akira can connect to the old world domain. That might be the reason why he can do this. It does pique my interest, but if that's true, then I can't just carelessly ask him. Elena had promised Akira not to ask him any unnecessary questions. Although she was interested in him since he had better detection ability compared to her who was the team's main in surveillance, it was not enough of a reason to break her promise with the person who saved her life. On top of it, if she really asked him if he could connect to the old world domain, it might cause a fight in which they were forced to kill each other. If he could really connect to the old world domain, Akira might have slowly but surely noticed the fact that she and Sarah were suspicious of him. Thus, if she asked him in order to confirm her guess, it might cause their relationship to immediately turn sour. Sarah was not that knowledgeable about information-gathering devices compared to Elena, while Shikarabi believed that Akira must be using an expensive information-gathering device. So Elena thought that there should be no problem if she did not say anything as she put a lid on her curiosity. They continued their exploration with Akira still positioned in the front. They encountered monsters a few times, but Akira could handle them just fine. He was at least able to avoid being a dead weight to the other hunters. Because of the layout of the underground city and the number of rubbles scattered in its hallways, they were forced to fight monsters in a close range for a few times, but again, Akira was able to handle those fights without any problem. They delved deeper through the darkness of the underground city. Traces of advanced civilizations could be found around them together with the inactive advanced technologies that were waiting to be reactivated. These silently revealed the glory that once prevailed in the past as these were now warped in total darkness. Akira and the others used their lights to scan the area and caught a glimpse of those remnants from the Old World civilization's glorious era. They could see countless Old World relics that were left there. Akira then found something that resembled a shop's ruin. When he checked the insides of it for monsters, he was stunned as he found a huge amount of relics. Oh! What a find! There are these many relics lying here. Akira could not help but imagine just how much money he could get if he brought back all these relics. Seeing that, Sarah smiled bitterly and warned Akira. I can understand your feelings of wanting to bring them back, but remember that our contract says all the relics that we find during this request are fully owned by Kagomiyama City. I do understand your feelings, I really do, but you can't carry them with you, okay? There was a trace of disappointment in Sarah's face, which was saying that it would have been really great if they found those relics while not in the middle of this request. She was enduring the evil whispers urging her to take those relics. She somehow ignored those whispers in order to stop both Akira and herself from doing something stupid. Don't even think of carrying just a small amount of those relics or mixing them with your ammo thinking that they won't notice them. It's a bad idea, so just don't, okay? When Sarah said that to Akira, she was actually reminding herself. Elena joined in. That's right, Akira. It's not like they would do a full body search on you, but still, if you take some of them, it almost always has some kind of effect on your behavior. So it's more or less guaranteed that they will notice it. And when they do, they'll confiscate those relics from you and make you pay a huge amount of fine that it'll completely screw your life for good. So don't do that no matter what, alright? Elena sounded like she was giving warning to a small boy. Akira also did not wish to be a bad boy, so he answered back obediently. Okay. Judging from how Akira replied back with no trace of displeasure or discontent, Elena and Sarah believed that there was no need to worry about him. Shikarabi also joined in their conversation. I don't know exactly how much the relics from this area is worth, but I believe the city thinks that they are worth enough to even make them spend a lot of money to build a forward outpost here, clear up the rubbles to make a road, and pay a lot of hunters to exterminate the monsters. They collect those relics to pay for our rewards after all. So if you have any complaints, you should direct that to yourself for accepting this request for the amount of reward they are giving out. Well, if you don't want to do that, you also have the chance of coming here alone. I don't know whether it is worth the expense or not, but if someone can do that, then that person must be a first-rate hunter. Akira did not need too much deliberation to come to the conclusion that it would be impossible for him to come all the way here by himself. That would be impossible for me, that just means that these relics are not something that I can get yet. Alpha smiled provocatively. You would be able to do that one day. But don't worry, I'll be giving you my full support, so it's not something that's too far in the future. Is that so? In that case, let's survive the request that I'm taking right now so I can still meet that future. I'll be relying on your support so I can survive until that day comes. Just leave it to me. As Akira was listening to Alpha's reassuring answer, he cast aside all his worries about the hardships that were lying in front of him until that day came and focused on surviving today. After all, that day would not come if he died in the first place. Shikarabi looked at those dusty relics which reminded him of something. I see. That might be true, I guess that's also an option, huh? Shikarabi was talking alone as if he just came up with something, but he immediately noticed that the others were looking at him. Since it would be bad if they mistook him for thinking of a way to bring those relics, Shikarabi was a bit flustered as he explained, it's not what you think. It just reminded me of that news about a boy who exchanged an expensive relic in the exchange center not too long ago. Because of that, there was a rumor about an unexplored area in Kuzusuhara outskirts and a lot of hunters went out to search for that area, remember? The other three hunters made a weird face when Shikarabi said that. After all, it reminded them of bad memories. Sarah and Elena went to the ruin after hearing that rumor, got attacked by some thugs, and almost got killed. As for Akira, he was followed in the last half of his search and almost got killed too. These were the reasons why all three of them made difficult faces. Shikarabi looked at their faces and found it weird. What's wrong? But Elena prompted him to continue. Don't worry, it's nothing. So then, what do you want to say about that rumor? Right, about that boy, you see. I bet he found a way underground. This place is still in the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara ruin, right? So I just thought that he must have found an entrance somewhere and got his relics from the underground city. There were still not that many Urata scorpions at that time, so there were almost no scorpions on the surface. That would explain why that boy was able to come back alive. That sounds like a good explanation, don't you think? Akira, who knew exactly what had happened, feigned ignorance. I was dispatched together with those fools. They just wouldn't listen to me and it was a huge pain in the ass to assist them. Shit, remembering it makes me angry again. Let's just end this topic here and continue the exploration. I'll vent this irritation on any monsters that I can find. Akira, let's switch positions, I'll take the front. Shikarabi took the front position again as they continued their exploration in the underground city. They got to meet some monsters just like Shikarabi hoped. As such, he was able to vent all his pent-up anger. During their exploration, they often encountered Urata scorpions. Akira shot the head of a Urata scorpion that was about 5 meters ahead of him and instantly killed it. He then continued showering the other scorpions with his piercing bullet, fatally wounding them and rendering them unable to fight. The swarms that they encountered were annihilated without even a chance to retreat. They were able to easily take out a swarm of 30 scorpions without any problem. Although they were unscathed, their faces were grim. Shikarabi looked at the corpses of scorpions that were scattered around. He kicked one of those corpses and said, "Their numbers keep increasing. It doesn't seem to be decreasing at all even after we killed this many. I wonder if there's a big nest around here somewhere." Elena re-evaluated their situation. If there was really a big nest around them, they should leave that nest to the extermination team. They had moved away quite far from the nearest relay station. Because of that, it would be impossible to contact the nearest relay station in case anything bad happened. Elena decided to order the whole group to return back. Let's return back for now. We already got quite a lot of information and we're close on finishing one whole shift. This is a good place to finish the exploration. And so, the whole team headed to the nearest safe place, which was the defensive point 19. Elena relied on the rough map that she made to navigate through the total darkness. Akira thought that their exploration would finish without any trouble at this rate, but Elena suddenly stopped and tilted her head. That's weird. Elena's words somehow felt like a bad omen. Akira, who noticed that, asked her, "Is something wrong?" "The route is blocked by rubbles, but these rubbles weren't there when we passed through it." Elena rescanned the whole area using her information-gathering device before continuing. The scan radius was pretty wide that it allowed her to check the area around her for monsters. When she looked at the rescan result, she noticed that there were wreckages and rubbles blocking the route back. Shikarabi then came up with a guess. Other exploration teams might have encountered some monsters and used explosives in fragile points of the underground city. This ruin should not be so fragile originally, but with the scorpions digging holes all over the place, it's no wonder some areas became fragile. Sarah flustered as she asked Elena. "Elena, is there any roundabout route that we can take?" Their way back to defensive point 19 was already closed. She hoped that she did not have to wander around the underground city to look for another entrance. Elena gave a positive answer, but her answer did not make Sarah feel any safer. "Don't worry, there are many other routes that we can take, but we actually have changed the route thrice, you see." Elena's words made the other 3 hunters tense up. It had happened 3 times, so it was impossible to rule it out as a mere coincidence. Shikarabi then calmly said, "There might be battles happening on the upper floor of the underground city or maybe even on the surface. That might be the reason why some weak points of the hallways crumbled. I don't want to get buried alive down here." It was the right decision to head back. After all, even if we decide to look for another route, we need to conserve our stamina and ammo. All of them understood that getting panicked there, even if it was an unconscious one, would be very dangerous given their situation. Elena tried to calm herself down as she said, "You're right, let's go. The next route we'll take will be a longer one, but let's keep calm as we move forward." Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi readied themselves to start moving again. As Akira was about to follow them, Alpha suddenly stopped him. "Akira, tell Elena to stop and to take the shortest route instead. I'm sure we're already doing that even without you telling us." "That's not what I meant." Akira looked a bit confused, so Alpha explained everything to him. Although her explanation included a lot of assumptions, if those assumptions were correct, it would be really really bad unless they came up with a solution soon. His face immediately turned grim. Akira sounded dreadful when he called Elena. "Elena-san, can you stop for a bit?" When Elena looked at Akira's serious expression, she immediately tensed up. It was not because she put up her guard on Akira, but it was because of the situation that they were in. "Akira, what's wrong?" "I want to check the rebels blocking the route back to defensive point 19. They were not there when we came here. If it's possible, I want to go there as soon as I can. Is that okay?" Of course, Akira could not tell Elena that it was because Alpha told him to do so. He was actually worried if Elena would demand him the reason since he asked her without explaining anything at all. Elena stared at Akira, she looked deep into his eyes trying to understand the meaning behind his words. She then made her decision. "Very well, let's go then. You're in a hurry, right? I bet you're in such a hurry that you don't have the time to explain your reason." "Yes. This way then." Elena only said that before quickly starting to run. Akira and Sarah immediately followed behind her. Shikarabe also followed suit, albeit a bit late. The team ran fast through the underground city with Elena leading them. Because of that, they did not have the leeway of checking their surroundings, they could be ambushed anytime. In the worst-case scenario, the situation might turn fatal. Although Elena knew so, she paced the team faster. Shikarabe did not understand why Akira came up with that suggestion, and he was surprised that Elena took Akira's suggestion even without asking his reason. He then shouted from the back while watching the flank. "Hey! Can you at least tell me the reason why we are doing this?" It was completely understandable that Shikarabe would ask that question, but Elena immediately shot his question down. "Do that later, you promised to obey the team leader's order, right? If you don't want to, you're more than welcome to stay behind, that I'll be sure to ask you later, alright?" After he said that, Shikarabe clicked his tongue and continued running. Since they did not spend their time scanning their surroundings, they were able to reach their destination faster. Akira reached that place first since he already overtook Elena. He suddenly stopped not too far from the wreckages that were blocking their way. Elena and the other hunters who saw him also stopped behind him. Alpha looked worried as she said to Akira. "Akira, take out your CWH anti-material rifle. You can thank the requester for paying your ammo expense again later today." Akira's face turned grim. "Is it that again?" "Yep." Akira changed his rifle from AAH assault rifle to CWH anti-material rifle, he then readied his gun and aimed at the wreckage in front of him. Elena, who saw that, was surprised. "Akira, what are you doing? Those things are not wreckages." Akira only said that before pulling the trigger of his rifle. The CWH special ammo left the gun's muzzle and pierced through the thing that blocked the hallway. That bullet pierced and tore through the scorpion's shell and blasted it to small pieces. Chapter 51, The Ability of the Hunters. The wreckages that Elena thought to be just crumbled walls were actually Urata scorpions. Since it was a hallway that they had passed through once, she only made a quick scan of the area. If she had done that close enough, she would have noticed that they were monsters. As Akira and the others saw through their camouflage, the scorpions jumped into action and charged toward Akira. There were so many scorpions in that place that they fully blocked the passage through the hallway. Sarah, Elena and Shikarabe quickly picked up their rifles and started shooting at those scorpions. Although all of them were caught by surprise, there was almost no lag time before they started shooting. With the overwhelming firepower from Sarah and Shikarabe, they were able to push back the scorpions without any trouble. Countless bullets rained down on those scorpions. The biggest danger of a swarm came from its sheer number, but that number folded like it was nothing in front of the powerful bullets that rained upon them. It only took a few minutes for Elena's team to completely annihilate the scorpions that filled the hallway. Without their camouflage, these scorpions were no match against their opponent's firepower. The whole team confirmed that it was over as they let out a long sigh. But Akira, who had not lowered his guard even after the battle was over, spoke in a serious tone. "Elena-san, let's head to defensive point 19 as soon as possible, or at least we should get close enough to contact them. In the worst-case scenario, we might have already been surrounded right now. I want to break off from their encirclement before they close in. We'll depend on you to lead us while adjusting our pace." Elena quickly ordered the rest of the team. "All right then. Sarah and Shikarabi take the lead. Akira, you watch our flank. Assume any wreckages that weren't there before as Urata scorpions. Let's go." Sarah smiled at Akira as she moved to the front. "Akira, I'll leave the flank to you." Shikarabi annoyedly moved forward too. "Well, I guess this is at least better than wandering in the underground, huh?" They then quickly started moving again. On their way back, they met so many scorpions that made them wonder just where exactly those were coming from. Elena picked a route that allowed them to reach the defensive point in the shortest time and with the least risk of getting ambushed. Thanks to that, they were able to rapidly close the distance to the defensive point 19. Sarah used her overwhelming firepower to devastate the scorpion swarm. The rifle that she was using had a size that reflected its superior firepower. The only reason Sarah was able to handle and endure the kickback from that massive heavy gun was because of her nanomachine's augmented body. The scorpions were not even able to get close to her before they turned into minced meat. As for Shikarabi, he accurately shot at the weak points of those scorpions. He used the minimum amount of ammo to produce the greatest result. The countless dead scorpions' corpses that looked unscathed at a glance testified his amazing accuracy. Sarah scattered the big group of scorpions with her firepower while Shikarabi nitpicked the scorpions that were left alive after that. As he was running behind the team, Akira was amazed when he saw the scene of Sarah and Shikarabi taking out all the scorpions ahead of them without even missing a beat. Amazing, unlike me yesterday, they are actually charging right into the Urata scorpion swarm. But even so, they keep pushing forward without slowing down at all against such a number of scorpions. As Akira looked amazed at how Sarah and Shikarabi were fighting in the front, Alpha said to him something that was obvious. "It's because they have better skills and equipment than you. So it's nothing to be surprised about. You'll be able to do that too, eventually. With my own power." So which one is it? Is it harder than yesterday? Or is it easier? Which one do you think it is? No idea. If you ask me, it's actually not that much different from yesterday, so it'll be alright. That's good news. Akira got a little bit desperate and smiled while still shooting at the scorpions. Shikarabi, who was busy in the front, got a bit curious about what was going on in the back and took a glance. As he saw how Akira was acting, he thought, "This boy is smiling, it seems that he's enjoying this. In that case, I guess there's no need to worry about the flank, huh? It's pretty impressive for a boy his age." In reality, Akira was not smiling because he was enjoying it. But looking at his movement that was enhanced with Alpha's support and the number of dead scorpion corpses that he was producing, it made Shikarabi misunderstand that Akira was smiling because he was enjoying the fight. But still, if Akira is really this skilled, it's weird that it doesn't cause any rumor. There's indeed a rumor about a skilled young hunter circulating, but I guess it gets mixed with Katsuya since their age is not much different, huh? It's hard to believe that there's such a coincidence where two skilled young hunters exist at the same time. So I guess it's nothing strange that most of the people would think the boy from that rumor is Katsuya rather than him. After coming to that conclusion, Shikarabi completely stopped thinking about it. After all, he too was still in the midst of a battle. It had been 30 minutes since they started running. The number of scorpions coming at them had greatly decreased. Then eventually, there were no longer any scorpions trying to attack them. They were finally able to break off from the scorpions' encirclement. They were already close enough to defensive point 19 to contact them, so Elena pulled out her terminal and tried to contact defensive point 19. This is Exploration Team 9. Defensive point 19, can you hear me? This is Defensive point 19, are you guys on your way back? That's correct. And also, we just fought against a huge amount of Urata scorpions. They might be a swarm coming from a big nest somewhere around this area, and we might be bringing that swarm with us, so be ready if we do. I'll fill you in on the details later after we return back. That's all. Roger that. After Elena ended her call, she sighed in relief. Seeing that, Akira lowered his guard and returned back to his usual mood. Elena smiled and spoke to her team. It's all right now. Let's take it easy and walk back to the defensive point. The rest of her team agreed as they walked back to defensive point 19. When they reached defensive point 19, they were ordered to stand by. Elena was reporting the details of the exploration to a city staff while waiting to finish transferring the data that she gathered from the exploration. Elena, Sarah and Shikarabi had fulfilled the least needed working hours for their shift. As such, they planned to disband the team once Elena finished transferring the data. But until then, they were to be on standby, ready for action. Shikarabi approached Akira and asked him the reason why he suddenly decided to do what he did back then. Elena and Sarah were also curious, so they joined in and listened to Akira's explanation. Akira then explained to them about the time he was attacked by a swarm of Urata scorpions on the surface. He said that he got encircled before he realized it, and the things that he thought to be just wreckages turned out to be Urata scorpions. That was the reason why he was suspicious if the wreckages that were blocking their route were actually Urata scorpions that were camouflaging themselves. And he thought that if those wreckages were indeed Urata scorpions, then there was a good chance that they were already surrounded back there. Although Akira omitted everything about Alpha, Shikarabi was somehow convinced by his explanation. He then asked Akira one more question to clear up his suspicion. Well, although it sounded as if you came up with that excuse after going through it, the logic is all there. It's true that your decision back then was the correct one. But still, what would you do if your guess was wrong? Or is it that you were 100% sure you were correct because of something? Akira did have something that guaranteed he was correct, and that something was Alpha. But of course, he could not say that to Shikarabi. So instead, Akira answered back in a fashion as if he was trying to gloss over that question. If I was wrong, then it would clear up one of my worries, that's all. But there's no mistaking it that it would lower your evaluation, you know? Yeah, I bet it will. I'm sorry to say this, but in that case, give your complaint to the HQ and tell them not to put me in the exploration team again. Akira said that as if it was nothing. But Shikarabi was surprised when he heard it. Akira did not care about his evaluation, or at least, that was how it seemed to Shikarabi. There were many hunters who could not stand other hunters looking down at their ability. There were also cases where something like that would affect the amount of reward that they would receive. Being looked down could be a fatal thing. The young hunters received favorable treatment in Drankum. Because of that, they often overjudged their abilities, and most of those young hunters could not stand when looked down upon by others. The other young hunters took examples from the young hunters in Drankum and behaved like them. And so, hunters who reacted like Akira were very rare, and it caught Shikarabi by surprise. Shikarabi's suspicion was not fully cleared yet. He understood that Akira did that while fully knowing that he might be mistaken. But even so, from his point of view, Akira seemed to act as if he had known for sure. Shikarabi asked Akira another question, Is that all the reasons? Did you just really want to confirm your worry even though you knew that you might be mistaken? It seems like you're still hiding something from me, you know. Even if you say so, I can only say that I followed my intuition. There was no way Akira could tell Shikarabi that he knew everything from Alpha. So he could only come up with that random excuse. But surprisingly enough, that was able to clear up all of Shikarabi's suspicions. Intuition, huh? I guess there's nothing more to say if that's the case. There were many top-tier hunters who had sharp intuition. Some of them could feel the position of the monsters that were too far to be visible, some of them could feel others' gaze from positions that were impossible to spot, some of them could feel when monsters were trying to ambush them in an area that looked completely safe. Putting aside what you think about your own performance, since today's exploration went well without any problems, I think that you'll be assigned to the exploration team again from now on. Is that so? Elena looked at Akira's expression. To her, he sounded as if he was only being humble, and there was also a trace of happiness since his skill was recognized. Elena smiled mischievously and said, "In that case, as the leader of the Exploration Team 9, I can mention in the report that you weren't of much use, you know? You might be assigned to the defense team next time if I do that." If Akira was only being humble there, he would start making a troubled face. Elena was looking forward to seeing it. She believed that too much humbleness could sometimes cause a loss. But Akira replied with something that completely went against her expectation. Akira made a serious face. "Please do that for me." Elena and Sarah were stunned. Elena then asked Akira, if you really prefer the defense team that much, why did you join the exploration team? Since you can even get assigned to the exploration team, you should be able to work in other teams too, you know? The staff on the first floor only gave me two options, whether to join the exploration team or the extermination team. When I told him I wanted to join the defense team, I got scolded instead. It seems that it was because of their evaluation of my performance yesterday, although to be honest, I was only able to do that because the requester paid for my ammo expense. If I had to pay for the ammo myself, I would have gone bankrupt by now. Now that you mention it, the requester pays for your ammo expense according to your contract, huh? Normally, using CWH special ammo on Yurata Scorpion would only make you end up losing more money after all. Akira nervously asked Elena again. "So then, can I ask you to do that for the report?" Elena and Sarah looked at each other. Sarah asked Akira for a confirmation. "Are you sure you want us to do that? You can definitely earn more money if you join the exploration team or the extermination team than the defense team, you know? Well, it's true that you would spend more ammo, but it will leave a good record in your battle history and give your rank a boost." "Yes, I don't mind. I can only enjoy my reward if I'm alive. It's still too soon for me to join the exploration team or the extermination team." From how Akira was acting, Elena and Sarah understood that he was being serious. Judging from his performance that day, most of the people would think that he was being a coward by saying those words. Sarah thought that it was rather strange for him to do that, but to be honest, she was not bothered if Akira really wanted so. Elena thought that it might have something to do with him being someone who could connect to the old world domain, so she decided to stop questioning him. Elena smiled at Akira to change the mood and said, "Okay then. But since it's not like I can lie in the report, I'll say something like you felt it was too soon for you to get assigned to the exploration team, or like you were still lacking the skills to join the exploration team. It would sound as if you really don't want to get assigned to the exploration or extermination team though. Are you really okay with that?" "Yes, I don't mind at all." As Akira answered back promptly and without any hesitation, the girls smiled bitterly. Sarah then said, "Normally, people would ask the opposite, to say things that would make them sound better. You're a peculiar boy, Akira." Akira looked puzzled and asked Sarah, "Is that so? It seems that there are a lot of hunters out there who would jump to their own death, huh? Well, since I'm also a hunter, I guess I'm not the one to say that." Akira smiled bitterly at the other two. They too gave out a similar smile. After that, they headed to the surface. Akira lightly bowed at Elena and Sarah before they went to the surface. The girls waved at him as they left the defensive point. Akira's next job was to join the defense team. He was positioned not too far from the defensive point. He was staring at the darkness of the underground city while looking out for any monsters. To be precise, it was Alpha who was looking out for monsters, Akira was only standing there in silence. But for the other people, it looked like Akira was seriously watching his surroundings. If anything happened, Alpha would immediately warn him. As such, he was actually doing his job properly. Akira and Alpha were talking to each other while waiting for his shift to end. They were talking about Sarah, Elena and Shikarabi. But still, Sarah-san, Elena-san and Shikarabi-san are really strong. So that is the real ability of first-rate hunters, huh? Akira remembered the time when those 3 hunters plowed through the Urata scorpion's encirclement. It felt like he just caught a glance of first-rate hunters in action. But Alpha refuted that. Unfortunately, their skill and equipment are still far away from being first-rate hunters. But they are at least strong enough to stick out among other hunters in Kagomayama City. Akira was shocked. He did not expect that such a level of strength was not even close to being a first-rate hunter. Even though they are that strong. Most of the first-rate hunters live in the far east of the Eastern District, they are working in the front line. The level of their skill and equipment, and the monsters that they are fighting, all of them are at a level that you can't imagine. In the front line, they'll only treat you as a greenhorn unless you have your own tank, you know. You can't call yourself a first-rate hunter if you are not active in the front line. There are so many things that I don't know about this world, huh? Wait, doesn't that mean that Katsuragi and Darius frequent such dangerous places? Akira worked together with Katsuragi before, he did not imagine that Katsuragi was that strong. Even though it is called the front line, it's actually a large area. There are places in the front line which are not that dangerous. I bet he used to stay in the safest place guarded by a lot of bodyguards. But even if he does so, it's still a dangerous gamble whether he can return back alive from there or not. You should ask him yourself if it was worth the gamble or not. Just because he returned back alive does not mean that he got the money worth all that risk. Just coming back alive did not mean that they won their gamble, they could only declare so if they earned big enough money which was worth taking that risk. Akira then mumbled. I guess that's also the case for the hunters, too, huh? Yep, that's correct. So let's work to become a hunter who can earn a lot of money, okay? Or more like, I'll be sure to make you do that. Alpha smiled confidently. In order to do that, Akira would have to go through an enormous amount of strict and vigorous training. Although it was a kind of blessing to be able to undergo such training, it did not change the fact that it would be very harsh. Akira laughed lightly and replied. I already resolved myself for that, after all, resolve is my responsibility. So the rest depends on your support, right? There's nothing to worry about my part. And I'm glad to hear that. Akira and Alpha smiled at each other for different reasons. Akira did not understand what Alpha was thinking, if she was actually tricking him, there was nothing he could do about it. But even so, he decided to trust her. As for Alpha, she did not tell Akira about what she was thinking, and he would not notice it as long as she did not leak anything out. Akira finished his shift without any trouble after that. Chapter 52, The Suspicious Person Underground. On the next day, Akira quickly packed his equipment and headed to the Kuzusuhara ruins underground city again. The HQ assigned him the job of installing illuminations in the underground city. The illuminations also doubled as an information-gathering device and communication relay. It allowed the hunters to contact the HQ as long as they were close to it. Some of them were also equipped with a camera and motion tracker to watch out for the monsters around the area. Most of the illuminations installed in the underground were just normal illuminations, so Akira's job was to replace those illuminations with these new high-tech illuminations starting from the area around the HQ. The underground city was way larger than what the people from Kagomayama City had predicted, and the number of the monsters inhabiting it was also more than expected. At first, the city only planned to destroy Urata scorpion nests underground until none of these monsters could venture to the surface, before pulling out from there. But now the city had decided to change its stance and fully explore the underground city in order to get full control of the area. Akira and the other hunters were carrying handcarts full of high-tech illuminations and replacing the old illuminations. Once their handcart was filled with the old illuminations, they would return back to the HQ to get a new batch of high-tech illuminations before heading out again. As Akira was replacing the illuminations, something came up in his mind. I wonder why they did not use this high-tech illumination from the start. Alpha thought carefully about his question before answering. Rather than telling Akira the truth, she prioritized on telling him an answer that could convince him. She wanted to observe how he would react to her answer in order to confirm how much she understood how his mind worked. Alpha answered back smiling. The whole operation cost them more money than originally thought, that is all. If the underground city was not this large and if there were not this many monsters here, I bet they would have kept the old illuminations. I see. Akira was convinced by her answer. Alpha was slowly but surely getting closer to fully understanding his mind. There were other hunters around Akira, some of them were also working on replacing the old illuminations, some of them were pushing the carts, some of them were watching out for monsters. From time to time, some hunters left after completing their shift and were replaced by new hunters. Since the areas where they needed to replace the old illuminations were considered as fully controlled areas, they were in a relatively safe area. But there was no guarantee that nothing would happen. Urata scorpions might burst out from a new hole anytime. The wreckages that were scattered around the narrow hallway might also be Urata scorpions. These were the reasons why the HQ sent many hunters just to replace the old illuminations. Akira continued working for some more time. Since some of the other hunters were about to finish their shift, he was thinking of returning back to the HQ with them. So he contacted the HQ, but instead, the HQ told him to continue working and stay there until the new hunters dispatched from HQ met up with him. And so he did not have any other choice but to wait there. In the hallway illuminated by the lightings that he just installed, Akira was waiting for the new hunters dispatched by the HQ. But no one came even after some time had passed. No one is coming. Let's wait for a bit more. I'll handle the enemy detection, so there's no need to worry about getting ambushed by monsters. Just count it as your luck since you only need to stand here without doing anything while waiting for your shift to end. Alpha smiled at Akira to reassure him that there was no danger around him. Looking at that, Akira held back all his displeasures, but he was still bored since he had nothing to do. Alpha's face suddenly turned stern. Akira, just to be safe, get your weapon ready. What's wrong? Aware of her sudden change, Akira quickly put his guard up. Alpha never made such an expression when she detected Urata scorpions that were far away from him. So in short, it must be something more dangerous than that. Alpha pointed her finger toward the hallway. There was a small opening not too far from where Akira was standing and there was a shadow of someone in that opening. There's someone armed over there. Akira looked puzzled as he asked Alpha. Wait, it's not anything strange, isn't it? Including Akira, all the other hunters in the underground city were armed. Thus, there was nothing strange with carrying a weapon in this area. You do know that the terminal lent to the hunters here are sending signals to ascertain their position so that the hunters won't mistakenly shoot at each other, right? But nothing as such is coming from that person. There are only a few reasons for it. Either his terminal ran out of battery or it has been destroyed, or maybe he doesn't have one in the first place. If it was because their terminal ran out of battery or because that person was not carrying a terminal in the first place, it would make that person suspicious. In short, there was a 66% chance that the person was suspicious and he was armed too. Akira quickly understood the situation and readied his rifle. Akira focused his gaze on that person. His vision was enhanced to see the area around that person. It seemed that the person was alone. Since he was quite far away, he did not seem to notice Akira yet. Akira hesitated for a moment before contacting the HQ. There was a possibility that it would turn into something troublesome. Although he had the choice of ignoring that person since it seemed like that person had yet to notice him, Akira thought that his current situation was enough of a reason to contact the HQ. This is number 27. HQ, can you hear me? This is HQ. We've dispatched some hunters and sent them your way. Just wait for a bit more. The staff thought that Akira was calling the HQ to ask about the hunters, so he just said that and was about to disconnect the call. That's not it. Don't disconnect the call. I found someone who doesn't give off a hunter signal. Tell me what to do. If you don't, I'll just leave that man alone. Seriously? I won't come up with a lie like that just because I'm bored. I see. It might be because of some kind of error in the terminal. Can you check on that man? If he turned off his terminal by mistake, tell him to turn it on again and immediately contact the HQ. What should I do if that's not the case? Bring that man to the HQ if it's possible. In case if he retaliates, you're allowed to use violence to deal with him. Work with the other hunters around you and report to me on the progress later. Roger that. Akira disconnected his call and let out a big sigh. Alpha floated in front of Akira and warned him. You already got permission from HQ, so you can kill him if you need to. Don't hesitate when you really have to kill him, okay? As I thought, that was what the staff actually meant, huh? In short, the situation might really turn into something troublesome to even make the HQ give him that permission. Akira looked around and made a mental note of the positions of the rubbles and wreckages around him. It was so that he could quickly jump behind them to hide in case that person suddenly started shooting at him. Akira then moved and positioned himself better before taking a deep breath. Alpha, I'll be counting on you if things go bad. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After hearing her reply, Akira calmed himself down and made his resolve. You there. Your terminal is off, you know. Akira's voice echoed through the hallway. The person ahead of him started looking around confusedly, but it did not take long for him to notice Akira. That man smiled and waved at Akira. He then pointed his finger at his terminal a few times before waving at Akira, urging him to come closer. That man was signaling that his terminal was broken, so he was telling Akira to come closer since he wanted to contact the HQ. But that man did not take even a single step toward Akira. Akira just stood there and was watching how that man was acting. That man's face suddenly changed from smiling to puzzled and started walking toward Akira. I guess I worry too much. Akira thought that the reason why that man did not approach him was because he was trying to lure him. But now that the man had started walking toward him with a puzzled face, Akira stopped suspecting him. Akira started swinging his legs toward that man, leaving the wreckages around him. That man smiled as he saw Akira walking toward him. After a few steps, that man pointed at his terminal again. Akira lowered his guard as he slowly lowered his rifle that he was gripping. The muzzle of the AAH rifle in his right hand shifted from pointing at that man to the ground. The very next moment, that man pulled out a handgun and released a few shots toward Akira. Gunshots reverberated through the hallway. Akira could not react in time to that handgun which was suddenly pointed toward him nor the bullets that were released from that gun. The first bullet grazed his cheek, the second bullet hit the information terminal on his left hand, and the third bullet hit the closest wreckage from Akira. All the bullets were accurately aimed at Akira. He was not able to react at all. It was Alpha who operated his augmented suit and forcefully moved his body from the bullets' trajectories. Alpha controlled Akira's right hand through his augmented suit to quickly grab his AAH rifle and started shooting back at that man. Piercing bullets flew straight from the rifle's muzzle, but that man was already hiding behind a cover and removed himself from the bullets' trajectories. Thus the bullets only ended up hitting the walls and the floors and ricocheted. The aiming device of Akira's AAH rifle was connected to his terminal. Alpha used that to capture images and analyze the data from it. She then confirmed that none of the bullets hit that man. Even after knowing that, Alpha made Akira shoot at him. It was to prevent that man from shooting back. It was also to buy more time until Akira returned back to his senses. Akira moved behind wreckage in the midst of that chaos. He had finally come back to his senses. It was thanks to Alpha, who was moving his body through his augmented suit, that he was able to survive. Because Alpha was moving Akira's body forcefully, his body was put under immense stress. But even so, that was still 1,000 times better than having holes in his body. That man's skill was a real thing. If Alpha had not moved Akira out of the way, he would have been immediately killed right there. Akira asked Alpha while enduring pain. Alpha, what's going on here? That man is proficient with a handgun and he just shot a few shots at you. I controlled your body through your augmented suit to evade the bullets and made you shoot back at him, but nothing hit him. I also used the terminal to shield your body, so it might be broken now. That man is so fast that I did not have much leeway. Looking at how fast he moved, it seems that he's a physically enhanced human. That's why he could execute such accurate quick draw. I believe that his skill and equipment are tailored to kill other humans, basically, a skill set for a murderer. I bet he used a handgun to maximize speed in place of firepower, since he understands well about the differences between fighting a monster and fighting another human. From Alpha's explanation, he understood that his opponent was someone above him, and it was someone who would not lower his guard even when fighting against a boy like Akira. I see. Is it possible to win against him? Of course. The moment he wasn't able to finish you off with that surprise attack, that man had run out of luck. Alpha smiled when she said that. Hearing her confident answer, Akira lightly smiled. That's great news. My whole body is hurting like crazy though. This isn't anything bad, right? Don't worry. Take the medicine while you're hiding here. Be sure to take the expensive one, okay? The cheap one won't do. Alpha smiled. Sure, if you don't mind getting your arm or leg torn off. It meant that there might be a need for him to make extreme maneuvers that would put his body under immense stress. Akira smiled bitterly knowing this fact. I'll take the expensive one. Akira only had a small amount left of the medicines that he found in Kuzusuhara ruin, but it would be stupid to get himself killed here just because he did not want to use it. He pulled out the medicines from inside a small pouch hanging on his hip and swallowed them. He also put some in his mouth and held them there. After Akira had finished all his preparations, Alpha said to him. All right then. Akira, let's start fighting back. Ready your resolve. Yeah, that's my responsibility, after all. Resolve was Akira's responsibility. He had resolved himself that he would kill in order to survive. It was something that he had always done until now. He lightly smiled thinking that he might have to keep doing that from now on. Yajima, the person who shot Akira, was shocked by what just happened, but he calmly looked around for Akira. There's no mistaking it, that surprise attack was perfectly executed. His face didn't show that he was acting at all. My shots really caught him off guard and my quick draw was perfect, just like always. So how in the world he evaded that? He had the reflexes to evade my shots. Is he always using an accelerator that can only be bought using chrome? Or is it that he has an enhanced brain? The Eastern District had analyzed all kinds of old-world relics to create drugs and medicines. Some of them provided temporary physical enhancement, some of them increased cognitive ability. There were all kinds of medicines ranging from only healing fatigue to recovering from serious wounds. Among all of those drugs, there was a type of drug that caused the users to feel time move slower around them. This drug was known as the accelerator. Many hunters used this accelerator so that they could make an important decision faster than their opponents during a dangerous situation. Among the old world relics, there was an accelerator that would even make the user able to follow a flying bullet with their eyes. On the other hand, using such a drug would put the user's brain under immense stress. If it was a high-quality expensive drug, it would leave almost no backlash. At most, it would only leave the user a little tired. But if it was a strong drug or a cheap low-quality drug, it might leave the user crippled after using it or even cause brain death. Moreover, there were a group of people in the Eastern District who were dubbed as the brain-enhanced people. These people put modifications inside their brain to accelerate their brain functions. Some of them used nanomachines to do that, while some of them stuffed a mechanical processing unit into their brain. They did that in order to accelerate their cognitive processing ability or to add new functions into their brain and gain a better brain than a normal one. But of course, it was very dangerous to mess with the brain. Not only with money, but they also had to pay for such enhancement with their flesh or even psyche. Each and every person had different opinions whether such an enhancement was worth the sacrifice or not. Since Akira could connect to the old world domain, it could be said that he already belonged to that group. Without his ability to connect to the old world domain, Akira would not be able to enjoy all of the support that he was receiving from Alpha. So Yajima's guess that Akira had an enhanced brain, in a sense, was actually correct. There should only be hunters assigned to replace the old illuminations around this area. There's no way someone who could explore the inner part of the underground city is assigned to this place. So why would someone like him be here? Don't tell me that he's a secret agent from Kagamayama City. Did the city discover our plan? He might be a child-type cyborg with someone actually skilled controlling his body. Whichever it is, this is not good. I have to take care of him as soon as possible. Yajima decided to contact his friends. Since he was using the communication device installed inside his brain, he did not make any sounds at all. It's me. How is it going over there? Did you already open a hole to the surface? Yajima's friend replied. We haven't even started yet. Aren't you the one who told us to wait until all the relics are gathered? Yajima clicked his tongue. We have a change of plan. Start digging a hole now and tell the truck to hurry up. Also, send Kane and Nelia here. Wadash. What's going on there? The city might have noticed our plan. There's someone who could evade my quick draw loitering in this place. It's suspicious that someone like him is even here. In the worst case scenario, that person might be an agent sent by the city. An agent from the city? Are you kidding me? I have no plans on picking a fight against the city, you know. Didn't you say that it's going to be all right? Just shut up. We're already picking a fight with the city the moment we decided to snatch the old world relics owned by them. This won't be a problem if I can kill him and escape this place. Just hurry up with the hole. Yajima then disconnected the call. Yajima and his friends were planning to smuggle the old world relics from inside the underground ruin to the surface. They were working in the exploration team before and had explored the underground city. During that period, they found an impressive amount of expensive old world relics. They knew that they could definitely earn a huge load of money if they sold those relics. But it was almost impossible to bring all of those relics through the entrance that was located in the HQ. So, they hid all of those relics in a certain place in the underground city and hatched a plot to carry them out. And since then, Yajima and his friends continued exploring the underground city while also filling up their hidden relics repository. They found way more relics than they expected and their plan was going well. But then came a big threat to their plan. The HQ decided to replace the old illuminations with new ones. The new advanced illuminations were equipped with a surveillance camera and motion detector, thus it would be almost impossible to carry all of those relics secretly once the new illuminations were installed. It was already difficult enough for them to move the relics from their hidden repository. And if their hidden repository was discovered, Yajima and his friends who were assigned to explore the area around it in the past would be the first ones to be suspected. Thus he decided to execute the plan sooner than they had originally planned. Yajima was monitoring the area around their hidden relics repository. He turned off his terminal so that the HQ would not be able to track his position. Although it might make the HQ suspicious of him, it would at least prevent the HQ from pinpointing his location. He already knew about this when he turned off his terminal. On top of that, Yajima was also being careful not to get discovered by other hunters. Since if someone found him, the HQ would quickly notice that he had left his station without permission and it might jeopardize his plan. The reason why Akira was able to spot him was because of Alpha's superior detection ability, and Yajima, who was in the middle of executing his plan, was anxious and nervous. In Yajima's eyes, Akira looked like just a common young hunter. He bet that Akira was a hunter from Drankum and that he was only able to join the Urata Scorpion Nest extermination request due to the gang's influence. Which meant that he just needed to kill Akira if Akira had noticed him. Yajima's wrong guess led to the current situation. Akira was hiding behind a pile of rubble while Yajima was hiding behind a pillar. Both of them were peeking and checking each other. Akira used his right hand holding an AAH rifle to peek out. The aiming device of his AAH rifle that was already connected to his information terminal sent the image of the pillar where Yajima was hiding to Akira's information terminal. Then that data was reflected onto his enhanced vision. It was so that he could put holes on Yajima's body the moment he jumped out from that pillar. Thanks to Alpha's superior detection ability, he could even clearly see what Yajima was doing behind that pillar through his enhanced vision. So, what do you want to do? Want to try approaching him? Since both of them were hiding behind an object, they had to move if they wanted to be able to have a clear aim at the other person. Akira sent Alpha an image of him moving quickly from one wreckage to another while pointing his rifle at that pillar following a route that he planned. Thanks to his telepathic training that started with Akira sending the image of Alpha's dress through telepathy, he was able to send accurate images now. Akira's suggestion was perfectly sent to Alpha, but she shot it down. No, let's make good use of your equipment advantage first. Take out the CWH anti-material rifle. Roger that. Akira exchanged the AAH assault rifle in his hand with CWH anti-material rifle loaded with special ammo. Of course, he never thought that he would be using it against a human. But suddenly Yajima shouted. I'm really sorry. Things happened to me so I thought you're an enemy. Please don't shoot. Let's talk. I'm sure you'll understand if you just listen to me. I'm a hunter assigned to the exploration team around this area. My terminal was destroyed by another hunter and I can't contact the HQ. So can you please contact the HQ? I'm sure it'll clear up the misunderstanding if you call the HQ. Akira replied to that plea with a simple answer. He started unleashing CWH special ammo to that pillar. A loud bang echoed through the underground city with each shot followed by a big crack on the pillar. But the bullets were not able to penetrate it. That's one strong pillar, as expected of the old world ruin. Let's keep shooting. Akira kept shooting at the pillar and all the bullets that he shot hit the exact same point on it without even the slightest error. The special ammo would instantly kill Yajima once it was able to penetrate through the pillar. Even if Yajima jumped out from that pillar in panic, Akira, who could completely see his image, would immediately shoot and kill him. But if he stayed there, Akira would eventually destroy that pillar and kill him. It was checkmate. Yajima was able to gauge his situation from the tremors of the pillar. He didn't say anything and started shooting. It seems like he's using some kind of anti-material weapon, which means that this pillar won't hold for long. But he didn't contact the HQ or try to tell the HQ what's going on here. In short, either his terminal is broken because of that surprise attack or he got suspicious of me because I told him to contact the HQ, whichever the case, this is a good thing, I just need to kill him here to keep my plan hidden. Yajima laughed, he thought that his situation was not that bad. His face showed a twisted expression as if he was enjoying the situation that he was in. Akira saw something fly out from behind the pillar, he thought that it was some kind of explosive and quickly shot it down. But rather than exploding, it spread some kind of smoke. Yajima quickly moved behind another wreckage the moment that happened while pointing his handgun at Akira. CWH anti-material rifle was not built for continuous shooting. As such, Akira was not able to shoot at Yajima when he jumped out from behind the pillar. But it was not enough of an opening for Yajima to reach behind another wreckage as Akira aimed his next shot at Yajima, ready to pull the trigger and shoot through that smoke. But suddenly Yajima's image from the aiming device blurred. Akira was surprised but managed to pull the trigger. The bullet spat out from the muzzle but did not hit Yajima, it stirred the smoke and flew straight before vanishing into the dark hallway. Yajima released a few shots at Akira to keep him in check while still running. Akira quickly evaded and hid behind a wreckage. Yajima too used that small opening to hide behind another wreckage. Alpha, what was that? That's a jamming smoke. It reduces the effectiveness of information-gathering devices. It was made using the technology obtained from analyzing the colorless mist. The reason why your vision blurred is because your enhanced vision is based on the data gathered by the information-gathering device which is affected by that smoke. Normally, it's used to reduce the detection ability of mechanical monsters, but since most of the monsters in the underground city are biological monsters, it means that he was expecting to fight other hunters down here right from the beginning. What a pain in the ass. As I thought, fighting against another person is different compared to fighting against a monster. But that's the reason why humans survive this long. Well, you're not wrong. Akira smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would mostly fight monsters after getting his augmented suit, but instead, he had to fight against another human now. Because of their tenacity and craftiness, humans were able to survive in the Eastern District which was filled with monsters. Although they had to deal with all of those monsters, they still had the leeway to fight and attempt to kill each other. Humans were still trying to kill each other even now. This might be one thing that would remain unchanged even after they exterminated all the monsters. Yajima could accurately see Akira's movement with his information-gathering device. He even knew exactly where Akira was hiding. Yajima blended in with the smoke and carefully moved from the wreckage he was hiding. Yajima had ascertained Akira's location. He knew for sure where Akira was hiding. What he just needed to do next was to shoot in that direction. He could see a faint shadow of Akira in the middle of the smoke that was slowly dispersing. Although it should be impossible to see Akira without any support, Yajima was able to clearly see him. Akira took a shooting stance. He was aiming at a wreckage in the opposite direction to where Yajima was. Yajima, who saw that from behind Akira, smiled. His years of experience and his own intuition were saying that he had already won. Yajima jumped out from behind the wreckage where he was hiding, and at the same time, he quickly grabbed his handgun and directed it at Akira's head. He had already lined his aim. He only needed to pull the trigger next and it would confirm his victory. But no bullet flew out from its muzzle. Both his handgun and his whole arm was torn off by CWH anti-material rifle special ammo. The moment Yajima lined his aim, Akira suddenly pushed his augmented suit to the limit to turn his CWH anti-material rifle to the opposite direction. He supported the CWH anti-material rifle with only his right hand and took a shot at Yajima without even looking back before Yajima could even pull the trigger. The blast from the bullet smacked Yajima to the ground. He still could not process what just happened. In the middle of that chaos, he inadvertently mumbled his first impression of his current situation. "You gotta be kidding me." Yajima's right hand that was blasted to pieces left mechanical parts scattered on the ground along with his destroyed handgun. He was a cyborg. Akira looked like he was in pain. His whole body was pulsing with pain from all the stress that the augmented suit put on his body. Especially his right arm. It was to be expected since he used only his right arm to hold the kickback of his CWH anti-material rifle. The medicines that he consumed beforehand started taking effect. But it was not like it could immediately heal his injuries. He felt like he would collapse any time, but he was able to somehow hold his body up. Akira looked at Yajima, who was lying on the ground, and asked Alpha. "Did I do well?" Alpha smiled and said, "Yep, you did a splendid job." To be perfectly honest, it was Alpha who aimed at Yajima and shot him down. She controlled Akira's augmented suit to execute that highly accurate shot. Alpha was able to completely grasp Akira's 5 senses. In short, she was able to extract information directly from his sensory organs. She used the image information sent from his eyes to search for any smallest suspicious shifts in the smoke, and thus she was able to guess where Yajima was hiding. Alpha also had readjusted the setting of the information gathering device, thus keeping the effect from the jamming smoke to the minimum. Although its effectiveness was still reduced, she could fill that hole with her advanced calculating ability. So just like Yajima, who knew precisely where Akira was, Alpha also knew Yajima's exact position. The only person who did not know was Akira. Judging from how Akira was acting, Yajima thought that Akira did not know where he was hiding and got lured into coming out from the wreckage. Akira kept his eyes on Yajima, who was lying on the ground, and asked Alpha, "Why didn't you aim for his head?" "There are two reasons. First of all, it might not stop his finger from pulling the trigger even if you blast his head off. If he pulled the trigger the moment he got shot or before the bullet reached him, he might get a shot on you. So I shot his arm instead, just to be safe. The second reason was because he might still be alive even without his head." No, there's no way he can survive without a head, isn't it? That man is a cyborg. It might be possible that he has a remote control function. There are cyborgs with no brain in their heads, you know. If it's just a remote body, then even if you destroy his head where the control unit is, he might have another support unit that can act as the control unit's substitute. He's a cyborg after all. But whichever the case, I was worried that he might still shoot back even without his head. That's why I decided to prioritize taking out any possibilities of him shooting at you. Akira took a closer look at the still shocked Yajima. Although he blew Yajima's arm to pieces, there was no blood splatter at all. But he could see some mechanical parts peeking out from Yajima's open wound. Just like Alpha said, Yajima was a cyborg. His body was composed of a mix between mechanical and organic parts, but the only organic part of his body was his central nervous system. Although he had lost his right arm, he did not feel any pain at all. His body was adjusted so that he would only feel minimal pain. But even so, he could feel the impact, and the bullet tore his right arm. It caused enough damage to render him unable to continue fighting. Akira never thought the possibility that Yajima was a cyborg. He looked a bit surprised as he asked Alpha, "How did you notice that he's a cyborg?" "There are a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason is that he's too good at lying. You got tricked and caught off guard back there, remember? I'm really thankful for saving me there." "You're welcome." Akira conveyed his gratitude, and Alpha replied back with a content smile. So, how is his lie connected to him being a cyborg?" "I can get an inkling whether someone is lying or not from their expression. Like if they make a strange expression, or if they make any suspicious gestures, or if there's an inconsistency in their tone. In that case, you should have told me back then. Believe me, I also got tricked, but you just said that you can tell if someone is lying, right?" There was no sign in his expression that he was lying. But in truth, he was actually lying. This means that his expression was not connected to his inner mind at all. The only people who could do that are either cyborgs who can completely control their facial muscles or remote mechanical bodies. I bet he recorded his normal expression and was applying it on his face. "I see. Well, you're really amazing. It goes without saying." Alpha smiled at Akira in response to his compliment. As Akira approached Yajima's body without lowering his guard, he heard Alpha's warning. Although it wasn't fatal, the CWH anti-material rifle's special ammo has caused him significant damage. But even so, don't drop your guard. I know. And also, reload a new magazine. Although it's not completely empty, the loaded magazine has but few bullets. Roger that. Akira followed Alpha's suggestion and reloaded a new magazine. Although Yajima was badly wounded, he was still someone who was more powerful than Akira. He kept that in mind as he carefully approached Yajima. Yajima was not dead, nor was he knocked unconscious. He was lying there on the ground, completely conscious. And he was thinking hard about how to escape his current predicament. Although he was badly wounded, it was not fatal. It might be hard to fight Akira without one arm, but he still could run away from Akira. But of course, he needed to think about what to do since Akira definitely would shoot him from behind if he started running. Yajima had requested reinforcements from his friends, but he did not know for sure when his reinforcements would arrive. No matter how he calculated the estimated time for his reinforcements to arrive, it would only happen after Akira shot his head. So in short, Yajima was already in checkmate. After Akira took a few steps closer to Yajima, he readied his CWH anti-material rifle and pointed it at Yajima. Akira understood Yajima was someone stronger than him, thus it did not seem like he had any plan on lowering his guard yet. He stood at a distance where he could safely kill Yajima even if Yajima suddenly jumped and charged at him. His gesture and expression were saying that he would not hesitate to pull the trigger if Yajima made any suspicious moves. Yajima looked meek as he raised his left hand toward Akira, expressing his surrender while still lying on the ground. Please stop. It's my loss. Please don't shoot. Why did you attack me? Like I said, it's a misunderstanding. Please. Listen to what I have to say. If you just listen. I'm sure you'll understand. Yajima was trembling as he was pleading for his life. He made a plea for Akira to listen to his explanation. Akira had the upper hand here, he basically had Yajima's life in his hands. His situation gave Akira a leeway to reassess and think about his next actions. What to do here? He's sincerely pleading for his life, but that meek look is a lie. His plea for you to listen to him is also a lie. He might be planning to talk his way out, or he's planning to buy time. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira turned to Yajima and asked him. You're planning to buy time, huh? So how long do you need to wait until your friends come here? Buying time? It's a misunderstanding. I have no plans to do that. I swear. I'm not lying. Akira, that's a lie. Yajima was spouting excuses in panic. Alpha quickly pointed out to Akira that it was a lie, and he believed her. When they arrived at their assigned station, they only found a cart filled with illuminations and no one around. When they decided to look around for the other hunters, they saw Akira pointing his rifle toward another hunter. Akira and Yajima turned towards Shirori and Reina. His expression turned stern the moment he saw Shirori and Reina. He thought that it would be a huge pain in the ass to explain the situation to them. So those two are the hunters that the HQ sent, huh? It would have been great if they had come sooner while I was in the middle of that fight. Normally, Alpha would quickly notice those two and inform Akira about them. He thought that it was strange she did not do that, so he asked her, Now that I think about it, Alpha, didn't you notice them before? As I said before, the jamming smoke reduced my detection ability. Ah, you're right. Akira was convinced by her answer. Alpha did not lie. It was true that the jamming smoke reduced her detection ability. But she did not say anything about the fact that she was hoping Akira would at least destroy Yajima's four limbs before Shirori and Reina arrived there. Of course, Alpha could just control Akira's augmented suit to immediately kill Yajima. But doing so would mean that she would ignore his will, and to do so, there were many requirements that needed to be satisfied first in order to release her from her bind and execute that action. But more than that, Alpha had to prioritize Akira's wish, that was why she could not just ignore his will and force him to do something. Akira was still looking at Reina and Shirori when Yajima turned to Akira. He looked at Akira's expression and found a ray of hope to get out of his crisis. He knows them, but they're not his friends. Or at least, they are not close enough for them to believe his explanation without questioning it. And this boy just thought that it's a pain in the ass to explain what's going on, didn't he? He thought that those girls won't believe him even if he tried to explain the situation. Although he was snickering inside, his face still looked desperate as he shouted at Shirori and Reina. Help me. He'll kill me. Akira inadvertently turned his gaze back to Yajima. Yajima was trembling and shouted again. This boy shot me out of the blue. He's trying to kill me. Although I was just working on replacing the illuminations. Akira denied in panic. That's not true. Well, it's true that I shot him, but it's because he tried to kill me first. He's lying. I only fought back because he tried to kill me. Are you fucking kidding me? You were obviously trying to kill me, weren't you? And you're the one who shot at me first too. That's because you pointed your rifle at me. Akira and Yajima were yelling at each other. Reina and Shiori were confused. They were only sent there to help with the work to replace the illuminations. They did not know who was saying the truth. Judging from the situation, they only knew that those two fought and Akira won. But they could not tell which one was lying and which one was saying the truth. Reina was confused and asked Shiori for help. Shiori. What do you think? Even if Milady asks me, I myself don't know for sure. Shiori did not know what to do. It was at least obvious to her that something had happened which triggered a fight. Since she was once so close to getting into a fight with Akira, a part of her was actually suspecting him. But with that being said, Shiori did not think that Akira was lying. After all, when she asked him in the past, he once told her that he would rather answer truthfully even if it might cause a fight with her rather than coming up with a random answer to evade answering the real question. No matter which one of them was lying, or even if it was just a big misunderstanding between the two of them, there was no way Shiori could tell, and she understood that. Shiori looked at Yajima and Akira with a serious face. I believe that I have to contact the HQ first, will that be alright? Shiori thought that if any of them looked troubled when she wanted to contact the HQ, then that person would be the one who was lying. Or at least, the possibility for that person to be the liar would be high. So she stared intensely at Yajima and Akira. Akira answered back swiftly. Ah, right, you can go ahead and contact the HQ. I did report to the HQ that I found a suspicious person who's not using the terminal from the HQ, then HQ gave me permission to deal with that person even if it meant that I need to kill him. You'll understand the situation once you contact the HQ. Yajima shouted. That's my line. Just contact the HQ. I'm sure you'll realize that I'm saying the truth. Akira and Yajima were glaring at each other. Reina pulled out her information terminal to contact the HQ, but her call would not go through. I can't get any connections to HQ. Yajima, who heard Reina's mumble, said. That's because this boy used jamming smoke. You knew that this would happen when you told them to contact the HQ, didn't you? You're the one who used the jamming smoke. I don't have any grenades on me. Just check me, if you don't believe. That's only because you used all of your grenades. Just stop lying already. Akira and Yajima glared at each other again. Both of them encouraged Reina to contact HQ, but she could not get any connection. Reina and Shiori came there to help with replacing the illuminations, which were the same excuse as to why Yajima was there. On the other hand, Akira said that he was told by the HQ to deal with a hunter who was not sharing his position through the same network, but Shiori did not hear anything about that from the HQ. Thus there was a discrepancy with what Akira said. Shiori took another careful look at Akira and Yajima. Both of them did not seem like they were lying. Reina looked confused as she was observing Akira and Yajima. She could not tell which one was lying. After racking her brains out and still unable to come up with an answer, she turned to Shiori for help. Shiori came up with a suggestion. Well then. Let's bring everyone back to HQ first. Or at least get away from the jamming smoke until we can contact the HQ. Shiori turned to Akira and carefully said to him, Now then, Akira-sama. Could you please lower your rifle? Akira's face was grim. His rifle was still pointing at Yajima, I should have killed this guy before they came here. It can't be helped, it's not like you can kill him now in this situation. Don't worry, it should be recorded just fine. It's highly unlikely that you would get framed. Since we were also originally planning to bring him to the HQ, let's think of it as a good thing now that you got more help to bring this man to the HQ. Akira calmed down after Alpha said that to him. Since Akira did not lower his rifle, Shiori put up her guard. Akira-sama. I already heard you. Akira then lowered his rifle. But Shiori still had her guards up against Akira. Shiori knew about Akira's ability and personality. And so she thought that in this situation, Akira was the one that she should be putting her guard against. Thus it could not be helped as she lowered her guard against the other guy, who was still lying on the ground trembling in fear with his right arm missing and unarmed. With Shiori keeping her eyes on him, Akira's focus shifted to Shiori. It meant that both of them were not watching Yajima. Akira. Stop her at once. It was already too late when Alpha alerted him. Get up. Reina was already standing next to Yajima and extending her hand. It was completely normal to do that to someone who had lost his right arm, lying on the ground without any weapon, and looked completely scared. But it was a fatal mistake. Yajima pulled Reina's hand and made her lose balance. At the same time, he stood up, circled behind her, and used his left arm to restrain Reina, choking her. Yajima smirked vilely and said, "Don't move." The fear that was on Yajima's face until a few seconds ago had dissipated. Chapter 54, Their Respective Decisions. Looking from Akira's expression, Yajima understood that Akira did not think Reina and Shiori as his friends. While from Reina and Shiori's expression, he understood that they too did not regard Akira as their friend and they did not understand the current situation. Yajima knew that he could use Shiori and Reina to get out from this dangerous situation. So he decided to exploit them. When Akira lowered his rifle, Yajima was actually celebrating inside. After all, he at least was able to get out of the situation where he could be killed anytime. He now just needed to wait until the effect of the jamming smoke weakened to contact his friends for help. And so, he decided to start acting in order to buy more time. But fortunately, someone who did not have her guards up suddenly approached him without suspecting anything. Yajima was thankful for his devil's luck. Reina, who was captured by Yajima, squeezed out some words while in pain. What are you doing? Yajima laughed vilely as he replied back, he was obviously mocking Reina. Are you seriously asking me what I'm doing? Do I really have to explain this? I didn't think there's someone that stupid, you know. I think this situation explains itself really well. But I guess, just to be safe, in the rare case if those two also don't understand what's going on, I'm basically holding you hostage to threaten the other two people in this place. Yajima stopped smiling and turned to Akira and Shiori. Don't move or I'll kill this girl. Although his voice was calm, it was clear that he was serious. Akira and Shiori did not make any moves while staring at Yajima. Akira's face was stern as he glared at Yajima. As for Shiori, she was obviously directing her killing intent toward Yajima. Although she tried hard to keep a calm expression, she was actually furious inside and it was projected from her eyes. She glared intensely at Yajima as if she was trying to bore holes through him with her gaze. Yajima looked at Akira and Shiori who just stood there and said, "Very nice. It's really helpful that you guys are smart enough to understand what's going on." Yajima still kept his eyes on Shiori and Akira as he said to Reina. Now then, since your sorry brain can't understand what's going on, I'll let you know about this too. I can easily crush your neck with my hand. So don't do anything stupid. It might be true that I've lost my right arm and was lying on the ground until a few minutes ago. So it's completely understandable if you're thinking of waiting for a chance to escape. But that would be a big mistake. I won't lower my guard and I'm not so weak that you can break away even if there's an opening. If it seemed like I lowered my guard to you, it's just because I look so from your point of view, and you were completely mistaken. You might not believe my words. But looking at how the person who's wanting to help you is just standing there obeying my words, I hope you understand the meaning of that. A moment of silence drifted. After confirming that Reina did not try to fight back, and Akira and Shiori did not do anything suspicious, Yajima continued, "That's good. Then, throw down your weapon." Shiori quickly dropped the gun that she was holding. She also dropped down the gun in her holster and any other weapons that she had on her. After she removed all of her weapons, she took a few steps back. Shiori kept her eyes on Yajima for even the slightest opening. When she removed all of her weapons, she noticed that he frowned slightly. Yajima turned to Akira. Shiori looked puzzled and turned towards him too. Akira was still gripping his rifle. He still had his guards up as he was staring at Yajima. "Akira-sama, could you please drop your gun?" Shiori pleaded with Akira to drop his gun. But he did not say anything while still staring at Yajima. "Akira-sama? I hear you." Akira only said that, but he did not look like he was going to drop his rifle anytime soon. Yajima frowned. He tightened his choke on Reina and made her groan in pain. Shiori looked hurt when she heard Reina groan. Yajima calmly said, "I'm sure you heard what I said, or is it that you wouldn't listen to me? Are you saying that you don't care if she dies? How much more would you demand from us? Is it until your friends come here and kill us? I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't have friends. If you drop your gun, I'll just withdraw to the hallway and let this girl go after I gain some distance from here. I promise you that." "Ah, I didn't tell you that I'm going to release her if you drop your gun, huh? My bad. So, do you get it now? You're thinking of stealing relics, aren't you?" Yajima slightly reacted when he said that. Akira then continued. "I got that right, didn't I? Back then when you tried to kill me, you didn't try to make any excuses and instead immediately tried to kill me without hesitation. Which meant that the moment I saw your face, you had no other choice but to kill me. You're a cyborg, so you can freely change your expression the way you want. But even so, you still tried to kill me when I wanted to contact the HQ. I bet there's something down here that you don't want the city to notice no matter what." Akira's guess was correct. Yajima and his friends had hidden relics in multiple places in the underground city, and one of those places was around that area. His friends should already be transporting the relics from the other places. His job was to guard that place until his friends came there to carry the relics. Akira continued. "You're planning to kill everyone who saw your face, aren't you? Since we know your face, the city staff would easily identify you after all. You're basically picking a fight with the city, they would have a bounty for your head. So in order to avoid that, you have no other choice but to kill us. Am I wrong?" Yajima, who was only listening without saying anything, replied as if he was reproving someone that would not listen to him. "It seems that you're misunderstanding a lot of things here. I don't mind telling you where you went wrong with your guess that is full of holes, but I have a feeling that you would not listen to me no matter what I say. So, for how long do you need to buy time? How strong are your friends? Seeing how you're taking this slowly, it seems that they're strong enough to be able to kill us easily. Even if I go along with your rubbish talk, one thing for sure is, this girl will die if you don't drop your gun. If you kill that girl, there's no mistaking it that you won't leave this place alive. But you'll still kill her even after knowing that, huh? I guess you're confident that you have enough power to deal with us then." Akira and Yajima locked gazes with a serious face. There was a moment of silence before Yajima coldly said, "This is the last warning. Drop your gun." "No thanks." Akira swiftly refused Yajima's demand. They stared intensely at each other. Shiori's face was already turned pale as she was watching them. Yajima sighed. Is this boy for real? He knows my plan and also knows that I'm not planning to leave anyone alive. What should I do now? I don't know for sure when Kane and Nelia will arrive. This boy might decide to shoot me on the spot the moment he sees Kane and Nelia. My cyborg body is badly damaged, I don't think I can evade if he shoots at me. Yajima looked exasperated. Although I'm taking hostage a beautiful girl like her here. You're really a cold person, you know. Don't you have any sense of righteousness in your heart? I don't want to hear that from the person who's taking that beautiful girl hostage. It's fine for me, I'm a villain after all. I can do bad things without feeling guilty at all. It's the special right only for villains, so a hero can't afford to do that. Well, putting that aside, since it seems that this hostage isn't important to you, I'll just ask the other person who cares for the hostage. Yajima then turned to Shiori. If you don't want this girl to die, go kill that boy. The moment Yajima said that, Akira put up his guard against both Yajima and Shiori. Yajima noticed that slight change and inadvertently took a step back while still holding Reina. Akira still had his CWH anti-material rifle pointed downward. If he had pointed his rifle at Yajima, Yajima would have reacted with something more extreme. Shiori was in dismay and exchanged glances between Akira and Reina. She was shocked and confused as she was put in that absurd situation. Akira chose not to drop his gun. The rest was up to Shiori to decide, and all the available options that she had were hopeless. Akira was waiting to see what Shiori would do as he asked Alpha, Alpha, what do you think? Alpha replied back almost instantly. I think she'll decide to attack you. And the reason for that? It'll allow the hostage to live longer by attacking you. If she doesn't follow what he said, he would realize that there's no meaning in holding the hostage and kill the hostage. Even though she knows that he plans to kill everyone, as long as the hostage is still alive, there's a hope that she would be able to save the hostage. Looking from that point of view, there's no way she would let this chance to keep the hostage's life slide. I totally agree with you for the same exact reason. Damn it, I should have not worried about explaining the situation back then and just quickly killed this man. Nothing will change even if you regret it now. Let's just do what you can do right now. In the worst case scenario, you'll have to kill everyone, okay? Roger that. Akira had made his resolve. While on the other hand, Shiori still could not resolve herself to decide on anything. If she lunged at Yajima, he would immediately kill Reina. But even if she killed Akira, there was no guarantee that Yajima would not kill Reina. She believed that Akira's guess was correct, Yajima planned to kill everyone in the end. Looking at Shiori who was still standing frozen in place, Yajima acted angrily and said, What the heck, so taking this girl hostage is basically meaningless, huh? I guess I have no other choice but to kill her then. I'm sure I'll be dead too afterwards, but my friends would definitely avenge my death when they get here. Yajima's words were just a bluff. He had no plan to die in that place. Shiori understood that well, but if she just stood there and did nothing, it would be only a matter of time before that bluff turned into reality. Looking at how Shiori was in so much pain, Reina tried to say something. But she could not raise her voice since Yajima was strongly strangling her neck. Yajima turned to Reina and said with full killing intent. You just shut up. Yajima did not know what Reina was trying to say. But whether she was trying to ask for rescue or she was trying to tell Shiori to just forget about her, it was nothing but a needless voice in his opinion. Yajima's crooked mind thought if Reina pleaded for help with a pained voice, Shiori might start attacking Akira. And if Reina told them to just forget about her, Shiori and Akira might really do that. Reina's pained groan and expression triggered Shiori to move. Shiori lunged forward and grabbed the gun that she dropped on the ground, she quickly pointed it to Akira and pulled the trigger. But the moment Shiori moved, Akira quickly hid behind nearest wreckage. Thus the bullets shot by Shiori did not hit Akira as they ricocheted when they hit the wall, the floor, or the wreckage. The battle had already started. Akira readied his CWH anti-material rifle and shot at Shiori. But she quickly took cover behind thick wreckage that could hold the power of CWH special ammo. She used her experience, skill and observation ability to predict when Akira released shots and took cover from the flying bullets. If Shirori chose wrong wreckage, the CWH special ammo would easily penetrate through the wreckage and cause a fatal injury. If she mistakenly read when Akira took a shot, the CWH special ammo would turn her into minced meat in an instant. There was no way human armor could withstand the power of the ammo that could even destroy a tank. In the case of firepower, Akira was overwhelmingly above Shirori. But he could not land a hit on her. In such an extreme situation where one hit would be enough to turn her into minced meat, she used her superior reflex and highly trained skill to evade his shots. Shirori kept shooting at Akira to keep him in check while trying to get close to him, who was keeping his distance from her. Shirori understood that even if she killed Akira, that did not mean that her situation would improve. She knew that Yajima hoped she and Akira would kill each other in this fight. But if she did not kill Akira, then Yajima would kill Reina. She was aware of her duty, and the hopelessness of the current situation had distorted her mind as she recklessly charged toward Akira. Akira kept shooting at Shirori, who was charging at him. Since CWH anti-material rifle could not be used for continuous shooting, Shirori was able to quickly close the distance between them using the opening between each shot. She eventually reached Akira and saw him changing the magazine of his CWH anti-material rifle right in front of her. Shirori thought that it might be her only chance to take away his overwhelming firepower and quickly close the distance between them. Akira finished reloading the magazine and pointed his rifle at her in point-blank range. Gunshot echoed through the area, but it was only after Shirori kicked the rifle. The stray bullet ripped through the air and hit the ceiling. Shirori looked relieved for a few seconds after disarming Akira. But he did not let her get away with that and swiftly kicked her rifle too. Both of them lost their weapons as their rifles landed on the floor away from them. Both Akira and Shirori did not think even for a second about picking up their rifles as they quickly decided to continue the fight with CQC. They both had non-enhanced bodies and were using augmented suits. Since both of them were not using a helmet, single hit on the head using the augmented suit would spell instant death. They leapt forward with the goal of inflicting that single fatal blow. Their fight shifted from shooting bullets to throwing punches. Even though the distance between them had reduced and the weapon they used had changed, they still tried to kill each other just like before. Reina could see blurry images of Akira and Shirori trying to kill each other through her teary eyes. It was a fight that happened because she was taken hostage. She knew that both of them would stop if only she died, but she was still alive at the moment. Reina's feelings were in chaos. The fear of getting killed as Yajima literally had her life in his grasp. The regret of doing something stupid. The guilt from seeing Shirori, who was fighting in order to save her, and Akira, who was dragged into this situation. And lastly, the feeling of powerlessness for not being able to do anything in such a situation. She was desperate and wanted to do something, and also the hatred toward Yajima made Reina use all her power to swing her elbow at him. Reina was using an augmented suit. So her elbow swing smacked Yajima with more power than from a usual human, but it was only enough to make him stagger a bit. It did not make his left arm move at all as it was still firmly holding her neck. Yajima's expression did not change as he applied more power in his left arm, tightening the choke on Reina. She gasped in pain. Yajima kept his choke tight as he said to Reina, "Did you think that there was an opening? Or is that a plea to just kill you? Well, either way, that was pointless, you know. My cyborg body won't even get damaged with that level of attack, and I won't easily kill you since you still have your use as a hostage. It seems that your body is an organic body. Are you planning to bite your tongue and kill yourself? Well, if you do that, I'll just move your body to make it look like you're still alive. Don't worry, I've been making sure that you don't make any sound, so I'm sure they wouldn't notice it right away." Yajima laughed mockingly. Reina heard clearly that he was ridiculing her futile effort. With that, she completely stopped trying to fight back. As Reina stopped struggling to fight back, she could only just silently cry there. Seeing how Reina had stopped, Yajima sneered at her and thought. She lost her will to fight back just because of that bluff, huh? She's naive, way too naive. If she resolves herself to die and fight back, she might be able to create an opening. There are also so many other ways for the others to notice if she's already dead or not. Well, this stupid girl was someone who would come to me and basically offer herself to be the hostage after all. I thought that I've run out of luck when that boy was so close to killing me, but at this rate, I guess it'll be alright now. Yajima was observing the fight between Akira and Shirori while holding Reina as his meat shield. But still, those two are pretty strong. There's no way hunters with that much skill gets assigned to replacing the illuminations, so what exactly is going on here? Before losing his CWH anti-material rifle, Akira was actually looking for a chance to shoot Yajima. Shirori thought that Akira might shoot and kill Yajima there even if it meant that Reina would be killed in the process. That was why she regularly shot at Akira to prevent him from shooting at Yajima. In the end, her actions allowed Yajima to survive. In front of Yajima's eyes, Akira and Shirori were evenly matched. If both of them worked together to attack him, his winning chance would be extremely slim. But that chance got better and better the more they injured each other. Just keep on fighting like that until either one of you can't move or run out of energy. That girl, is this the best she can do? Try harder, will you? If that boy is dead, it's basically my win. And as a reward, I'll give you a painless death. Yajima laughed while still gripping hard on the useless girl who was also acting as his life insurance. Shiori's teary face looked pained as if she was crying like a little girl while still throwing deadly swift attacks at Akira. While on the other hand, Akira's expression looked grim while desperately blocking and evading her attacks and throwing counters. Even a single hit from their attack would inflict a fatal injury. A straight hit on the head would not end with only a stinging pain, it would blast their head and scatter their brain matters. Akira was actually surprised by Shiori's strength, he thought that he would win the fight the moment they switched to CQC. Akira was trained in CQC by Alpha. Although it was a virtual training, Alpha demonstrated an overwhelming fighting strength against him. So if she took control of his augmented suit, he thought he would be able to perform in that level of strength too. Although it might put his body in more stress, he would at least be able to easily win this fight. But something unexpected happened. Shirori was able to hold off his attacks although Alpha was helping him, or more like, Shirori was actually slowly pushing him back. I never thought she's this strong. Alpha. Is this going to be alright? Don't worry, it's going to be fine, just endure the fight for now. Please do something about it before my limbs get torn off, okay? They're already hurting like hell, you know. I would even believe you if you tell me that they're already torn off. As Alpha was controlling Akira's augmented suit, the more he made a maneuver that was above his ability, the more it put his body under stress. And the harder the maneuver, the higher the stress on his body. His and Shiori's CQC abilities were obviously not at the same level. In order to fill the big gap in skill, Alpha pushed his body to its limit. Alpha smiled as she replied. It'll be alright. Maybe. What do you mean with that, maybe? Seeing how Alpha answered back with something worrying while looking completely calm, Akira twitched and yelled in response. In order to avoid getting hit by Shiori's high-speed consecutive attacks, Akira had to evade on the same level of speed before readjusting his stance and attacking back. Because of that, his vision changed really fast, enough to make him dizzy. He could no longer discern the floor or the wall or the ceiling. But even so, Akira was able to see Alpha's smile because she anchored her image onto his vision. Even if he was upside down, or made a 360-degree spin, or even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to clearly see the image of Alpha smiling. If there was someone else who could see her, Alpha would look as if she was floating around, detached from what was going on there. As Akira's body was flung around to avoid Shiori's attack, Alpha, who was floating beside him, said, It seems that she's using a drug to enhance her ability. I don't know how long that drug will be in effect, that was why I said, maybe. She looked desperate, trying to end the fight as soon as possible. Looking at how she was able to evade your shots and how she's avoiding your attacks now, it seems that it's a drug that focuses more on the strength of its effect rather than the duration. It'll be your win once the effect wears off. That's why it'll be alright, maybe. Akira readjusted his stance and quickly asked back. Wait, but I'm also using a drug, right? That medicine that I took before the fight. It's still in effect right now, that's why I can continue fighting like this without tearing my limbs off, right? So it's a matter of whose medicine's effect wears off first between us, huh? Are you sure this is going to be alright? Thanks to the medicine that he took beforehand, the micro-injuries created from the stress put on his body were continuously getting healed. This was why he could keep fighting without tearing his limbs. But of course, the effect of that medicine would not go on forever. It's alright, maybe. Just stop with that, maybe, already. I don't know how much drug she took beforehand, that's why I can only say maybe. But don't worry about that, just focus on the fight. Complaining won't change your situation. Akira saw Alpha's smile, which cleared up his worry. After all, according to his experience, everything would be alright as long as she was still smiling. Alpha was still smiling. As long as making a grim face would not help Akira's situation, she would keep smiling. As long as it might bring about a good turn of events, she might still smile even when he was on the verge of death. She was giving her best to help with the current situation. It was like what Alpha had guessed, Shiori was actually using an accelerator. Even if the augmented suit could increase its user physical ability, the user would still need the required speed and cognitive ability to control and match the movement speed. She was only able to evade bullets because of the time dilation effect from the accelerator drug. But even so, Shiori was having a hard time fighting against Akira. Although it looked as if he had a lot of openings, the moment she tried to strike during that opening, he would block or evade her attack and strike back. His attacks that looked amateurish at a glance would turn into sharp and deadly strikes the moment they almost hit her. It threw her off guard and made it extremely hard to evade those attacks. For her, all of his openings already looked like nothing but baits to lure her. The moment they changed into CQC, Shiori was sure that she would have the upper hand. The fighting techniques that the hunters learned focused on fighting monsters. Basically, it was to kill monsters from afar before they could get close, or to fight monsters in close range using a gun in case they encountered monsters in a closed space when exploring the ruin. Those were the usual skill set for the hunters. In short, they were not usually trained to fight another human. But that was not the case for Shiori. She might be registered as a hunter, but she was not just a hunter. She was Reina's maid and bodyguard, she was only going along with Reina's hunter activities. As a bodyguard, Shiori was trained on how to fight another human. It included methods to deal with the situation when she lost her weapon and had to fight unarmed. Because of that, when the fight shifted to CQC, Shiori was thinking of holding back and making it look as if she was fighting the best she could in order to buy time. She thought that something might change if she did so. But it was immediately obvious that she did not have to do that. Akira was strong enough to kill her if she held back. He came at her with moves showing that he was obviously trained as he was trying to kill her. To think that he's this strong. I never thought that there was this big of a gap between my guess and his real ability. I was thinking to look for an opening to save Milady while fighting against him, but it seems that it's impossible now. Once the accelerator runs out of its effect, I would not be able to fight anymore. Milady, I might not be able to save you this time. What should I do? What should I do? Helplessness continued to corrode Shiori's heart. The feeling of despair started dominating her sense of loyalty. She kept on struggling while making a pained expression. She would not give up until there was nothing that she could do. But that end was already creeping close. It didn't shoot any bullets. Shouldn't it be loaded with special ammo? That rifle was just loaded with a new magazine, right? Wait, was that rifle a trap? Did he throw it away from him in order to lure me? So rather than changing rifles back then, he chose to load a new magazine although he knew how dangerous it was, just in order to trick me? So that's why he made that gesture and intentionally showed me when he loaded a new magazine that was actually empty. And he also shot once in order to use the last bullet that was already loaded in that rifle before throwing the empty rifle away, so that he could catch me off guard. Yajima flew and landed on rubble. He already completed his guess in that short amount of time when he was in the air. Although his guess might be correct, it would not be able to save him now. He crashed into the rubble so hard enough to even crack open the rubble. Although it only inflicted a small amount of damage thanks to his cyborg body, it was enough to create a fatal opening. Akira quickly leapt and grabbed the CWH anti-material rifle that was still spinning in the air. In one fluid sweep, he grabbed a new magazine and loaded it into the rifle. This time, it was not an empty magazine. The special ammo was automatically loaded the moment Akira stuck in the new magazine. He then aimed his special ammo-loaded CWH anti-material rifle at Yajima, who was still stuck on the rubble. Let's finish him before we get any more hindrances. I know. When he was back to his senses, Yajima saw Akira and found CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle pointing at him. He at least wanted to know if his guess was correct as he opened his mouth. But before Yajima could say anything, a CWH special ammo blew his head and scattered his brain all over the place. He was dead before he could even utter his last words. Just to be safe, Akira also shot and destroyed Yajima's limbs. With this, even if Yajima was a remote mechanical body that could move without a brain, he would not be able to pose any threat now. Shirori was stunned by the sudden turn of events, but the moment she was able to return to her senses, she quickly went to Reina. Reina was coughing intensely. Shirori looked worried as she inquired. Milady. Are you alright? Are we saved? Reina too could not follow what just happened. She mumbled to Shirori, looking for an answer. Shirori said to Reina that it was already fine. She was about to smile at Reina when she noticed that Akira had not lowered his rifle yet. Although Shirori no longer had any reason to fight Akira, it did not erase the fact that they did fight each other just a few seconds ago. She thought that it was fully understandable considering his disposition that he would still put his guard up expecting that they would continue their fight. Personally, Shirori did not believe that Akira would stop with only killing her. After all, Reina was the main reason why they were in that situation. Not only did she aggravate the fight that Akira already won by not believing his words, she even carelessly approached Yajima and was taken hostage, which in turn triggered the fight between him and Shirori. She just could not believe Akira would let that slide. Shirori said to Akira with a serious face. Akira-sama, could you please lower your gun? I have no wish to continue fighting with you. Akira did not move at all. He only glanced briefly at Shirori. Akira-sama, I can understand that you're angry. I'm really sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Akira remained motionless. His rifles that were pointing at Shirori also stayed still. It's all my fault for everything that happened. So please let Milady go. Akira still did not move. His expression also did not change at all. He only glanced at Shirori, showing that he was listening. Shirori thought that Akira might change his mind if she prostrated in front of him and begged him with a trembling voice. So she started to move in order to do that. Akira finally showed a movement. His aim shifted straight at Shirori and stopped her from moving any further. Shirori still had some accelerator drugs left with her. Although the backlash from using that drug continuously would definitely kill her, she would not hesitate to do that if she had the chance. But in the end, those were her spare drugs. So it was not like she could use it right away. She would have to reach for them and pull them out before putting them in her mouth. If she prostrated in front of Akira, she might be able to do that in secret. But with that slight move from Akira, Shiori was no longer able to do that and stopped midway. She thought that not only did Akira know she was using an accelerator, he was also trying to prevent her from taking more accelerators. Her guess was partially correct. It was not like Akira knew that, it was Alpha. Alpha was also the one who shifted his aim to Shiori. Akira did not notice that at all. After all, he was busy enduring the extreme pain that was assaulting him since the medicine that he took beforehand just ran out of its effect. Shiori knew that if she made any suspicious moves or said anything carelessly, it might cause Akira to pull the trigger. As such, she was only able to keep quiet while making a stern expression. And with that, she was rendered powerless. She could not do anything. Her expression distorted as she looked to be in pain. Reina, who thought that she was saved, realized that she was mistaken after seeing how Shiori and Akira were acting. She was shocked when she saw Akira fought evenly against Shiori. As such, she was afraid of angering him. And even now, Shiori was trying her hardest to protect Reina from Akira. But even Reina understood that it was not going well. Reina did not want to die, and she did not want Shiori to die too. If Shiori could not do anything, then she might be able to do something. Reina, who was hiding behind Shiori's back, decided to step up. But the moment she stepped out from behind Shiori, Akira's aim swiftly shifted to her and stopped her midway. She thought that she should say something to Akira to convince him. Although she still had no idea what to say, she already took a step out from behind Shiori. But since he stopped her from going any further, it also stopped her from saying anything. As such, she could only repeat what she wanted to say inside her head. Shiori only tried to kill you because she wanted to keep me alive. So please forgive her. I know it's my fault. I know that it's because we didn't believe your words that the table was turned and you almost got killed, although you already won that fight. I'm really sorry, so please forgive us. Reina frowned as she realized what she had to say to Akira. She finally understood the graveness of her mistake. Although it was hypothetically speaking, Reina thought that if it was Katsuya rather than Akira who was in front of her, he would have just smiled, or at least looked slightly annoyed, and forgave her and Shiori. Shiori suddenly collapsed. The accelerator already ran out of its effect. The backlash caused all the accumulated tiredness to assault her body at the same time. Although she was able to somehow stay conscious, she could not stand up from the ground. With this, Akira knew for sure that Shiori's accelerator had worn off. Her face was filled with hopelessness since he could easily finish her and Reina off now. Reina panicked and quickly ran to Shiori. She then tried helping her to stand. Shiori. Are you okay? Hang in there. Shiori was trembling meekly as she glanced at Akira. Reina was supporting her so that she could stand. She saw Akira lower his rifle while looking toward the hallway. When Shiori collapsed, Alpha said to Akira. Akira, it's okay to lower your rifle now. Is that so? She still has spare accelerators, right? I won't make that mistake of allowing her to take more accelerator in this situation. But of course, I also don't mind if you want to shoot her instead. I don't think she would fight back in this situation if you shoot her. Nah, that would be a little bit too cruel. In that case then, let's get ready to face the next problem. I still can't confirm the situation in this area since the effect from the jamming smoke has yet to completely disappear. So don't drop your guard. How long will it take before the jamming smoke is completely gone? Will it be gone if we just wait for a bit more? Or will it still stay here for a few hours? I don't know for sure. It depends on the type and the composition of the smoke as well as the topology of the area. But one thing for sure is that it'll stay longer down here compared to when it's on the surface. We're in an enclosed space after all. It's faster if you try to confirm it yourself. Let's try if you can contact the HQ or not. You're right, let's at least start from there. Akira, who was watching the hallway, suddenly turned to Reina and Shiori. Reina flinched seeing that. Reina thought that she should at least say something to calm Akira down. Thus she tried to squeeze out anything that she could think of in a panic. But Akira quickly interjected. Try calling the HQ. Reina was surprised when Akira suddenly said that. There was obviously a gap between his behavior and what she was expecting. As such, she was so stunned that she froze. Akira repeated what he said. Try to call the HQ now. The effect from the jamming smoke might have weakened, you might be able to contact the HQ. So, can you try calling the HQ? That guy shot and destroyed my terminal. So try contacting the HQ in my place. Do it, quickly.
Akira strongly urged her, so Reina operated her terminal in a fluster. I still can't get any connections. I think it's because of the jamming smoke. Shiori reported the result to Akira before Reina could. She was already trying to contact the HQ when she was back to her senses. Akira immediately told them what to do next. Let's head to the HQ for now. Keep trying to contact the HQ on our way there. Let's go. Move your legs. Quickly. Shiori immediately understood that there was no need to be worried about Akira. At least, it did not seem like he was thinking of causing a scene here. Which means, it would be best for them to follow his instructions. It was also the best for Reina if they could contact the HQ or at least meet up with the other hunters. Shiori, who had already calmed down, came with such a thought. I understand. Milady, let's go. Shiori grabbed Reina, who was still confused, by her hand. But she suddenly collapsed again. Shiori. I am all right. Milady, we should hurry up and leave this place too. Shiori's whole body was screaming in pain from the backlash of the accelerator. She was barely able to move thanks to her augmented suit. Her tired body felt like it was as heavy as lead. The stinging pain that ran through her body was telling her to stop moving, and her tired brain was trying hard to shut down. Shiori used her sense of loyalty in order to maintain her consciousness. But she knew it was only a matter of time before she reached her limit. She was obviously in pain as she was pushing herself past her limit. The fact that even Reina could tell showed her current state. After all, she normally would be able to hide it from Reina, and Reina knew that too. Reina was lending her shoulder to Shiori. Shiori looked apologetic as she said, "That I'm really sorry, milady. Don't worry about it, let's go." Reina looked at Akira. She wanted to ask him if they could take a short rest. But she stopped when she saw his expression. She knew that he would just turn her suggestion down. Akira, Reina and Shiori quickly left that area. When Yajima's friends, Kane and Nelia, finally arrived there, Akira, Reina and Shiori had already left the place and were on their way back to HQ. Kane was using a large-sized heavy armor-type augmented suit, better known as a powered suit. Although the underground hallway was rather wide, his powered suit almost blocked the whole hallway. It was equipped with 2 extra arms in each side, and all of those 4 arms were carrying heavy weapons. The lower part of his powered suit formed reverse joints. Although it was a type of augmented suit, it was closer to a battle-oriented mechanical suit for a cyborg. Kane folded all his mechanical limbs and stored them into the powered suit's torso.
Unlike the augmented suit for cyborgs that made its user look like a normal human from the outside, it was obvious from the first glance that this was a mechanized augmented suit that only a cyborg could use. Their original plan was to have Kane and Nelia guard the truck after the relics were carried to the surface. That was why they were heavily armed, but they could not wander around the underground city with such equipment. After all, the underground work was actually Yajima's job. Kane and Nelia came into the underground city through the hole that was originally created for carrying out relics. At first, they planned to open that hole after the relics were transported into its position. But there was a change of plan and they had to open that hole sooner than they scheduled. They already carried as many relics as they could to the surface. Kane looked over the area and said, "I found Yajima's body. Or to be more precise, it's a pile of destroyed cyborg body that I believe belonged to Yajima. Since his head is blown to smithereens, well, he's dead for good, no doubt about it. It's not like we can just carry his brain either." Nelia replied back lightly. "You're right. He was a pretty useful guy, but it's not like he can help us with anything now that he's dead. Let's just go back. What are we going to do with the relics in this area? Did you find any other corpse other than Yajima's?" "Nope, none at all. That means the person who killed Yajima is still alive and has already left this place. Which means that the HQ at least knows that there was a fight here. I'm sure they'll send some hunters here to check this place. So, after knowing that, are you planning on carrying the relics from this area while fighting those hunters?" If Kane's memories served him right, Nelia and Yajima should be lovers. But it seemed like she did not care that Yajima was dead. "Are you not thinking of revenging him or something? You guys are lovers, right?" "Me? I don't let myself stuck in the past," Nelia answered back casually. Suddenly, some hunters also arrived in that location. The HQ found it suspicious that Akira did not contact them again after that. As such, they decided to send some hunters to check that area. Of course, it was suspicious to find someone equipped with a powered suit and not showing his location through the shared network. So one of the hunters shouted at them. "You there! What are you doing there?" Kane aimed his heavy weapons towards those hunters and started shooting without saying anything or giving any warnings. Loud explosions echoed through the underground, the hunters were showered in explosions and it wiped them out in an instant. Nelia exasperatedly sighed. "Good grief, can you do that more quietly? It's as you can see, I'm not good with details and minute things." Some of the hunters who survived that bombing started shooting back. All of their shots were focused on Kane, but those bullets just ricocheted when they hit his formidable powered suit. Some of the rebounded bullets hit Nelia too, but they also ricocheted just like when they had hit Kane. "Whoa there, some of them ricocheted at me, you know." Nelia said those words as if she got splashed by mere rainwater. "It's not like I can do anything about it. You should say that to them instead of me." After that small and casual exchange, Kane started shooting back at those hunters. The 4 heavy weapons Kane was carrying unleashed hell on those hunters with its overwhelming firepower. He launched countless warheads toward those hunters and blew them off together with the wreckages and the rubbles in the area. Chapter 56, Postmortem Revenge Request Program. Akira, Reina and Shiori were still on their way to the HQ. Reina was supporting Shiori who was on the verge of collapsing as they were walking through the underground hallway. As for Akira, he was walking a little further away beside Shiori and Reina. His distance showed that he was still cautious of them. Akira was regularly consuming medicines while keeping his eyes on his surroundings. The medicines that he was taking were the ones that he bought from Shizuka's shop. Compared to the medicines found in the Old World ruin, their potency was extremely low. But even so, if he chugged a significant amount of that medicine, it would at least speed up his fatigue recovery and the healing of his wounds. He glanced at the warning printed on the medicine's packaging. Thanks to Alpha's training, he was able to recognize words, and so he was able to understand the warning. But even so, he kept on chugging that medicine frequently. Akira was weak. He understood that well, and so, it was important for him to maintain his body in the best possible state. Even if it meant that he would definitely die 10 years later from the side effect of the medicines that he was consuming. He knew that he had to do crazy things to survive the present, to stay alive tomorrow, and to keep his body functioning next week. Reina watched Akira chugging medicines and asked him. "Did I notice that you've been regularly consuming a lot of that medicine? Are you alright with consuming that many at once?" Akira answered back swiftly. "I bet it's not alright. Reina was surprised by his answer. And not alright, huh? Although it doesn't say how many is too many, it does warn to not consume a large amount of this medicine in a short time. So I bet it's bad for my body. Then why? Shiori thought that if she let Reina and Akira continue that conversation, the subject of their conversation may turn into something that was not pleasant to talk about between the three of them. So she squeezed her leftover power to interject in their conversation. Milady, we've moved quite far from that area. I know it's rude for me to ask, but can you please check if we can already contact the HQ or not? The reason why Akira was consuming such an excessive amount of medicines, even though he knew that it was bad for his body, was because he was injured and extremely tired after his fight with Shiori. He did it so that he would be in the best possible condition in case they encountered monsters on their way back. So in short, it was Shiori's fault as well as Reina's too. And it was not something to discuss in that situation. Shiori's mind was still slightly numb as she thought that she should have stopped Reina sooner, or at least warned her not to talk about anything sensitive. If she was in her usual condition, she would have warned Reina way sooner than that, but the current her was unable to do that. It was because she was focusing all of her remaining energy to keep herself awake and not to fall unconscious in that place. Akira understood why Shiori suddenly interjected, but since he also did not want to cause any fight there, he just kept quiet. Reina was the only person who did not notice that as she focused on her terminal. A voice came out from her terminal. This is HQ-. It's connected. The moment Reina confirmed that her terminal was connected to the HQ, Akira immediately yelled at the terminal. This is number 27. We've got 3 injured hunters after fighting against that suspicious person. We're not in a condition to face any more fights. The suspicious person is dead. There's a good chance that he brought more of his friends from underground tunnels. It seems that they're planning to secretly carry relics out from the underground city. Send us hunters who can fight well and are proficient in providing support. My terminal was destroyed by that suspicious person when I fought him. That's why I'm contacting you from another hunter's terminal. There was a brief pause before the HQ staff replied back. Number 27, explain what happened. First of all, about that suspicious person. Give us permission to return back to HQ first. Number 27, we need to confirm the situation first before we can do that. So answer our questions first. The permission first. Akira was yelling. From his voice, it was obvious that he was tired. The staff understood that it was pointless to argue back, so he just gave them permission to return. Very well, you're permitted to return back to the HQ. But answer our questions while you're on your way back, understand? There was a slight intimidating nuance coming from his voice. This is number 27, roger that. Akira took a deep breath in order to calm himself down. They could hear sounds of a commotion leaking out from the terminal. It seemed that there was something going on in the HQ. Akira was answering the questions from the HQ staff while walking back to the HQ. He told the staff about Yajima who suddenly attacked him out of the blue, about the jamming smoke that prevented him from contacting Shiori and Reina, about the fact that he killed Yajima, and about the reason why he thought Yajima and his friends were planning to secretly carry out old-world relics from the underground city. He properly answered all the questions that the HQ staff asked him. The staff was also thinking of asking Shiori and Reina too. But Reina still could not fully recover from that chaos and was still a bit dazed by everything that just happened. Not to mention, she was really worried about Shiori. As such, she was not in a condition to answer the staff's questions. As for Shiori, she was barely conscious. She was also not in a position where she could properly answer his questions. Thus he was only able to question Akira. Akira was giving his report while carefully moving forward. He then noticed a group of hunters running towards them. Reina and Shiori were relieved that their rescue finally arrived, but in contrast to them, Akira frowned. Reina. Shiori. Are you guys alright? The reason why Akira looked slightly annoyed was because it was Katsuya's group who came running. Shirori was so relieved that they were finally able to meet up with the other hunters, that she immediately lost consciousness then and there. Reina panicked and tried to hold her up as she was about to collapse. Katsuya and the others quickly surrounded her and helped Reina support Shirori. Alpha then said to Akira, "Let's just leave her to them. We should leave quickly. If you stay around them, it would be a pain in the bum when they start asking you about the situation." "You're right. It's not like they told us to go back to the HQ together anyway. And I want to avoid anything troublesome if it's possible." Akira was quietly walking away from Katsuya's group, but Katsuya noticed him and tried to stop him. "Wait. Where do you think you're going?" Shirori was obviously in a bad shape as she fell unconscious and Reina panicked when that happened. The only person who was completely calm, Akira, was trying to sneak away. From the situation that they were in, plus his distrust of Akira, Katsuya thought that Akira was the real cause of that situation. He thought that Akira did something bad and caused Shirori and Reina to get injured, or even maybe it was he who attacked Reina and Shirori. Akira was already running away from that place. Alpha smiled at him and warned him. "You can't stop running, okay?" "I know." Even without Alpha telling him, Akira ignored Katsuya's voice as he kept on running towards the HQ. Katsuya was at a loss whether he should chase Akira or not. Then suddenly HQ staff's voice came out from Reina's terminal, and the staff was unaware that Akira was already gone from that place as he asked a question. "Number 27, what was that sound? What's going on over there?" Katsuya sounded obviously angry when he replied back. "This is Katsuya from Drankum. We just met up with the injured hunters." "Who? What number?" "That it's number 52. Where's number 27? Is he not there? I heard that there were 3 injured people including number 27. Katsuya realized that number 27 was Akira as he answered back as if he was venting. "If it's that guy, he looks completely fine and ran away. I don't even know where he's going, did I see? The rest of the injured hunters are from Drankum, right? Number 52, I'll put the other 2 back in your team, you take the command from here and on. That's all." Katsuya yelled at the terminal. "Wait. Are you telling me to bring Reina and Shirori around rather than sending them back? Your duty is to confirm your situation. Check how bad their injuries are and decide whether to bring them along with you or to let them rest in the defensive point. You can even bring them to the medical team if their injuries are serious. You guys decide what to do from there. Whether you would send some people back or not, or proceed with your duties with the remaining hunters, or whether you bring your whole team back since it doesn't seem like you can continue with your current situation, it's up to you guys from Drankum to discuss and decide on your own. Don't ask us for every single thing on what to do. Ask Drankum instead. Only inform the HQ if you decide that it's necessary to do so. We're all so busy here, you know. That's all." The HQ staff ended the call after saying that. Katsuya could feel that the HQ was taking Shirori and Reina's situation lightly. His face was twitching with anger. He then quickly decided on what to do next. "We'll take Shirori and Reina back to the HQ." Taking everyone back to the HQ could be interpreted as abandoning his duty. Eri understood it, so she asked Katsuya. "What about our duties?" Katsuya smiled as he answered back. "They told us to decide on our own. We'll return back to HQ, leave Reina and Shirori with the medical team, and then return back to our duty. After all, our friends' lives are much more important than our duty, right?" Seeing how Katsuya prioritized his friends' lives over his duty, the other young hunters in his team looked at him with approving gazes. Although Yamaina was not sure whether it was a good idea to bring everyone back, she felt like Katsuya would decide to be the one staying behind if she said anything, so she just kept quiet. She knew how skilled Shirori was and something had happened to render her in such a bad shape, so she did not want to let Katsuya take any risk by going alone. When Akira arrived at HQ, he went on to give his report about Yajima. He thought that the staff would be asking him a lot of questions again, but instead, he was let go after giving a simple report. It was because they had already asked the necessary details when Akira was on his way back to the HQ together with Shirori and Reina. And also, while Akira was on his way back, the situation had changed. There seemed to be more of Yajima's friends found in the underground city and they killed some hunters that the HQ had dispatched. Akira let out cold sweat when the HQ staff told him that there were some deaths reported after the clash between them. If he had encountered more people who were as strong as Yajima on his way back, there was no doubt he would have been dead by now. He barely dodged the bullet back there. Looking at Akira who was lightly shivering, Alpha just smiled and consoled. I'm glad we quickly left that place. You can say that again. I wonder why I'm always pushed into this kind of dangerous situation. Is it because I really ran out of luck? Alpha replied back as if she was cheering the mumbling Akira. I'm sure it's because you were thinking of leaving a beautiful hostage to die back then. You might need to do more good deeds in the future. Akira looked annoyed. Don't be crazy. If I had threw down my weapon, there was no mistaking it that he would have killed me immediately, you know? I bet you're right. Although you somehow saved her, that might not be enough to balance everything. Or it may be since you were able to save her ultimately, your luck increased and were able to get out from that unlucky place right before anything troublesome happened. Akira mumbled. That's just unreasonable. While it was true that if he had stayed together with Katsuya's group, it might have turned into something troublesome. Akira did not want to think that it was because of luck that he was able to escape. If it was possible, he wanted to use his accumulated luck for something better. He understood that Alpha was only joking in order to cheer him up. But for some reason, she sounded really convincing to Akira. Although there were only a few minor external wounds, Akira's body was actually in a terrible state. The cheap medicines were not enough to heal his wounds. So he asked the staff about the medical team and the staff explained to him about the details. I don't mind if you want to meet the medical team. But let me tell you this beforehand, it's not free. There are a lot of hunters who misunderstand this point. So be careful with the bill. What should I do to pay the medical bill? You should negotiate it with the medical team. Most of the hunters have their medical bills subtracted from their rewards. The amount of the bill depends on the medical services you seek and whether you have taken the insurance or not. Ah, your terminal was broken, right? You should go and get a replacement first, the medical team won't help you without the terminal. If you don't share your location through the shared network, they might think that you're going to run away without paying. So be careful about that too. Akira followed the staff's suggestions to first get a new terminal before heading to the room where the medical team was on standby. Although they were called as the medical team, there were many other hunters who did not have a biological body like Akira. Some of them used nanomachines to enhance their bodies, some of them were cyborgs with human-like appearance, and some of them looked completely mechanical from the outside. These types of hunters needed fixing rather than healing. As Akira followed a board saying, "Biological body is this way," a man wearing a white coat welcomed him. That man, Yatsubayashi, looked more like a scientist who loved to do human experiments rather than a doctor. He was stationed there to heal hunters with biological bodies. Akira looked worried when he saw Yatsubayashi. Although he never went to a doctor before, it did not take him much to notice that Yatsubayashi was obviously a shady person. Yatsubayashi welcomed Akira in high spirits. Welcome to Yatsubayashi Clinic, Kuzusuhara Ruin Branch. Sorry to cut the chase, but how are you going to pay for the bill? Subtract it from my reward. Alright, got it. Ah, thanks to the aid from Kagamayama City Management, you can get a free checkup. Checkup is free of cost but my other services costs money. Don't hold any grudge against me if I don't fix your body because you don't have enough money, okay? Alright then, remove your clothes. Akira followed Yatsubayashi's instructions and took off his augmented suit. Yatsubayashi used a strange camera-like tool and some kind of scanner to check Akira's body. He also used other weird tools to do the checkup. With his current knowledge, Akira had no idea if all of those tools were really for checking his body or not. It took about 10 minutes to finish the checkup. After which, Yatsubayashi gave Akira the result. I'm glad that it's nothing serious. But I suggest that you get some treatment. So, what kind of treatment would you like to take? My wounds are nothing serious. My limbs are screaming in pain though. I can only move around thanks to the cheap medicines that I'm taking. Akira seemed to doubt what he just heard. Yatsubayashi just smiled and answered. Serious injuries are those cases in which you have lost your limbs or have your internal organ gouged out or even destroyed. Basically they're injuries that win you a straight ticket to the hospital. Just a few cracks on your bones, or some internal bleedings, or damages from tired muscles are all small injuries. It seemed there was a big gap between Akira's and Yatsubayashi's standard for light injuries. But from the perspective of the hunters, Yatsubayashi's line of thinking was the correct one. Akira smiled vaguely, he sounded as if he was half convinced. Can you heal my wounds at least so it won't lower my fighting ability? I see. There are various treatments that you can take, but I suggest you take the one for which normal insurance doesn't apply. I'm not in any insurance. Yatsubayashi looked surprised. After all, most of the hunters in that place were in some type of insurance. Yatsubayashi seemed delighted. It was at least an expression that a doctor would not make. That sounds great. In that case, how about taking this medicine that I'm developing? This is my recommendation. You're not in any insurance, right? So I'll let you buy it for cheap. Yatsubayashi grabbed a small container near him and showed it to Akira. The container was filled with a green liquid. It was a very dubious-looking medicine no matter how you slice it. No thanks. Since insurance doesn't apply to that thing, it must be something unsafe. It's fine, don't worry. It's not like I made it from nothing. I made it by breaking down and analyzing the old world medicine, then using that data to imitate its effect. I can guarantee its effect since I've already tried it on myself before. The reason why insurance doesn't apply to it is because of the influence of the big companies. It's set like that so people would choose the medicines manufactured by those big companies instead. This medicine is better, I can guarantee you at least that much. So, what do you think? It's not like I can get the certification unless I have enough data and samples from people using it. It'll also be better for the world if people can buy a cheap but powerful medicine, right? It'll provide a better healing effect that might even save people's lives. Just think of it as a good deed to regain some of your humanity that you guys tend to lose when you do dangerous works as hunters. Yatsubayashi was trying hard to convince Akira. From her observation of Yatsubayashi, Alpha said to Akira. Akira, I'll at least tell you this, he's not lying. He's not trying to scam you or squeeze your money. I don't think he's planning of tricking you at all. Well, even if you tell me so, it's just that. You know. Well, that's completely normal. Even if that medicine could not become mainstream because of the influence of the big pharmaceutical companies, if it was a medicine that had spread among the people and had earned a certification, then it at least should not have any bad side effects. No matter how many times Yatsubayashi used that medicine on himself in the past, it was not enough to convince Akira. Yatsubayashi knew that Akira was hesitating. But hesitation was not equal to refusal. Yatsubayashi thought so as he urged Akira further. Ah, I know. If you buy this medicine, I'll also sell the old world medicines that I have with me. These are medicines that you can't usually buy unless you use Chrome. But I'll sell them to you in Orem. What do you think? Yatsubayashi pulled out a box from a bag near him and showed it to Akira. Akira was familiar with that box, it was similar to the medicine that he found back in Kozusuhara ruin. Akira confirmed that with Alpha. Alpha, isn't that? It doesn't seem like he's lying and that box is still sealed. I think it's the real thing. You would want to get that if it's possible. Alpha and Akira agreed with each other. He knew well how powerful that medicine was. As such, he really wanted to get some of those medicines if it was possible. How many boxes are you willing to sell? Just one for 2 million orum. This medicine is usually used only for serious injuries, so it's not like I can sell it for cheap. To be honest, it was actually a kind of insurance in case his medicine did not work. But of course, Yatsubayashi would not say that to Akira. The price was reasonable. Although Akira was hesitating at first, he ended up taking that offer. All right. I'll take that. Please subtract the payment from my reward. All right then. Yatsubayashi seemed delighted as he started to prepare for the treatment. Seeing that, Akira felt like he just made a bad decision and looked slightly worried. But he then resolved himself and accepted the treatment. The treatment itself was finished in no time. They only put bandages soaked in that green liquid and injected that green liquid at some points in Akira's body. That's it. Just take a rest for the time being. Let's say for about the next 1 hour. It won't kill you if you move around, but its effect will be maximized if you just take rest. And also, don't tell anyone that I sold you that medicine, okay? It's not something that I usually sell, you know. So it would be troublesome if other hunters come to me asking for the same thing. All right. How much for that treatment? 100,000 orum. You can look forward to its effect. Since insurance doesn't apply for this one, I gave you a big discount for the treatment here. Thank you very much for cooperating with the treatment. Yatsubayashi smiled suspiciously. Akira frowned since he found some words that Yatsubayashi just said to be very questionable. Akira did not know whether it was expensive or not. If it would recover his body to the point that his injuries would not lower his fighting ability in 1 hour, he thought that it was rather cheap. Not to mention, he also got a powerful medicine, so he could use that in case if anything bad happened. Alpha also did not stop him, so it should be okay. So he just decided not to worry about that in order to conserve his mental strength. Suddenly things got pretty busy around him. Akira looked over to the source of the commotion and saw some hunters with severe injuries being carried to the medical team. Some of them were drenched in blood, some of them lost all of their 4 limbs, there was even a hunter who had lost half of his body. Yatsubayashi looked at those hunters and said, "Whoa, we have an emergency here. Everyone with light injuries would only get in the way. I'm sorry, but can you guys move somewhere else? I want to save as many people as possible, even if you say so, some of them are already dead, aren't they? That might not exactly be the case. Some of them have half-mechanized brains and some of them are using nanomachines that would allow them to stay alive even after losing their neck for a short time. We might still be able to save those people if we hurry up. Well, of course, that is if they have enough money to pay us though. It's not like we can turn you into a cyborg with 0 cost after all. They might have to work for their whole life to pay the debt, but it's not our problem. So there you have it, make way, make way." Akira took another look at those hunters. He was surprised to know that hunters with that level of injuries could still be saved as he moved away so that he would not get in the way. Alpha smiled at Akira who was looking at those hunters. "It's good that you only get light injuries." "Yeah, you're right." Akira would have joined that line of hunters if he had made even the slightest mistake. He even bet that he would be dead if that had happened. Before putting back his augmented suit, Akira replaced the energy pack in his augmented suit with a new one. He noticed that he had used way more energy than he had expected. "We've used quite a lot of energy, don't you think?" "It's because I took control of the augmented suit to execute crazy maneuvers. So it can't be helped. It's a good thing that it's not broken because of that." In order to make sure that Akira would survive the fight, Alpha controlled the augmented suit in a way that would definitely shorten its lifetime. Although it allowed Akira to survive, it was not cheap at all. Akira could feel that the augmented suit was a bit stiff as he walked back to the HQ. The checkup result from Yatsubayashi was a good excuse to explain about Akira's injured state to HQ. As such, the HQ only assigned him to keep watch around the area near the HQ so he could take rest. He hoped that his shift would end without any more bad things happening. There were a lot of crumbled buildings in the Kuzusuhara ruin. Behind one of those crumbled buildings, a big-sized transport truck was parked as if it was hiding from sight. There were heavily armed people near that truck. It was Yajima's friends who were planning to carry out old-world relics from the underground city. Since the mastermind of that plan, Yajima, was dead. The plan continued with Nelia and Kane at the helm. Kane and Nelia had exited the underground city carrying the relics that Yajima had hidden. After they reached the surface, they blew up the hole to cover their tracks. Their original plan was to run away to another city after retrieving all the relics that they had hidden in the underground city. The truck itself was well prepared to traverse the wasteland. It was big and very durable. There was a huge amount of expensive old-world relics piled on its tray. They only needed to escape that place together with their friends and they would be rich. Of course, that was if they could escape that place with those relics. For some reason, they were still gathered in that place. It was because they encountered a problem. Countless terminals that were fixed into Nelia's powered suit were connected to the truck. She was connecting to the truck's control device. Among all of them, she was the second best when it came to operating the control device after Yajima died. She was now trying to take control of the truck's control device. While Nelia was still trying to take control of the truck, Kane asked her. He did not even try to hide his displeasure. "So, how's it going, Nil?" Nelia waved her hand as if she was giving up when she said that to Kane. Hearing those words, Kane vented the feelings inside his heart. Damn it. That damn Yajima, how dare he leave us with this shitty souvenir. Kane smacked the truck. His powered suit was big-sized with equally big power. Thus it made a loud sound when he smacked the truck. The truck was originally Yajima's. It had an advanced control unit so that even an amateur would be able to drive that truck just fine. But the very source of their problem was that advanced control unit. The control unit prepared by Yajima was installed with an extra program from him. It was the Postmortem Revenge Request program. It was a program that the hunters could download from the dark web of the Eastern District Network. It was a program used by the cyborgs to collect the data of the person who killed them and send them over the network to make a request to kill that person. By killing that person, the one who completed that request would get rewards such as money from the requester's hidden account or locations of hidden properties of the requester. Yajima installed this program to the truck's control device in case Kane or any of his friends betrayed him. But Yajima was killed by Akira. That program had set Akira as the most likely person who killed Yajima. After all, he was the last person that Yajima met before he died. He was also the closest person to Yajima before the program's connection was interrupted by the jamming smoke. The control device of the truck was set to freeze until the target from the program was killed. Of course, they could just rip out the control device, but in order to install a new one, they would need a special set of skills. And they did not have that skill nor a spare control device that they could use. The program could confirm the target's death using different methods depending on the setting of the program. Some badly made programs could be fooled using a similar mannequin doll. It might also be unable to confirm the death of the target even after the target of the request was killed. As for advanced programs, they confirmed the death of the target from submitting the image of the dead target. Nelia was trying to bypass that confirmation process. But all of her trials ended in failure thanks to the advanced control device and the advanced program that someone spread in the dark net. She also did not have the skill to hack through the program. Since Nelia could not do it, it meant that no one here could do it. Nelia sighed and said to Kane and the others, "There's nothing we can do about it, let's just give up." Kane yelled back in anger. "Give up, you say? Are you kidding me? How much money do you think is riding on this plan? How much do you think all the relics that we gathered are worth? If we sell them, we can at least get 10 billion aurum. No, we can get even more than that. Like hell, I would leave those relics here. The others around flashed looks of dread when Cain flared. If he went on a rampage with his formidable powered suit, no one in that place would be able to stop him. Looking at Cain, who was misunderstanding her words, Nelia exasperatedly said. Who said anything about giving up on the relics? What do you mean? I was just saying to give up on bypassing that program. The terminal connected to the truck's control device was showing the target of that program's request. Nelia pointed her finger at that terminal and said. Let's go and kill this boy. On that terminal was the image of Akira. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.